A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 101. I walked up to Junior's club, something that had become almost a habit at this point. Honestly, I think I spent more time here than any other building since arriving in this world. I was about to go towards the doors, but a large man standing to the side stepped in front of me. I blinked for a moment before looking up at him. "Excuse me." He didn't respond, crossing his arms, clearly set on preventing me from going inside. Roman is expecting me?" I offered. "Wilhelm." Again, he didn't react, and it was hard to gauge his reaction. "Well, I guess I'm going through you then. He's cool." Another voice snuck up behind me as I noticed Miltia walking over. "Junior knows him," she said, and the big guy just nodded, stepping to the side. She walked past me, going inside. "Hey, Miltia, how you doing?" I caught the door before it could close, walking inside. There were no other people visible, almost deathly silent. Annoyed and tired, she scowled, walking up to the bar. "Not much sleep." I took the same seat I had sat at before multiple times. It was supposed to be my day off. She scoffed, crossing her arms as she made her way behind the counter. Junior calls me in, offers triple my rate, doesn't tell me what's going on, so I throw on whatever I had and come running, and I look like a complete mess. Well, she didn't look like a mess, but she clearly didn't put as much effort into her dress compared to the last time we met. "But you look good." I offered a compliment. She was wearing just normal jeans and a hoodie with her hair in a loose ponytail. "You're such a dork." She rolled her eyes, a small smile forming on her face. "I don't always dress up like a peacock, you know. I assumed it was mostly for your job." I replied, "Wouldn't say it looked bad, but you clearly were trying to grab attention in a crowded building. You can do casual just as well as dressed up." Just because I wasn't interested in her romantically didn't mean I wasn't aware of her appeal. She huffed, crossing her arms. It seems her default reaction to compliments was to feign annoyance. "You were serious about before. What about being friend?" "Why wouldn't I be? Most guys that say stuff like that are trying to get in my pants." She eyed me skeptically. I am upfront about any of my romantic intentions. Probably wasn't a good idea to mention that I had 3 girls in my life right now, and possibly a 4th in the future. She snorted. "My job is to do rounds in a club, get guys to spend a bit more lean in hopes of me taking them upstairs." She started rummaging for stuff under the bar, setting supplies on the counter. "I'm not a whore, but I do decide to spend a night with a guy every now and then. Are you trying to scare me away?" I raised an eyebrow. She shrugged. "Most people don't like to hang around people like me." He took a few bottles out, mixing them with a decent amount of skill, though nowhere near the level of Junior. She poured me a glass, pushing it towards me. I picked it up, taking a sip. "My mother was a prostitute," I stated, enjoying the taste. "I'm not going to think you're icky because you like to have sex with someone who catches your interest." She just blinked at my statement, staring down at her drink before taking a large gulp. "You're annoyingly nice." She ran the tip of her finger around the mouth of her glass. "It's not just looking pretty. Me and Melanie also work as bouncers, making sure no guys get too frisky, or no one starts slipping anything in any drinks." She seemed to open up a little bit. "The occasional aura user comes make trouble too, so me and Mel handle those idiots." "I should stop by some night," I offered. "What, you want to come hang out? Dance, maybe talk about boys with me?" She said sarcastically, but it lacked any kind of venom in her tone. It seemed like it was one of her default reactions. "Sure, I'll be your wingman if you want." I smirked. She looked a little amused by my comment, probably about to say something until the front doors burst open, a familiar orange-haired man walking in. "Kid, you made it!" he exclaimed. Trailing a little behind him, a woman casual strode inside as well. She had an eye-catching hair color, half brown and half pink, yet it seemingly worked quite well on her. She was rather short, even with the heels she wore, and a parasol in her hand. "Let me introduce you to my partner in crime, Neapolitan, or just Neo for short." His partner gave a little wave. "She doesn't speak," he added. "Like the ice cream?" I raised an eyebrow. The little girl smirked, and the area around her shattered, disappearing. I blinked for a moment, gripping my drink tightly, right as another hand reached for it. The seat next to me shattered like glass, the girl appearing, trying to steal my drink from me. "Ha, good instincts," Roman commented, earning a pout from his partner. "Shorty." Miltia just scowled. Neo turned to her, gestured with her hands, and Miltia looked pale, turning away with a huff. "Well." Roman approached, leaning against the counter. "She hasn't stabbed you. That's always a good sign." I eyed Neo, who blinked innocently. "If you're done drinking all my alcohol, we have a job to discuss." Junior's voice carried over the area, standing at the doorway into his back room. "All right, front and center, kiddo. Time to put your big boy pants on. You're about to hit the big times." Roman slapped my back as he went to the back, Neo giving me a wink as she skipped behind. "Technically, I haven't even done the small-time stuff yet." "Well, that was interesting." "Be careful with Neo. She's a lot stronger than she looks." Meltia scowled. "Don't believe her innocent little girl act." "Little girl? With those hips, she's definitely a woman." Meltia stopped for a moment, looking at me in surprise. "What?" I asked her in confusion. Her lips curled up slightly. "Didn't expect something like that from such a dork." "What? Didn't expect me to admire the view?" I raised an eyebrow. She shrugged. "You came off as the goody two-shoes type. Didn't know your brain could even think like that." "Wow, do I really give off that vibe?" I was honestly surprised. She let out a laugh. "Come on, choir boy, Junior's waiting." "All right, ladies and gentlemen." Roman clapped his hands, grabbing everyone's attention. I looked around the room. It was me, Roman, Junior, Melanie, Meltia, and Neo all sitting around a whiteboard. "The name of the game is robbery." He swept his gaze around. "Anyone who doesn't want to be involved, get the fuck out now." No one moved, but Melanie made a noise to draw attention. "Who is he and why is he here?" She gestured to me. "Actually, that's a good question." I agreed, much to Melanie's bemusement. "All right, that's fair." Roman nodded. "Kid here is a distraction. Honestly, anyone could fill his role, but it's hard to find someone with his specialty." "Punchable face," Meltia offered. Roman smirked, snapping his fingers. "Right you are." Yeah. I rolled my eyes. "Can you explain properly?" "Buzzkill." Roman moved on easily enough. "All right, so Kid here is going to be our patsy to draw attention in the Mistral tournament coming up. We're going to rig the thing up until the top 16, giving him a free win each time. I chose him because he looks about the right age and within arm's reach. I had blackmail, and he seems smart enough not to fuck it up, which admittedly is a low bar that many of our minions can't seem to clear. That's going to be a lot of attention on him." Junior noted. "I hope I'm paying for more than just some spectacle." "Ah, was Junior bankrolling this heist?" "That's part of the plan, and where I need you lot to come in." "See, you all are going to promote him." Junior looked unamused. "What?" "Promote him, put up flyers, tell everyone about the kid who came from your club that's going to compete." Roman flourished his hands for added effect. "Why?" Junior asked. "We need Lil Miss Malachite's spies to notice and give the boss lady time to contemplate." Roman explained. "Mother." Meltia looked confused. "Wait, Mother. You want to fuck with their mom?" I interjected. "Oh, we're doing a job that's going to piss off that woman." Melanie picked at her nails. She tried to look uninterested, but the look in her eyes betrayed that. Not the reaction I expected with their mother came up, but I can't exactly toss stones from my glass house over here. "Righto, stop skipping ahead." Roman gave me a look. "So, Malachite Sr. still has spies around to watch us. Obviously they can't really do anything in your turf, Junior." Junior just grunted, and I realized that he was probably the boss around these parts and not merely an information broker. As I was saying, Roman continued, "Promote him enough to grab her attention. She'll be focused on why you," he pointed towards Junior, "would bother with a nobody like him." He then pointed towards me. "Of course she's going to investigate, since her spies will no doubt report it to her that I've been walking in and out of here a lot more recently." "So, you want Mother's eyes on you, why?" Melita asked. "I'm glad you asked." He snapped his fingers, pointing towards the whiteboard. "Neo, do your thing." The area around the board shattered and was replaced with pictures and such all over. His cane slapped at the top corner. "The kid is going to give a signal, one that would force the spider bitch to act." At that time, We're hitting her two biggest stashes while all her people try to grab the one who pushed her face in the mud for the whole world to see. She would be forced to act to save face. You know Mother's stashes? Melanie stood up, clear surprise on her face. Roman took out a cigar, lighting it up with a smirk. Honey, who do you think I am? Where do we come in? Melanie asked, clearly still excited at the prospect. Muscle, Roman said bluntly. Believe me when I say, this is going to be a hot exit. Malachite Sr. holds half of Mistral by the balls. You better believe she'll ground all outgoing bullheads to stop us. I need you both to keep our getaway clean of pests. Fine. Melanie sat back down. My cut better be worth it. How far away is the bullhead from the stashes? I asked, earning everyone's attention. Good question, kid. Roman nodded in approval. The answer is too damn far. How long can she ground all the bullheads? Roman looked thoughtful. A couple hours, give or take. Wouldn't it be better to just go to ground for a bit? Wait for her hull to wane? Even if the authorities are in her pocket, they can't keep inter-kingdom flights grounded too long. Wouldn't that open up issues with other kingdoms to make comments? I wasn't too aware of inter-kingdom politics, but it seemed unwise for Mistral's government to get any kind of flack due to her personal issues on an international scale. Me and Neo would be fine. The sisters would be fine too. But you'll be all alone, kid. Can she even touch me while the tournament is going on? Very unlikely. Too many cameras, and the government would come down on her hard for such an overt move on her part. Hell, if the tournament is seen as unsafe by other kingdoms. Roman just laughed at the thought, and I could fill in the gaps. There you have it. Just let me have a go. Worst case, I'm fucked, and you can get out of there without me. I mean, the absolute worst case. I could always just portal back to Vale, but I didn't want to really reveal that at the moment. Roman gave me an appraising look. You got balls, kid, I'll give you that. He chuckled. All right, if you want to play it like that, it's your ass. He shook his head. All right, the big picture is painted. Time to settle the details. Chapter 102. Right now turn to your left. Roman held a camera, snapping pictures. Like this? I asked. Good, the ladies will love this. Now why don't you give a little pout? Wait, what? Why don't we try something else? Roman tapped his cheek. Actually, let's lose the shirt. You're fucking with me. I deadpanned. Roman snorted, laughter escaping his lips. I looked around to see Junior cracking a smile and Miltia with her sister giggling. What? Me? Why, the insinuation leaves me. Yeah, fuck off. I walked over to the bar, hopping into my seat. How long ago was he finished? I asked. About 2 hours. Miltia answered. What? We've barely been here for that long. Roman is a surprisingly good photographer. His first couple shots turned out great. The people printing the posters should have the first stack done any time. Dick! I shouted towards Roman. He of course responded with a cheeky smile and wave. Got my people working the online angle too. Junior cleaning one of his glasses, still clearly amused. By the end of the day, half the city will know your name and face. Walter Howard Schweintorg, the name will be on everyone's lips. Oh, fuck off, you know what my name is. I rolled my eyes, much to his laughter. What happened to Neo? I looked around the room. Shorty went to grab some stuff. Melanie replied, filing her nails. She said, wrote something about you needing a proper weapon. I paused, staring up as the air cracked and shattered, Neo presenting herself with flair, holding something in her hands. There was a pregnant silence that took over the whole room, everyone staring at what Neo had brought in. I feel attacked right now. At that, nearly everyone broke down laughing as Neo wiggled the giant purple dildo, presumably what was supposed to be my weapon. It even had a giant handle sticking out, so you could wield it with 2 hands. You know what? I'm going to shout during every match that Roman Torchwick is my sponsor as I wave that giant-ass dildo around. Neo silently laughed as she set it on the counter, pulling up a seat. All right, kid. Don't get your panties in a twist. Roman lit his signature cigar, turning towards Neo. How's the stuff coming? Neo started gesturing with her hands, huffing a little, then rolled her eyes. Unfortunate, but quality takes time. Roman replied, seemingly able to understand her. He turned towards Junior. Looks like your guys are already putting up the posters around town. What about the stuff? Junior said with the subtlety of a bulldozer. Atlas military-grade dust bombs. Roman smirked. Got them on the way. Should be arriving in the next couple days. Junior grunted. This better be worth it. I'm dropping a lot of lean to fund this job of yours. He shook his head. Not to mention all the hardware upgrades I'm giving to my boys to keep the spider bitch out of the city once everything settles. Even if we only hit one stash house, it would be more than worth it. Roman stated. I saw her books once. Think 10 years of profits all nicely stocked away for a rainy day. Junior grunted a non-committal answer. At least we can keep going with the bets. Even if we didn't make any money, would be best to keep doing it. Charades and all that. Roman nodded. Ugh, this is boring. I'm gonna go shopping. Miltia stood up, ignoring the conversation Roman and Junior were having. Want some company? I asked, thinking of stepping away myself. This part didn't really concern me. Whatever, she said immediately, but the smallest amount of a smile appeared on her face. What about this one? Miltia held up a tank top. Color good, design is meh. I shook my head. Catching out of the corner of my eye, a kid probably around Kunu's age was pointing to me excitedly and then pointing at a nearby poster. I gave him a little wave, much to his amusement. Junior's men work fast. I had seen dozens of posters up already, as well as several more walking around. Their uniforms were pretty easy to spot in a crowd. I think I may have underestimated how popular this tournament was. I turned back to the rack of clothes. What about this? I pulled another shirt off the rack, holding it up to her. Really? She raised an eyebrow. The asymmetry works well on you. It complements your hair, and the color matches your eyes. I scrunched my nose, thinking it over. Would go well with pretty much any kind of jeans. Those shoes are an issue. She grabbed it, holding it up to herself as she eyed a mirror a few feet away. It really does. She seemed surprised. It's weird how you're good at this. At looking good. I raised an eyebrow. Have you seen me? I waved my hands, gesturing to my clothes for added effect. She let out a small little snort, her lips curling up. You really do take after Roman. I choose to take that as a compliment. It wasn't. Too late. I have taken your words as praise. Brothers, you're insufferable just like him. Stop, my ego can only get so big. She scoffed, crossing her arms before reaching for another article of clothing. What about this blue one? Nah, red is definitely your color, matches your complexion more. I shook my head. But you already knew that. Wanted a boy's perspective. She shrugged, putting it back. Anything you want to do after this? I got nothing particular I'm keen on doing. I thought it over. Can always do lunch or something after. I know a good sushi place nearby. She mumbled. You do know that the tournament is only like a week away, right? Yeah, I was there for the meeting. I rolled my eyes. No, you idiot. I mean you're going to be fighting some of Remnant's best for the age group. You've only had your aura for like a week, and you don't even have a weapon. Huh, was she holding this in for a while? I couldn't help but smile at her worried expression. I'm acting like this because I have confidence in myself. She just scowled again. There's a big difference between the thugs running around with aura and the ones being trained in schools. I have a weapon, and I have been heavily trained. Just because I didn't have aura before doesn't mean I'm weak. I calmly replied, whatever. She didn't seem to believe me, but she dropped it. Just don't get caught and die or something. I don't. She was particularly used to having conversations like this. And it's not like I won't be preparing. I stated I was going to go over the rule book and maybe procure some stuff to take with me. I saw that dust came in a larger crystallized form opposed to the grounded variety I had on me. More expensive, but it should be much more power. It gave me many ideas. Well, we turned to walk towards the register when a familiar pair of bunny ears caught my attention. Come on, Val, this would be cute on you. A girl with a peculiar style was talking with the bunny. Why she was wearing sunglasses indoors, I couldn't say. Reminded me of that edgy kid back in my birth world. Coco. I can't. That barely covers my chest. Girl, you need to show off your assets. Her head turned, staring at me. This will be cute, right? The aforementioned Coco seemed to hold up the shirt for me to see. Makes her boobs look nice and perky, right? Coco. Velvet turned a bright shade of red. Maybe if she wants to turn tricks on the corner. Miltia interjected. Coco went silent, staring at my companion. Of course, you would know all about that. Coco harumphed. Almost didn't recognize you without that hideous thing you call a dress on. At least I'm noticeable. You look like an extra in a D-list action movie. Noticeable like a clown at a birthday party. I picked up the distaste Miltia had for this girl almost immediately. No idea what was going on between them, but sides were easy to choose, so I spoke up. Really? The girl wearing a beret is going to throw shade? Coco's head snapped to me, eyeing me up and down. A vest and tie? What century is this supposed to be? My grandfather wore something like that when I visited him last week. It's called style. Maybe you should ask him for advice. I countered. Style? Do you have any idea how hard it was to find an outfit that looks good with a beret? She pulled on her shirt for added effect. It must be pretty hard if you still haven't found one. I continued. You look like you're trying to tell the world you aren't a conformist, yet thrive on all the attention they give you. The only way you could look any more original is if you wore sunglasses indoors. Oh, wait. Her mouth gaped, her sunglasses sliding down her nose. I adjusted my tie and straightened my collar, turning my nose up at her before leaving, Miltia following behind me. Miltia started to giggle almost uncontrollably. Hate that bitch. She managed to get out between laughs. Came into the club a few times and just starts trash talking everyone's clothes. Thinks because her parents are rich, and she spends her money to buy boutiques and fashion stores that she's better than everyone. Well, that answers that question. Met her friend before. Nice girl, bit of a pushover though. The bunny faunus? Miltia asked. MMM. She was a waiter at a nice cafe I visited. Though I probably shouldn't go back there. What happened? Beat up some idiots. Stole their wallets. That was a fun morning. Miltia just blinked before laughing again. Oh, I just had a thought. I stopped my steps. Would you happen to know somewhere to make scabbards? If I didn't want to show off my storage ring, I would need to carry Mirage on me, and my favorite sword deserves a good home. Chapter 103. This is the third one. Miltia lead more towards another store. She was getting, not annoyed, but not really happy, I suppose. But she was happily swinging another new bag in her hand. Some kind of oil for keeping her claws nice and clean. She utilizes a type of claws in combat, interesting in of itself. The shop looked a bit older than the others, not unkept, but definitely had seen a lot of years. We walked in, greeted by the sound of a bell atop the door to alert the owner to customers. The man behind the counter was an older gentleman, but he gave a genuine smile when we walked in. What can I do for you youngsters? He needs a sheath for his imaginary sword. Miltia chimed in, still not believing me. Half of what she said is true. I added, do you make customized orders? He sat up from his stool behind the counter, stretching his back a little. It's been a while since I've had someone wanting me to make a design from scratch. He chuckled. Kids these days with their mecha shift. Weapons don't seem to appreciate the basics. I can see the utility, but I'm satisfied with just a sword. I nodded. I wasn't too sold on the mecha shift weapons these people usually used, but I could understand where the idea came from and why it was so popularized. It simply wasn't my cup of tea. As a curiosity, I wouldn't mind having one created, but I couldn't see utilizing it any a true fight. Well, I have some old works I did. See if anything catches your eye. He slowly bent down, pulling a few items from under the counter. Everything he set on the table weren't all scabbards. There were combat boots, bags, and other items that one may take into combat in the wilds. But it was a good idea to see his particular skills and style he predominantly used. Oh! I exclaimed. This color is perfect. Matches the hilt. I held out a scabbard he set on the table, made for a sword much wider than my own. What about engravings? I may be old, but my hands are still steady enough to decorate it how you want. He smiled. What do you think? I held it up for Miltia to see. Hard to judge without a sword. She rolled her eyes. Fine, fine. I might as well show her. Just keep it a secret for now. What are? I flipped my hand over, allowing Mirage to appear in my hand. Miltia just stared at me for a moment, blinking in confusion. What a beautiful weapon. The old man stated. Think you can do something with this? I would be overjoyed. He nodded enthusiastically. You already discovered your semblance. Miltia practically shout out. I pursed my lips. Toot toot, no faith in me. Not really, but I didn't want to reveal all my secrets just yet. Well, maybe you won't get your ass handed to you so badly now. She crossed her arms with a huff. I ignored her, turning to the shopkeep. Think you can have this done in a few days? I needed to be ready for the Mistral tournament. You're going to compete? He raised an eyebrow. You're looking at the next champion. I waved my arms for emphasis. That one lass is fairly good. What was her name again? The old man lightly replied as I set my sword down to allow him to get measurements. The invincible girl. Miltia added air quotes with a small scowl. That's the one. She's won almost all her matches in the past with relative ease. Should be fun. I smiled. Whatever. Not me who's going to be humiliated in front of all of Remnant. Miltia said, Truly, your support gives me the confidence to win. I drawled. Regardless, I'll need to take a few more measurements. The old man chimed in. I can have this made in a couple days if all goes well. Cutting it close. Miltia crossed her arms. The tournament is only a few days away, and we have to get you there early to register and all that. To see one of my creations on a stage like that, these old hands will get the job done in time. I can't wait. I hadn't particularly needed a sheath previously, but I didn't want to be taking my sword out of my ring every time I needed it. And carrying a weapon open like that would just be rude, not to mention it would make me look so tasteless. Getting everything set up, me and Miltia finally left the quaint little shop. How are things on your end? Need to get anything ready? It wouldn't be odd for me to assume they needed a lot of supplies for their end as well. Mel should be handling, she paused. Why would I trust her to deal with that? She scowled, talking to herself. Gotta run some errands? She huffed in annoyance. Melanie always waits to the last minute to do anything. I should probably check to make sure we got everything ready. Besides, Junior's footing the bill. All right, it was fun. We should do this again sometime. She turned to me briefly. I didn't hate it, she stated, but from what I knew of her so far, that seemed like praise from her. As she left, I turned and walked in the other direction, finding a secluded area to pull out my scroll. I brought up a map of Remnant. What you doin'? Drake asked. I was thinking about paying a visit to Mistral, since I won't really have time while the tournament is going on. Just wanted to walk around for a bit. Is that a good idea? I just shrugged. It shouldn't be a big deal, so what if people see me then recognize me later at the tournament? Besides, I doubt anyone would care I'm there before the tournament starts and I start grabbing attention. Besides, I would be back in a few hours. No harm, no foul. I already have a calculation stored for this world. It's just a matter of eyeing where I want to end up with a long-range portal like this. Despite what one may think, I don't just will it to open where I want to go. There are a lot of variables to consider if I hadn't already established the place as a go-to by being there before. That's not to say I can't just pop in places I've never been before, but it takes a bit more precision to accurately appear. Well, here we go. I slashed open a portal and walked through. Wow! I couldn't help but blurt out, standing on the side of a cliff, as I overlooked the aforementioned Mistral. It was gorgeous. A large city built into the side of a mountain. The architecture was reminiscent of Eastern designs, but I could also see some Greek and Roman added in. This alone made the trip worth it. I took out my scroll and started snapping pictures. Can't wait to show these off when I go back home. Descending the little cliff I was on, it wasn't particularly difficult to make my way in the city, and boy was it bustling with activity. The place was clearly in celebration mode. Posters everywhere, decorations up and about. I also saw promotions for certain competitors. Guess this would be considered one of those home field advantages. Wow, even the food is similar. I muttered, walking past a ramen stand. It's surprising how much some of the stuff here mirrors a world entirely different from theirs. An infinite universe applied to the greater multiverse. I shrugged. There was the theory that the collective unconscious of humanity permeated beyond just the cluster of Earths that Alea was personified in. Sort of like an unconscious psychic connection that humanity had with its counterparts across dimensions. Whether it was true or not was anyone's guess, but something seemed to connect humanity as a greater whole. Anything that can be imagined is happening somewhere at some time. Pretty much. I nodded. Creation is full of wonderful and unimaginable things. This is mundane by comparison. Not that it wasn't interesting. Ooh. I paused, looking at someone handing out flyers. Can I have one? I walked up to the kid, who looked to be around 17 to 18. We're doing tours from 12 to 3 o'clock. He handed me the paper. Reading it over, I couldn't help but have my lips curl up in a smile. The academy here, Haven Academy, was doing tours, perhaps in an attempt to bring in talent from other kingdoms. I was actually quite interested in one of these supposed huntsman academies. I pulled out my scroll and checked the time. Should have a couple more hours, but I guess I'll head there now and maybe grab a bite to eat afterwards. I spoke quietly to myself, looking up to the peak of a city where I saw the academy towering over everything. The flyer said to just head up and I would be welcomed. It was a nice little walk through the city. The hike up top did briefly give me some flashbacks to the land of shadows and that despicable mountain I climbed, but otherwise, it was still a very beautiful scene. And I wasn't the only person making the little trek. Of course, I could see there were other avenues to approach, a road that winded down the little peak that vehicles were driving down. I even saw a bullhead fly up and land on a platform especially for aircraft. But I chose just to take the stairs, and boy were there a lot of them. Thankfully, I was more than accustomed to something of this level. Frankly, it didn't even match my morning routine. And it was amusing to see all the other guests going up and down. It was quite lively. Right this way, the next tour will begin shorts, if you could all gather in the grand hall. A woman shouted at the entrance of the gate, perhaps a teacher judging by her age. She ushered everyone forwards towards a large building. Great Hall was probably an apt name. It was very grandiose. The whole school was very well designed. The just little peeks I took around the area made for a very flattering picture for the academy as a whole. I followed a few more heads inside, children and adults looking around with wonder. I couldn't help but feel something similar. While I wasn't as in awe due to the nature of the academy, I was more so appreciating the whole thing as an outsider to this world. I walked around a bit, admiring everything until my eyes fell on a large statue that decorated the center of the hall. Something pulled on my attention. I walked over, placing my hand on it, and I felt the faintest feeling of magical energy, which wasn't too strange considering the nature of the dust here, but this thing didn't look like it had any contact with dust. All right, everyone, we're about to begin the next tour. A peppy voice boomed over the building, drawing everyone's attention. I glanced back at the statue and hesitantly wove an illusion over myself, watching everyone file out of the building. You think something is here? Call it instinct, I replied, undoing my little illusion as everyone left. Maybe it's nothing, but a mystery is fun to explore. I put my hand back on the statue, pulsing magical energy into it. No immediate reaction, but I was mildly surprised to find out that the thing was an elevator. Taking another look around, and seeing the place empty, swiped Mirage again, appearing out under the thing in the elevator's shaft as I started to fall a long distance down. My wings unfurled to catch myself, landing quietly at the base near a large lake. The platform I landed on was basically connected to a large rock with big tree growing out of it. I looked up the elevator shaft to see the whole thing surrounded by a large cavern. I must have been way under the city at this point. Fascinating, I mumbled, taking in my surroundings. The magical energy here is much more concentrated. This place gives a strange feeling. Yeah, something is here. I took a step forward on the platform I found myself on. At the other end, there was a strange orange door. The platform underneath me began to light up, illuminating the whole area. I approached the door, and was surprised to see it not connected to anything, merely sitting perfectly on that location. I poked it, prodded it, and nothing happened. Interesting. I tapped my chin. What did you discover? I think this leads to another realm, or another subdimension. The feeling is similar to that dimension lost sacred gear. I hummed. Can't you break into it then? Of course. I just wanted to examine it first. I replied. It's not every day I can inspect subspaces created through magical means. The amount of magical energy rolling off this thing, it was clear where its origin lay. I took out Zelretch's trusty notebook and began to take a few notes, snapping a picture for future reference. The old man would probably find this interesting too. He didn't see any magical sources from his own peaks here. Well, here we go. I placed my hand on the gateway. It didn't seem to want to budge. Arrogant little thing. I muttered. There appeared to be a sort of magical locking mechanism placed, trying to stop me from forcibly activating it. I pulled on the kaleidoscope, overlaying the coordinates for the dimension on top of the door, basically bypassing any seals or locks the creator put on it. Essentially, I used the door as a reference to open a window. Could I have just blown through the locks? Sure, but I didn't know what was on the other side and didn't want to be responsible for any kind of catastrophe. The door began to swirl with the familiar iridescent colors I was used to at this point. I smugly walked through the portal, getting hit by the dry air of a desert, sand basically floating in the air. This is amazing. Drake looked awed by what we saw. An entire desert inside this place. I shared similar thoughts. This would not have been easy to create by the average mage. I couldn't help but admire how thoroughly this subdimension was anchored to the real world. It was not at all breaking apart, nor was it unsteady in the slightest. I am genuinely impressed. The person who made this must have been a genius. This place would easily be able to last for another 1,000 years without any interference. Probably more than that, but it was my conservative guess. Hell, it would probably survive until the end of this planet for good. So, you gonna check that thing out? I stopped my admiring, turning towards the thing he was referring to. There was a stone pedestal off to the side, and a very particular object on top of it, adorned with gold and a glowing blue glass center. Walking over to it, there seemed to be no traps of anything. I suppose the creator of this place assumed no one could get inside without his permission? Looks like a lantern, a lamp of some sort. I touched it gently, only to blink in confusion. This is not a normal magical item. Yeah, no way was this just a mystic code or something similar. What do you think, Drake? Divine, he said simply. You think this thing is divine in origin? I gently placed my hand on it again. Honestly, it doesn't give me that overbearing feeling a divine construct would, but then again, Dawnbreaker is also divine in origin, even it was meant for mortal hands. Perhaps this was similar then? I pulsed my magical energy inside of it and was hit with immediate resistance. Actually, it felt like something looked back at me. I reeled back in surprise as the object began to glow bright. A visible magical phenomenon occurred where magical energy exploded out. A woman appeared, floating above the lamp. Gold chains rattled on her limbs. Blue skin drew my attention. But most importantly, why are you naked? I couldn't help but ask the floating woman. Seemingly ignoring my question, she looked down at me with the most confused face I've ever seen. Who are you? How have I never seen you before? Chapter 104. Isn't it polite to introduce yourself first before demanding someone's name? I looked at this genie incredulously. She just blinked at me in confusion, staring intently as if my face would give away some kind of secret. I am Jinn, spirit of the relic of knowledge. She hovered over the lamp, seemingly regaining her composure as she crossed her legs and crossed her arms over her breasts. Kay! She frowned, as if to expect some other kind of reaction. Who are you? Why can I not see you? She slowly descended, landing in front of me. First name, Bob. Last name, the Builder. I was curious what she meant by not being able to see me, though I had some guesses if she was the spirit of this so-called relic of knowledge. Probably not the best idea to say my name to her before I know what's going on. No, you're not. She rubbed her temples, ignoring what ridiculous name I gave her. You are, Y-U-W, Will. Her eyes began to glow brightly as she stared at me. I could practically taste the magical power flowing around her. You are infinite. Her eyes rolled back, and she went limp. I quickly moved to catch her, her legs wobbly as she seemed to need a moment to regain her focus. Her eyes unglazed, set on me again as her hand hesitantly reached out to cup my cheek. You're real, she whispered as she went to poke my arm and chest. I would hope so. She just giggled to herself as her focus drifted back to me and she calmed down. How did you get here? Well, I was looking for the restroom, and one thing led to another. Here I was. She gave me a deadpanned look. You came to this dimension by accident, she said dryly. Yup. No idea what she's talking about. You're lying, she stated, tilting her head. I'm being lied to, she whispered to herself again, turning back to me. Do it again. Do what? I just blinked in confusion. Lie to me. I'm a giant purple platypus? She let out a cute little giggle. I can't tell if you're speaking the truth or not, I don't know. I am missing context here. I interjected on her little laughing fit. She smiled, turning towards me again. I am Jinn, spirit for the relic of knowledge. I know everything past and present. Every century I can answer 3 questions about anything not pertaining to the future. 2 questions remain. Oh, well, that isn't good. And you are unknown to me. Her face invaded my personal space. There are only 2 individuals that I cannot see, I cannot hear. You are most certainly not one of the brother gods. Welp, looks like you were right, Drake. Knew it. How much you want to bet these gods are responsible for why the world is fucked up? Suckers bet. So, you can hear people's thoughts? She had a form of clairvoyance, I guess, to see everything that's going on in the world. I know everything past and present. And you can't hear my thoughts. Correct. Oh, that's good. Would be awkward otherwise. I don't have to read your thoughts to know what you're thinking. She rolled her eyes, her arms pushing against her breasts for added effect. That's fair. I nodded. They were very nice boobs. I have 2 questions remaining for the century. You may ask your questions. I'm guessing that I have to intend to use said questions. Otherwise they would have been used up already. That is correct. She stated. Huh, are you allowed to just tell me whatever you want? If so, that would be a big loophole. I am not allowed to divulge information unknown to you, other than my purpose and my origin and anything that corresponds to my use. She iterated. That seems mildly exploitable if you were keen to. I pointed out, earning a small smirk from her. But I don't really have any questions that need the use of magic to answer right now. I would think this over a bit, see if anything stuck out. I was not really hung up on any particular issue that needed this method to deliver an answer. I'll see you later. I waved at her, turning around, only for her to block my way. Probably best to not mess around with this thing if I don't need to. You're leaving. A yes? Places to be, people to see. And you aren't taking me? She gestured towards the supposed relic. I hadn't planned on it. Felt weird to take it now. Maybe if it were a weapon or something I would be more enthused, but it's probably useless outside of Remnant. Take me with you, she said sternly. That seems like more trouble than it's worth. I replied. I hesitate to ask why you want to come with me. How long do you think this dimension has existed? How long do you think it has been since another person has found and used me? She asked, clearly getting around the issue of telling me information I wouldn't know. So you're lonely here? I hazarded a guess. I looked at you. She pushed her forehead against mine, staring into my eyes. So many colors. Remnant is just one tiny little speck. My face hardened, realizing what she was talking about. You tried to peek at something you shouldn't have. My eyes narrowed at her. She hesitated for a moment, stepping back. I am Jinn, spirit for the relic of knowledge. I am supposed to know everything. Never before have I not known something unless it was the hands of my creators. Now something like that was dangled in front of me. She sounded excited. What exactly are you trying to say? Take me with you, she reiterated. I think I understood what she wanted. You don't just mean from this place, do you? I don't know what I saw, but there was so much, and I want to know it all. She moved her arms, letting me see her body fully. Anything you want, I'll give it to you, just please take me with you. This is not how I expected today go. I guess she more or less parsed that I'm not from around here, even if she couldn't quite understand what she peeked at. And how she did that in the first place. Some kind of divine magic's woven into her creation, perhaps. I rubbed my temples, forcing myself to look away. Are you going to take her? Drake asked. I'm considering it. Should I remind you not to think with your dick? Honestly, I'm not. I actually have an idea of how she would be useful. My home needs something to hold together the magics to overlay it on multiple world lines. That lamp is holding this dimension together. My guess is that it would work for my needs. And from what she's talking about, I don't think she would mind looking after everything as long as she can continue to learn new things. So, you want her as what, your maid? If she's fine with that? And that's a bit pedantic compared to what I explained. And you don't think there would be any issues in taking her with us? I have no idea what she was created for, what her true purpose is beyond just answering these questions. But she's a sapient creature, a person who expressed her own will. If this is what she wants and she's okay with the terms, I would have a clear conscience in anything that happens afterwards. I turned back towards Jin. You're not abandoning your duty by wanting to come with me? Honestly had no idea what she was intended for, so I was just taking a shot in the dark here. I am only obligated to answer questions when the quota is available for whoever holds the relic, she stated. I rubbed my chin at her words. So as long as I keep your answers at 0, that means no one would ever be able to force something out of you. She smiled brightly at my statement as I paced lightly around the area, thinking this through. Admittedly, she checked quite a few of my boxes. Fuck it. What am I even being hesitant for? I'm a greedy person. I turned my gaze back at her. Once you agree to this, you'll be mine and I don't give up what's mine. I made sure she knew what she was getting into. I already said I would give you everything. She smiled. Take me with you. I want to see everything, know everything out there. Fine. I conceded. I'll have a job for you soon. For now, return to the relic. I'll take it with me. She gave me a smile, quickly placing her lips against my cheek before dissipating and turning into smoke that got swept back up into the lamp. I didn't take it yet, lest this dimension come crashing down on me. I have a thought. Is it about how I just accepted a genie as my employee? No, it's something else. Drake spoke. I remember looking at the book you read, the one about the kingdoms. Yeah. Well, wasn't the symbol of this kingdom a lamp, similarly to this one you just obtained? You don't think? I mean, it could be a coincidence. But then again, it is a divinely created item, hidden under the city of the kingdom that uses it as a symbol. And there was one kingdom whose symbol was a sword. Oh. I took a moment to contemplate what he just said. Well, Drake, I think I should pay a visit to Vacuo. Coincidence, or not, definitely going to check this out. The relic was on the kingdom's flag, under the kingdom's academy. Other kingdoms have objects on their flags as well, each also having a huge academy. Not a big leap in logic. Ah, that was the kingdom's name. Yup. I feel like there are some very educational reasons that I can't care to make up to rationalize stealing that sword. If it exists, that is. Well, guess it's time to pay a visit to the big desert to the west. Well, she did say that she doesn't get visitors, so it's likely this sword, if it does exist, is also sealed away. Wait. She said 3 wishes a century and only 2 remained. That means she was visited within the last century. I rubbed my chin. I don't think she can actually lie, so there appears to be more going on than what I know, but at the same time Jin wouldn't be much help unless I used her questions. The plot thickens. I muttered, pushing away thoughts for now. It really didn't concern me for the moment. I yoinked the relic quickly, opening up a new passage out of the subdimension. My day was far from over yet. Chapter 105. I hate sand. It's coarse, rough, and gets everywhere. You deserve to die for that joke. Hee hee. I looked around at the endless sand dunes. The sun beating down on me, the dry air that pushed against my face. I've been here for like 5 minutes and yet, fuck this place. If there wasn't the possibility of a sword in this for me, I would totally have bailed. Hang on, I'm trying to find a memory of cheese so I can enjoy it with all that wine. I just grumbled, kneeling down and grabbing a handful of sand to add to a baggie, putting it away in my ring. Looking up, I could see the academy on the horizon. It was perhaps the tallest thing on the entire continent. And I knew for a fact I didn't appear too far away. Actually, I wanted to approach from a distance away. Popping up in the middle of a crowded area would probably been a bad idea. A little skip, and I was much closer, actually having to tilt my head up to see the whole thing. The city's walls practically in touching distance. It was an interesting design, a mix between Egyptian and probably Central America. The academy itself was a ziggurat, and instead of a city, it looked like a mobile market that sprang up overnight. While I doubt that conclusion, it looked like instead of an actual city, this place was formed by people settling down all around the academy and just continue to grow in that regard. I guess I couldn't blame them. This was probably the safest place on the continent from what I've read. Understandably, a desert isn't really a place for civilization to thrive. Well, this particular desert was lacking a large source of constant water like the Nile in Egypt. There was almost a straight shot to the academy, like a road that no one dared to block. In fact, as I walked down it, I drew quite a few eyes. None quite hostile, but I could tell I was being watched intently. I paid it no mind, taking my scroll out to start taking pictures. While I did in fact wish to document the sights, I tried my best to seem like an oblivious tourist before ducking out and weaving an illusion over myself and making my way towards the gates. While they were guarded, no one even batted an eye as I walked through, large weapon on my back and combatish clothes. I could only assume there were several hundred students at a minimum. There was no way the guards would recognize every single one. The inside was more minimalistic than Haven Academy over in Mistral. A product of their environment, I could only assume. Even the kids didn't just stand around outside or just do school kid things. Honestly, it seemed like everyone had somewhere to be here, moving with a purpose. But what caught my eye, at the center of this courtyard I walked into a large statue of a sword, similar to the one I saw of Jin at Mistral. Well, I'll be damned. I put a hand on it and felt something very familiar. Ha! Called it. Well done, Drake. I'm deciding dinner tonight. Fine. You definitely earned this. I quickly pulsed mana and got an idea of the structure and ripped open a portal down the elevator shaft. The feeling of my wings coming out was refreshing as always. Oh, it's a bit different. I swept my eyes around my surroundings, landing on a platform reminiscent of the one from Mistral. Except there wasn't a large tree here. Instead, there was this bioluminescence plant everywhere that lit up the cavern. I looked around for a moment more before taking out the relic of knowledge, giving it a little tap. Jen! A moment later, the naked blue woman came out in a swirl of mist, looking down on me. Do you have a question? She asked me happily. No, got something else I wanted your help with. Oh, do you require relief? She looked at me, coquettishly. Yee. Focus. Right. I shook my head. Later, I said, clearing my throat. Actually, thought you may want to be here for this. She hummed, not commenting as she took in her surroundings, clearly recognizing where she was. So, I'm assuming that a sword is on the other side of that door. I pointed towards a dimensional door, just like Jin's. She smirked. Is that a question? She lazily floated towards me. I suppose you can answer. I grumbled. This is going to get annoying. I'm going to have to find a way to overcome that limitation. Her eyes brightened immediately, clearly giving me an approving look. I suppose such a limitation is an annoyance on her as well. I stepped towards the bright orange door at the other end of the platform. The makeup was almost exactly the same. Placing my hand on it, the colors began to swirl and change as I hijacked it for my own purposes. Amazing, Jin commented, looking at what I was going. I guess you're already aware I am capable of magic. I looked towards her. Now that you have confirmed it, I can speak of it freely, she beamed. I'm curious where you learned such a thing. That is a long answer that would need many drinks for me to explain. I waved her off. Let's deal with this first. I offered my hand to her as she took it without a second thought, and we walked through the portal. Immediately, the rush of cold air hit me. What the hells? I spat out, the cold air a stark contrast from the world outside. Jin just hovered nearby, giggling to herself. I didn't dwell on it long, my eyes moving towards a sword on a pedestal nearby. So, am I going to find another naked woman when I touch this one? Would you be disappointed? Jin's eyes twinkled in amusement. I would not be. I came to the conclusion as I glanced at her legs. I didn't hesitate this time. I placed my hand on the sword, and nothing happened. No beautiful sword spirit to tempt me then. Don't sound so disappointed when I'm right here. She cooed, head right next to my ear. All right, time to stop messing around. I gave the sword another thorough look. The blade was almost crystalline in structure, could have even been mistaken for glass, if a different shade of blue than my mirage. It was decorated in gold, following the Relic of Knowledge's color scheme and overall design. Good weight. I gave it a swing. It is amazingly well balanced, so I have no idea what this does, and I hesitate to mess around with a divine weapon. Hem. Jin sat her head on my shoulder, getting my attention. Fine, I guess I'll ask a quest. I paused as something expanded out of Jin. The snow stopped falling, the world around us freezing as Jin landed on her feet. Did you just stop time? Jin looked at me smugly. I am allowed to stop time while you ask your question. How? I couldn't help but blurt out. The amount of power needed to stop time for an entire world. Unless that's not what you're doing. I muttered. No, that's obvious not what you're doing. Even your creators couldn't stop time for the entire planet for an extended period. A little bubble, a pocket of localized time created around us. We are outside of the normal time and space axis for a brief moment. Then you insert us back right at the moment we left. Jin's eyes widened slightly. You are frighteningly knowledgeable, she whispered before her look turned something more predatorily. I look forward to milking you for all your secrets. She waved her hands, the lamp appearing in her hands. Ask your question. The relics, I want to know everything about them. Jin smiled as scenes began to emerge through magical means. Images flashed through the air, showing their creation, the gods who birthed them and passed them down to humanity. 4 relics in total, each representing one of their gifts to mortals. Knowledge, creation, choice, destruction. They weren't just powerful items created by divine hands, they had another purpose. Their creators, these brother gods, they left remnant for who knows where. But when the 4 relics are gathered together, they act as a beacon to summon the gods back, and they will judge humanity. The details on that are vague as they aren't part of the relic's history, but the idea of calling back these gods who so readily abandoned the planet, it didn't sit well with me. I shook my head, compartmentalizing everything I just learned. 4 relics, huh? I looked as the surroundings returned to normal, as we aligned back with the normal flow of time. That's right, and you now possess the relic of knowledge and the relic of destruction. Jin confirmed. I guess since we both know that information, she can speak it openly. I looked down at the sword of destruction. It possesses the ability to destroy anything 3 times every century. Otherwise, it is just a supernaturally good sword, even divine in quality. The idea that it could destroy anything almost made me snort in contempt. I doubt the gods who created it would allow themselves to be destroyed by such a thing. Let me guess, it utilizes the concept of destruction and forces it onto a target, thereby destroying it. Jin paused again. You can even understand the conceptual nature of the relic. Truly, I have no regrets about my decision. I held the sword out in front of me. What do you think, Drake? Pardon. Jin looked at me in confusion. Might as well let me meet her. Right, I almost forgot. I smiled at my new companion, summoning the boosted gear on my hand. She marveled at it, almost hypnotically so. Hello. The gem on the gauntlet lit up, Drake's voice coming through. Hello to you too, Jin said with clear amusement in her voice. I do not know who you are. This is becoming the best day of my existence. I am Drake Gotch, the Red Dragon Emperor, he introduced himself. A dragon? Jin exclaimed in surprise. I take it dragons are rare? I hazard a guess. Jin sighed. Is that a question? She sighed in annoyance. Not directed at me. It was probably frustrating she couldn't speak plainly about certain topics. She huffed, moving closer to me. May I? By all means. I held it out for her to inspect. I wouldn't hold back with my people. She already gave herself to me. If she wanted to look at my stuff, I wouldn't stop her. Fascinating. I can tell this was not created by mortal hands. She spoke without much thought in her words. My free hand slipped down, moving towards her ample rear and giving her but a little squeeze. Her head perked up. She gave me a knowing smile as she adjusted herself to give me a better angle. As much as you both are undoubtedly enjoying this, perhaps we could focus on the important matter at hand, he said dryly. I wanted to argue that I had a very important matter in hand, but he was right. I could molest her, but whenever I wanted, needed to focus on this sword. So, you thinking what I was thinking with this sword? Power of destruction? Yup. I nodded. They work off similar concepts. I can probably use the sword as a catalyst to bring out my bloodline. What is the power of destruction? Jin looked at me expectantly. A bloodline ability of my family. It's similar to the ability of a sword, the power to destroy anything essentially, though it varies on strength depending on the user. I sat down cross-legged on the cold ground, bringing out my enchanting table from Skyrim and placing the sword of destruction on it as Jin quietly sat down across from me, happy to watch what I was going. Aura gave my bloodline a little push, but it isn't enough. I closed my eyes and held out a single finger and focused on that little budding seed I had deep within me. My aura flared as it tried to coalesce on it, to nourish that tiny little speck. I could feel a bit of sweat pouring down my brow as I forced it to materialize. Opening my eyes, there was the tiniest whiff of destruction energy. The blackish energy blowing each way as I focused on reeling in the tiny little manifestation. This is the best I could do. Maybe in a few centuries of trial and effort, it could become usable. I said dryly, though the strain of just maintaining this little thing was visible. I was forcing it out, forcing it to take root. But what if the sword nourishes it? Drake practically voiced my thoughts. I didn't bother with any more words. I held the sword with the boosted gear, and I pushed my power of destruction inside. Using my aura to guide it, the concepts of the two foreign entities began to react. Using the techniques that ScatHack taught me, I began to refine the weapon and my bloodlines into each other while using the enchanting table to help facilitate the process. My eyes shot open as I let out a gasp of breath. My aura was sucked in. My supposedly ridiculous amount of aura was drained in a second, and I felt like I had just been punched in the kidney by a dragon. The sword fell to the table as I clutched my heart. The next few moments were a blur, as I felt like something was forcibly flowing in and out of me, my body trying to cope with the process. When I finally regained my surroundings, I found myself staring up at a familiar blue face. Well, that was unpleasant. I muttered. Was that what happens when your aura gets drained so rapidly? My soul felt like it was gasping for breath. Are you okay? Jin looked down, my head resting in her lap. Yeah, I mumbled, sitting up. That was an interesting experience. You're telling me. I rubbed my eyes. I think I succeeded, but some unforeseen consequences. I looked at the sword of destruction float up next to me with a small smile on my face. With another thought, my aura flared, and it ignited in the familiar destructive energy. The sword is a catalyst, and my aura is acting as a fuel due to how I merged them together. The only issue is that I don't think I'll ever use my power of destruction without the sword. It wasn't going to be much help anytime soon anyways. Well, you're not exactly on a clock. Yeah, I knew what he wanted to say. I have no regrets. The opposite, actually. With a thought, my sword flashed through the air, cutting in every direction, destructive energy cascading off. I was quite happy. I have the power of destruction. FGOO make number 2 Solomon's Temple epilogue. And that's how I saved the world. We all sat around one of Chaldea's large conference tables. Servants all filed in the room looking around. But most gazes were on me and Meridia. Pardon. Meridia gave me a look. How exactly did you save the world? Well, obviously if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be here. Thus, I will accept everyone's heartfelt thanks. I mean, she may have slapped Goichi around until he started to cry, or turned to horrific rage, but I think I played a much bigger part in this battle. No. Amiya seemed to answer for everyone. He's just jealous. So, this is your wife. Ritsuka spoke up. Yup, it's our 1-year anniversary today. I squeezed her hand. How exactly did you two meet? Da Vinci asked. Because you said she wasn't from Outworld. I'm glad you asked. I love telling the story. Don't you dare. Meridia tried to shush me, but it was inevitable. It all began with a simple boon granted by a goddess. I started to spin my tale. You see, I cleansed a certain temple for said goddess, and she proposed to me, "What do you wish for your reward?" So, I of course looked her dead in the eyes and said, "Be my woman, and the rest is history." Everyone was silent, except for Gilgamesh, who burst out laughing at the end of the table. Good, very good mongrel, exactly how one of my citizens should act. He caught his face with his hand, seemingly lost in his own laughter. Meridia just turned bright red, covering her face with her own hands. So you tricked her into being your wife. Why am I not surprised? Jean hissed. I turned my head toward her, flipping my hand over to retrieve a golden chalice, taking a large drink from it. Pardon, did you say something? She began to twitch violently. Is that a holy grail? Why, I do believe it is, huh? I took another sip of my drink, setting it on the table. Wilhelm, why do you have a holy grail not registered with our systems? Romani, sitting next to Da Vinci, sighed. Yes, Jean, why do I have a holy grail not registered with their systems? My lips curled up, a smirk on my face as I stared at her. She ground her teeth. Because you stole it. Context please? Ritsuka raised his hand. Well, I realized one day that I was missing a centerpiece of my coffee table and thought, hey, wouldn't a holy grail make a wonderful addition to the decor? So I set out onto a grail war. The grinding of Jean's teeth filled the room. I was the ruler for that war, and he comes in and steals it, leave me to clean up the mess. She pointed at me shouting, "You arrogant, hellspawn, damn perverted," conceited. I lifted the grail up again, tuning her out as I took another sip. I looked her right in the eyes as she finished. Spell a single one of those words. There was a moment of silence as my words were processed. "Rayara," she screamed, trying to leap over the table at me, only for Mashu to try and hold her back. "Lord, give me strength, so I can, MFPHH. Saint Martha grabbed the other saint, covering her mouth as she dragged her away, arms still trying to reach for me. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 106. I floated high in the desert, no living being in any direction besides me and Jin, who floated nearby, content to just observe. My sword of destruction flew around me, a faint glow that even made me hesitate to touch it. That inky energy that ever so slightly pulsed off of the blade as I used my aura to manifest my power of destruction. With a thought, the sword shot down onto the dunes. A massive pillar of sand exploded upwards on the impact, only to visibly disintegrate as my sword unleashed its torrent of destruction. Grimm were rustled from their sleep, attracted to the attention in droves. Many I did not recognize. Those that took refuge under the massive sands had decided to show themselves, baring their fangs and claws at me. I couldn't help but smile as my sword just flew at them, almost comical in the way it cut through the horde like a hot knife through butter. Their bodies didn't even have time to dissipate in their normal manner, my destructive energies consuming them entirely. I wasn't just playing around, I wanted to see what the drain was like on my aura reserves. While something that was noticeable with prolonged use, it appears as though I wouldn't burn myself out immediately upon using my newfound power. My reserves were still more or less around 90%, and that was with me intentionally pushing more into it than I needed to just mess around. Once all the Grimm were dead, I slowly glided to the ground, Jin following behind. Initial tests looking good, unrefined, but the power was definitely there. Drake replied, the gauntlet still manifested on my arm. It might be more important to fine-tune your control at this point. Your power of destruction can easily go out of control if you aren't careful. I scratched my head. Yeah, I realized that. It was hard to rein in. I'm nowhere near using it against someone I don't want to completely obliterate yet. I let my other swords float out. I had another thought. After getting a feel for it, maybe I could make another attempt to utilize it without the sword in the future. Well, that's something to consider down the line. I admired my swords. Sword of Destruction, Mirage, Whisper, Ascalon, Dawnbreaker. I admired my growing collection with glee. Any plans on collecting the other relics? Jin pressed up against my back, putting her chin on my head. No. I shook my head. From what I saw, the relic of creation is keeping Atlas up in the air. I thought back to the information I was shown. Atlas, the kingdom to the north, a floating city. It was perhaps the technological focal point of Remnant, even drawing my attention by what they were able to create with dust as the backbone of their technology. It was an interesting creation, the relic of creation. It wasn't limited to 3 uses, like the other relics, but it had other restrictions. It couldn't be used to directly harm, and it could only create one thing at a time, and anything created previously would disappear on the next use. Not to mention not being able to create life, among other things. Their entire city was kept suspended in the air due to the relic, though in public they claimed gravity dust. I couldn't in good conscience take that thing if it was quite literally supporting so many people's livelihoods. And the relic of choice, that just seems worthless to me. I pursed my lips. The relic of choice, the crown. It allowed one to peer into the future 3 times each century. I could pretty much guess that it would not function properly outside of Remnant, not to mention being utilized on something like me, an outside context it had no way to simulate possibilities with. Yeah, it wasn't true future sight. Essentially, it allowed one to peer into future possibilities. What a name! Choice, I snorted. The best choice would be to not use it. The future was fleeting, ever-changing. Wanting to know the lottery number next month? Sure. Wanting to see who you married 10 years down the line? Good luck, that future was probably shattered by your choice in viewing it. An interesting thought, Jin said with a small bit of humor. Besides, it seems like those 2 relics may help Remnant if it ever reaches that point. It seems that someone is aware of these things, based on what you've told me in the past. I looked up at the pointy-eared genie. Jin just hummed noncommittedly. I have a question. Jin was about to open her mouth, but I stopped her. About your existence. I clarified. Oh, what does my master wish to know? She cooed. I'm your master now, huh? I already offered up my everything. Keep that up and I'll take you right here. I gave her a little slap on the butt, hearing a cute little noise from her. But my question is regarding if you can take anything inside the lamp with you. She tilted her head, clearly thinking. I have never had to consider this possibility before. I cannot take any living creatures inside with me, why? I flipped my hand over, bringing out a stack of books. Figured you may want some reading material. Jin sucked in a long breath of air, hands reaching for the book on the top, looking at the title and not recognizing it. She grabbed it, hugging it to her chest. I have a couple days to kill before I'm needed anywhere. Didn't know if you would prefer to read those inside your lamp or not. Jin looked at me, then back at the pile of books. She waved her hand, turning them into smoke as they entered the lamp she held in her hands. She looked like she was about to go in herself, but she paused, peeking her head over her shoulder and running a hand over her rear. This is yours whenever you want it, she declared, turning into mist and going into her little home. I stared at the lamp as it floated over into my hands. Well then, surprised you didn't follow up on that. Me too. Gods know my libido is ridiculous, being a healthy young man and part devil. But honestly, I kinda want my first time to be with one of my girls. That is sickeningly wholesome. Doesn't she count as one of your girls? It's not the same thing. I shrugged. She's mine but not mine. That was about the best way I could describe it. Anyways, I willed the sword of destruction back over. Let's find some more targets. Use the boosted gear too, I want to try some tricks out. Sure, let's cut loose. I let out a laugh, seeing a small herd of Grimm on the horizon. Plenty of targets. I yawned, walking towards a familiar shop in Vale. The aged building a welcome sight as I walked inside, the bell expected. I'm back. I greeted the old man behind the counter. You're just in time, he said slowly, looking rather tired himself. I had to work through the night to finish this up before the deadline, he stated, pulling a wrapped object up from under the counter. It was like Christmas as I unwrapped it. Beautiful. I admired his work. The black leather goes perfectly with the handle of my blade, and these golden enamel decorations are just amazing. They were simplistic, yet retained a certain elegance that complemented the sword. Well, don't keep an old man waiting, try her out, the old man impatiently said. Bringing out Mirage, I slowly slid it into its new home. Nice and snug. Ha! The old man laughed. My wife used to say the same. I almost choked, catching a smirk from the old man. I saw some youngsters putting posters up all over town of you. He eyed me. I admit, I didn't take you seriously before, but you really going to compete, lad? Damn right, I acknowledged. Well, in the interest of an earlier retirement. He leaned in. What do you think your odds of winning are? He raised an eyebrow. I have confidence in myself, I said politely. He hummed to himself. I tell you what, you win this thing, and I won't charge you, but if you lose, you cover all of my losses. All right, I'm in. It was a good deal considering I didn't plan on losing. Oh ho, I look forward to it, young man. I smiled, bidding him goodbye as I left, new sheath in hand with Mirage stored inside. Admittedly, it felt a little strange walking around with my sword like this, but there was also a strange confidence that came with it by my side. The trek to Junior's bar was grabbing much more attention than before. People all over were turning their heads, pointing fingers, and whispering as I walked by. Hell, there were posters on practically every wall I passed, and I admit that Roman really does do good work with the camera. Walking towards the club, I flipped my hand, taking out the bag of bagels from the other day as I entered. Where have you been? I heard a voice shout at me. Happy to see you too, Miltia. I waved. All attention was on me now. It seemed like the whole gang was here. Told you, boss man. Kid wasn't going to get cold feet, Roman commented. Yeah. Can we get this show on the road? I do have to set up for tonight's preliminaries. Miltia walked up to me in a huff. I've been looking everywhere for you. Do you have any idea how much we had to run around because of you? We had to start making plans in case you didn't show up. Sorry, I was preoccupied. I held my arms up in surrender, though I offered the bag to her. Bagel! She snorted, snatching the bag out of my hands, taking a bagel out and menacingly taking a bit out of it while giving me the stink eye. The bag suddenly disappeared from her hands. Like glass shattering, Miltia huffed again, turning her gaze towards Neo, who offered the bag to Roman while stuffing one in her own mouth. Thanks for the snack, kid. Roman waved happily. I just rolled my eyes. How've you been, Miltia? She was worried about you, couldn't even sleep. Thought you got in trouble. Melanie shouted, playing with an empty glass. Fuck off. Miltia growled, walking back up to the bar to sit down as I followed behind. Nice weapon, kid. Did you pick it up at an antique store? Roman asked, eyeing my obvious addition. Yes, actually. And funnily enough, I saw that exact hat there. I pointed at the hat on top of his head. Huh, nice. He chuckled. Well, at least you look presentable. Thought I would have to give you some random mook's weapon. Neo tugged on his sleeve, gesturing. Oh, right. Neo did give you a backup weapon. He snickered along with his mute partner. All right, children. Junior silenced everyone. Got a private bullhead booked. Pilot is on the pay. He's going to disappear when we land, so don't expect him as your flight home. He turned to Miltia. You remember how to fly one of those things? I'm still licensed. Miltia replied. I stared at her incredulously. What? I like flying, so sue me. She crossed her arms. When the flights inevitably get grounded, they'll be looking for our original pilot, since he's on the paperwork, which will let Miltia and Melanie slip under the radar for a while. That also means the exit is going to be hot with air control on your asses before you can clear the city. Junior just nodded. At the kid's signal, I'm going to move on the spider's people, clearing out Veil of all her eyes. So you should be safe once you get back with the stuff. Me and Neo will be hitting our spots. Neo's closer to the third location, but I'll join her by the time she finishes up, then we'll go to ground for a while. Roman nodded. After this, the spider bitch will be on your ass even more, kid. She'll know you're related to me, and she was just robbed. Putting 2 and 2 together is something she can do with a bit of effort. And the tournament is my best protection. I pointed out. As long as you win, you'll have nothing to fear. He stated. Well, I wouldn't have anything to fear anyways, but they didn't know that. Well, people. Junior put his hands on the counter. Let's get this show on the road. When Junior said private bullhead, he wasn't kidding. This thing was luxurious. I stared out the window. The ocean covered nearly everything as we passed by. I was surprised by how fast this thing was. Well, the continents didn't seem that far apart from one another, but even so, we cleared the distance in a few measly hours. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your pilot speaking. We will be arriving in roughly 5 minutes. I hope you all have a wonderful time visiting Mistral, and that I never see you again. I raised an eyebrow, looking at Roman. I'll miss this guy. Roman lamented. Always knew when to quip on our getaways. Neo actually looked a bit sad at his words, too. What a strange pair. You're not going to kill him, right? I asked, a little worried now. Do you take me for a common thug? Roman looked genuinely offended. I booked him a 2-week vacation in Mistral as a retirement gift. Oh, I just accepted that. Significantly more mundane than I would have thought. That's actually really nice on your part. I didn't think you would do something like that. Happy minions means jobs get done right. They get the works. Health, dental, retirement package. This guy is dipping out early. He's been with me for. He stared off for a moment. 7 years now? Damn, it really has been a long time. Good help is hard to find. You have to treat your minions right, or they'll fuck you over quicker than any police will. Huh, makes sense, I suppose. The bull head jerked slightly. I peeked out the window to see the familiar city in the distance as we began to land. All right, kid, this is where we part. I'll be using Neo's semblance for us to sneak away unseen. You can be as flamboyant as possible, actually. Take it up a few notches, really rub Malachite's nose in it. He smirked. Any last-minute advice you want to give me? I asked. He walked up to me, placing his hands on my shoulders. Don't fuck up. And he disappeared. Don't know why I expected any different. I chuckled. All right, girls, I suppose we part here? Whatever. Melanie got up and left. Miltia looked at me for a moment. Try not to get yourself killed. She walked towards the door. It's hard to find someone to shop with who isn't Mel. She left with that. The place was even busier than when I was here the other day. Crowds upon crowds of people were pushing everywhere, but it was easy to spot where I needed to register. There was a large stadium to the north side, which housed many smaller arenas for these preliminary matches. Doing my best to weave through the crowds, it took me a bit to finally make my way there. Actually, there were people blatantly sitting at tables with signs for registration. Hello, I'd like to sign up. I approached. Fill these out. He pushed a couple sheets of paper to me. They were basic things: age, name, origin, that sort of thing. And there was also a waiver saying they weren't responsible for any damage as a result of competing in the tournament, with a bunch of other stuff I didn't bother to read. I handed the papers back to him, and he pulled out another tag and gave it to me. You're number 702. Pay attention to the screen inside. It'll announce who's fighting and when. I just shrugged, pinning the little tag on my vest and walking inside. The screen he was talking about was pretty eye-catching. It was a massive thing that hung from the ceiling that displayed which people were fighting, when, and in which arenas. Looking up and finding my name, I saw that I had about an hour before I would be up to fight. Except, suddenly it changed, and I was given a bye. Wow, Roman's people work fast. I just shrugged, finding a comfortable spot to sit down in. I would probably be here for a bit. Chapter 107. I was a little surprised at how many people actually signed up. While I did not have an exact figure, I did see someone sporting a 4-digit number appear on the screen. Been sitting here for about an hour now. My match already came and went. I didn't even have to go to an arena to be told I progressed. Which was an obvious thing, but I kind of just wished something happened. I looked around at some of the contestants, though none really drew my attention, except one. Standing up, I walked over to a nervous kid in the corner. I would guess his age to be around 16, about the same as Ruby, give or take. He obviously looked nervous, clutching his weapon tight as he looked around, foot constantly tapping on the ground. Hey there, kid! I saw across from him. Hello! He looked surprised as I greeted him. No need to be nervous, just wanted to kill some time while I wait. I set my sword down next to me. Couldn't help but notice your weapon. What about it? He said quietly. It was a spear. But that isn't what caught my attention. It seems like everyone here has a weapon that can transform, but this kid is using a normal spear. Albeit with some additions that I could only assume was for utilizing dust, but a normal spear nonetheless. Just thought I'd strike up a conversation with someone who also didn't have a mecha-shift weapon. I tapped my sword. Oh. He seemed less on guard. He just shrugged at my statement. Never really cared about them. Thought all I needed was my spear and I would be fine. That's a good mentality to have. Some thrive with choices. Others just need something simple and reliant. I nodded. I'm curious. What are you here for? To compete. He answered unsure. I mean, some people want the glory, the thrill, or even the money. I can pretty much spot those all around here and easily guess, you not so much. The money would be nice, he mumbled, but that doesn't seem like your real reason. I wanted to fight. He asked more of a question. That's fair. I nodded at his answer. It is. Why not? Fighting is fun. It's not like you're going out and doing death duels. If you want to prove yourself, go for it. If you want the thrill of a fight, to get your blood pumping as you and your opponent push each other to their limit, awesome. Who was I to judge? Oh, he said quietly. Yeah. A bright smile formed on his face. I like to fight. Dad taught me since I was a kid. But no one in the village wants to fight me anymore. He looked a little sad. But I saw some strong people here, so I wanted to give it a shot. I like you, kid. I couldn't help but admire his pure intentions towards fighting. The name's Wilhelm. I'm Rufus. Nice to meet you, Rufus. I gave a smile. Honestly, it seems like the kind of kid scat hack would love to teach. I hope to see you make it to the top 18. Thanks, he beamed. I hope we can fight in a round. I was about to respond, but... Hey, I think you're up. I point towards the screen. Number 443, right? I eyed the tag on his shirt. Oh, yeah. He stood up quickly. I'll catch you later. He sprinted towards the arena listed. Nice kid. A little interested in watching him, but I'll let it be a surprise if he makes it far enough. I sighed, leaning back in my seat, until another thing on the screen caught my eye. What? I muttered, staring at my number being listed for Arena 11, with no opponent. Did Roman's guys fuck something up? Gods damn it. Well, may as well see how this turns out. Worst case, I have to fight some rounds, not a big deal. I walked out onto the arena, several more in the immediate vicinity, as referees watched kids beat each other up. I nodded to my own, the man standing in the middle of the arena, as I crossed my arms and waiting. Did you happen to see your opponent? He eventually asked. Don't got one. What? There was no opponent listed for me. I sighed. That's not right. He muttered, taking out his scroll and tapping away at it for a moment before scratching his head. I guess you win. I think you were supposed to get a by it. Woo, I said, very enthusiastically. I was about to walk out the arena when a voice caught my attention. Young man, young man. I turned around to see a woman briskly walking towards me with a cameraman trailing behind her. Could I have a moment of your time? Press. At this point in the tournament? Well, I suppose it makes sense. Getting shots of some potential black horses, hype up the finals and whatnot. Draw up some outrage or any kind of hype regarding events that happened. Sure, I would love to give you a moment. I put on my most charming smile. She returned the gesture, fixing her hair and blouse. Young May, if I may ask you a few questions? Certainly. I gestured for her to continue. The preliminary rounds are winding down. Can you give your thoughts on your fight so far? How hard has it been to come this far? She asked, leaning her microphone towards me. Well, I haven't fought yet. I made sure to iterate. Pardon. Oh, I'm just returning from the arena where I had no opponent. Must have been a small glitch or something. Seemingly misunderstanding me, she continued. What about your previous opponents? Had none. What? I haven't had an opponent yet. This was technically my fourth, Bida. I smiled. Her eyes lit up like she struck gold. So you mean to tell me that you have made it this far, and you have not fought in a single match? That is correct. I nodded. And that doesn't bother you? That the other competitors are fighting with everything they had at a chance to win the crown? Well, luck is a part of strength, isn't it? I asked. Since my luck is the best, doesn't that simply mean I'm the best? I smirked. Might as well give her something to show. The look on her face said everything. I hadn't even realized I had fallen asleep until someone started poking me awake. Wilhelm. A familiar voice ushered me as my eyes sprang open. I'm up. I quickly readjusted myself to see around me. I saw Rufus standing next to me awkwardly, and a large crowd in the area, many of which were giving me some very unfriendly looks. Sup? The preliminaries are almost over. Figured you would want to see? He asked awkwardly. Yeah. I rubbed my eyes. Thanks. Anything exciting happen? Well. He rubbed the back of his head. Saw the interview you did? Oh. I realized now why these people were basically giving me a death stare. Yeah, and people started paying attention, wondering why you keep getting the free slots. Rufus looking a little uncomfortable. We're wondering how he keeps cheating. Another voice snorted, walking towards us. A large guy, almost fully donned in armor, and a massive mace on his back that clearly took on other forms. No idea who this guy was, and honestly didn't care. Cheating. Prove it. I smirked. How else can you explain getting every single buy? He shouted, gathering much more attention. Maybe it's my semblance. He crossed his arms, clearly not buying it. Then what's your semblance? Being handsome. That's not a semblance. You're right. I guess my handsomeness is all natural. I nodded my head. The big guy practically growled, reaching for his weapon before stopping. You better hope you don't see me further up. He shouted again, stomping away. Who was that? I asked Rufus. Why, you don't know? He asked in confusion, earning a head shake from me. That's Gundy. He made it to the top 8 last year. Oh. I commented idly. I guess that's impressive. What kind of name is Grundy? I think it's short for Burgundy. That doesn't make any sense. Will all fighters report to the main arena? A voice bellowed out over the intercom. Guess it's showtime, kid. I slapped his shoulder, standing up and grabbing my sword. Yeah, He gripped his spear tightly in his hands. I can't wait, he beamed. How excitable. I look forward to seeing how these people fight. Their aura, their semblances. I wasn't exactly able to watch the preliminaries. I follow behind him, walking through some large doors to the other side of the large complex. I could hear the echoes of the crowd in the stands from here. It would literally shake the place when they cheered. My eyes sweeping the place, I caught a head of red hair that belonged to the supposed invincible girl. Some other faces I didn't recognize from the other area as well. A man stood at the center as we all gathered around, flanked by a couple guards. He was well built, a no-nonsense kind of look on his face. Congratulations on making it this far. His voice was very commanding. This was no small feat. You all have overcome extraordinary odds to be here. You have all bled and sweat, pushed yourselves to the brink to stand before me. His gaze shifted to me briefly, though some more than others. With his gaze, many others followed, and everyone knew who he was talking about. It's hard to be so handsome, I sighed, much to the annoyance of quite a few people. I saw the redhead look at me in confusion, and I just shot her a wink, much to her surprise. The man looked very unamused. The first round has been decided, he said evenly as the screen above us changed. I looked up at it and rolled my eyes. What a surprising result. Almost as surprising as claiming 9 buys in a row. He countered immediately. Touché. I couldn't argue with his logic. It seemed someone was pulling shenanigans over Roman's shenanigans. Not that it mattered. I just need to make it to this point in Roman's mind. I looked up at the screen again, and wouldn't you know it, my opponent was Gundy. Still a stupid name. Did the organizers have a way to force matches in case someone like me shows up that just draws a bunch of bad press? I wouldn't put it past these people. The big guy eyed me angrily from over yonder, his armor making him stand out where most people just wore some light variants. He was decked out and ready to go to war. When do we go? Now, the man said sternly, pointing towards the doors to the arena. Wow, they must really want to get rid of me. I just walked out, the sun meeting my eyes and the crowd's noise practically overtaking any sound. There must have been at least 10,000 in the stands, and the number of cameras that started flashing on me was insane. Gundy smacked his shoulder into me as he walked past, ignoring everything and walking to his side of the arena. I took a peek above us, the massive screens displaying our faces and a brief overview of our fight so far. I had to hold back a laugh when I saw mine saying bye all the way till now. The people in the stands were also not wholly welcoming of me either. The shouts that were sent my way were very telling. Makes me wish I checked the news on my scroll when I had the chance. No doubt the reporter's little segment on me must have made its rounds. An announcer stood between us, tapping on his mic, "Ladies and gentlemen." He shouted. "The first round of the finals is here," he shouted as the crowd cheered wildly. On one end, we have a face known all too well. Hailing from Mistral, Gundy Nicholson, he pointed towards the man in full armor. Then turned to me. And a new fighter, making his first appearance with an unusual record. He hesitated for a moment. Hailing from Vale, Wilhelm Schweinord. Huh, he pronounced my name correctly, props to him. Now, he calmed the crowd slightly. It's tradition for each fighter's first appearance at the finals to give a few words. He walked over to Gundy, holding his mice out. Gundy, you've been here before, you're experienced. What do you have to say to your opponent who has yet to fight a match? Gundy, with a cocky smirk on his face, grabbed the mic. I'm gonna pound him so hard, his mom is gonna be jealous. His eyes met mine and I just raised an eyebrow. Well, I was going to be nice. The announcer quickly took the mic back. Classic Gundy. He tried to laugh it off, much to the crowd's amusement. He took a moment to walk over to me. Now, Wilhelm, a lot of people have some words they probably want to say to you. Do you have anything to say to the people watching at home? How come you were able to avoid every fight until now? Well, that's an interesting story, I said happily, leaning towards his extended mic though. If you don't mind, can I give a shout out to someone who supported me all the way here? The announcer just smiled, offering the mic to me. I cleared my throat. I just wanted to thank the person who made this all happen. I wouldn't have made it here if it wasn't for him. So, in honor of the man who taught me everything I know, I have some words he left me with. I cleared my throat one more time. Go fuck yourself. Lil Miss Malachite, love Roman Torchwick. Thank you. I handed the mic back to the silent announcer. Actually, the arena became rather quiet as well. That was certainly a unique thing to say. He had no idea how to handle my words. Did they have a filter ready? Part of me wants to say no. Even my opponent just looked at me incredulously. Well then, when you hear the gong, the match will begin, he stated, clearly trying to move past that. Now! He roared to get the crowd hyped again, moving towards the edge of the arena. Let the fight begin. The sound of a massive gong vibrated through the arena. Big Ol Gundy stared at me, about to charge over, but I held my hand up. Wait! I shouted, a little surprised I could hear myself over the speakers from the entire arena. Were they able to redirect the sound that well? Remen's technology was very interesting. What? Wanna beg for mercy? I have a question. He snorted. What? Have you ever seen a fire dust crystal this big before? I pulled a crystal of fire dust about the size of a car key out of my pocket. What the hell does that have to do with any catch? I tossed it to him casually. He kind of instinctually caught it in his hand, only to stare at it strangely as it began to glow brilliantly. Boom! A huge explosion rocked the arena. A figure was seen flying out of the new smoke cloud, slamming into the side of the stadium. His body, while clearly hurt, was still able to slightly move, indicating he was living still, even if his armor was in tatters. Rune carved on a dust crystal, very effective. Without a word, I turned around and began walking back out of the arena. Only silence met my leave. Chapter 108. I walked back into the locker room, the waiting room that the contestants were staying. Was it a smart idea to have all of them staying so close together? I couldn't say, but the security only had to watch a single area, so there's that, I suppose. Oh man, what a difficult fight. I'm exhausted. I loudly declared as all eyes were immediately on me as I walked in. Do you have any idea what you did? The organizer from before looked at me with thinly veiled fury in his eyes. Won the match. I grinned. Not that, you moron. He growled, rubbing his temples. But that was also infuriating to watch. He calmed himself down. Do you have any idea who Lil Miss Malachite is? Yup. He paused, looking at me in surprise. And you still went through with that little stunt. You won't make it past today. The only reason her people haven't gotten you yet is because the tournament. I'm quaking in my boots. I rolled my eyes. There were some murmurs around me, some agreeing with the guy, others looking confused at what he was saying. Yeah, some really sheltered kids here just looked utterly confused. He just snorted. Guess we know who got you through the preliminaries now. He was referring to me dropping Roman's name. Your ass, the guy mumbled, turning to the scroll in his hands. All right, we go the next match set up. All eyes turned back to the organizer, people eager to get started. Second match of the finals will be Rufus Hedge versus Raja Sunday. Gods, the names here are just odd. I know why they did it, just doesn't really make it any less strange in my mind. Something about a dictator in a previous era that sought to eliminate any kind of expression or individuality, so parents started to name their kids after colors in protest. After the regime faded, the naming convention had stuck, practically as a reminder. Don't remember if that was the exact reason, but I think that's about the gist of it. I watched the two of them exist through the doors I just came in from. I was a bit excited to see this, but I realized something. Is there a way to watch in person? I turned towards the organizer. He didn't deem it necessary to speak to me, merely pointing towards another door in the corner. I just shrugged, walking through. I saw a little alcove under the stadium, where the fighters could peek out to watch those on the stage. It was empty, except for one person at the far end, watching the match with no small amount of interest. That was some red hair, could match mine in intensity. She turned to me as I walked into this area. Hey there, Red. I greeted the so-called invincible girl. She looked at me in surprise, registering my nickname for her. Oh, hello. She immediately replied. You're, Wilhelm. I finished for her. Right, Wilhelm. She smiled forcibly, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. I just shook my head with an amused smile, taking a notebook and pen out of my pocket as I looked towards the arena. The announcer was doing his antics again, the fighters giving a few words. Much more tame than what me and my opponent did, and I could see the hesitance when he put his mic in front of their mouths. Looking up at the big monitors, I couldn't help but notice something I didn't before. There were aura gauges marked for each fighter. I suppose it slipped my mind regarding the rules, since I wasn't really paying attention. Once someone's aura hits a critical state, the match is over. Not too surprising in of itself. It was a good way to gauge fights without resulting to possible injury or death. No. What caught my attention was that they had machines able to measure someone's aura. The light of the soul. It was quantified up there for everyone to see, and this was apparently the norm. Really, Remnant's technology just continues to impress. I focused on the fight as both Rufus and Raja took their stances. They were of similar builds and similar styles, Rufus of course using his spear, and this Raja was using a glaive with a design that reminded me of China. Interesting, I muttered. What is? I forgot I was with company as I turned towards Pyrrha. Similar builds, similar weapons, similar stances. Judging by the way they're standing, they both realize this themselves and are reacting accordingly. It'll come down to personal skill with a bit of luck. I vocalized my thoughts. She tilted her head at me, seemingly taken back by my narration. But the one with the spear appears to be younger. That's true. I gave that to her. Rufus was the younger of the two, probably by about a year. But that doesn't necessarily mean less trained. He already took a stance to accommodate his opponent's longer reach, but Raja is still keeping his weapon high. While good against a spear, it isn't taking into account Rufus's lower center of gravity. I'm guessing Raja has less actual fighting experience, but more or less equal training. That is a well-thought-out explanation. She looked at me incredulously. I had not thought that I would actually know what I'm doing and not just making a fool of myself on stage. I offered. Her lips curled up slightly, amused by my statement. I would not have put it like that. Doesn't make it any less true. I pointed out as the match began. Rufus was the one to seize initiative, rushing his opponent, forcing Raja on the defensive, though the latter was quick to regain some semblance of a defense, not allowing Rufus to push him back too far. Regardless, Rufus held the advantage. His spear favored over Raja's glaive with its stabbing attacks at such quick succession. I saw little bits of aura clipped away, the screen on top mirroring the sight as Raja's gauge began to slowly move down. It should have continued like this for a bit, until Raja made a mistake and Rufus was about to capitalize on it, a straight pierce to the chest, except, when it would have struck, Raja moved unnaturally quickly to counter the blow, knocking Rufus back and charging him. What? I voiced quietly. His semblance. Pyrrha commented. I remember him from last year. He made it to the top 8. He could retaliate against any blow using his semblance. But if I remember correctly, if he uses it too much too quickly, he gets fatigued. Fascinating. I mumbled, writing down some notes. I wonder how. My eyes widened as Rufus erupted in a torrent of water, a clone of him taking his place as Raja tried to slash through him. The glaive entered the clone's body, made entirely of water as the true body of Rufus stepped back and thrust through the fake body at Raja's chest. When Raja tried to step away, the spear burst out in a snow-white color. Dust. Ice dust to be specific. It combined with the apparent semblance usage on Rufus's part, turning the clone into solid ice, locking Raja in place as a good hit knocked Raja's aura down enough for the announcer to declare a winner. A semblance that generates water and allows him to make temporary clones of himself? That was an amusing discovery. The possibilities there were endless, and I couldn't help but contemplate how such an ability came about. And then there was how dust interacted with it. Like his semblance accepted the crystallized mana wholeheartedly, and both were greater for it. And Raja's semblance as well. I only saw it for a moment, but was that some kind of fate manipulation? I hesitated to give that theory credence. Pyrrha said it automatically counterattacks. How else would that be achieved? Unless it was more so a focused defense technique, overloading his body's basic functions on a sole action, which perhaps might explain why he supposedly got fatigued easily afterwards. Hey, are you taking notes? Pyrrha asked hesitantly. Huh. I looked up, lost in my own thoughts for a moment. Oh, I suppose I am. I didn't expect you to take the competition this seriously after. She trailed off, but I caught her meaning. She's trying to be polite and not call me out on my bullshit. Actually, I'm doing it more for my own research. I admitted. The nature of aura, semblances, and dust. I thought the tournament would be a good opportunity to see all three up close and interacting, so here I am. You mean you joined the tournament just to research? Well, among other things. But that was indeed my main reason. What about you, Red? Why were you competing? What do you mean? She asked, seemingly surprised by my question, like she had never put thought in it before. Why fight? Do you think it's fun? Or maybe you want the prize money? She paused, looking rather hesitant. I want to be a huntress, she said after a moment. So, plenty of people do, but they don't fight here. I shrugged. You're famous enough to get into any school on Remnant. Why keep going? Well, I'm only one win away from breaking the record. Glory is it then? Want your name up in spotlights? I don't care for the publicity, admittedly, she said quietly. That can be a bummer sometimes. It makes forming relationships difficult. Are people after you for your fame or fortune? Or do they genuinely like you? Makes finding friends really hard, I said idly, but the look on her face says that I hit a very sore spot for her. One which I could barely hold back on wincing from. Sorry, I didn't mean to. And no. She kept her expression neutral, but I could tell she was a little depressed by my statement hitting a bit too close to home for her. It's fine. I felt a twinge of guilt in my chest. Perhaps even a bit of sympathy as I remembered where I was a few years ago. All right, Red. I turned towards her. You got a scroll. Huh. She blinked in confusion. Why, yes, I have one. She took it out confused by my request. I plucked it out of her hands, fiddling with it for a moment, much to her confusion, tossing it back to her, which she almost fumbled. There you go. What did you do? Added my number. I replied. Call me. Send my messages if you're bored. I got a lot of free time usually. You mean like... Yes, like a friend. I chuckled, heading for the exits. I didn't look at her gobsmacked expression, but as soon as I walked back, I felt my scroll buzz with a message, a small smile rising on my face. Hello. Then it buzzed again. This is Pyrrha, but I guess you know that. And again, I wanted to make sure you had my number as well. And again, if you ever wanted to contact me, that is. And again, not that you have to or anything. It continued buzzing several more times. And suddenly I questioned my choice. Chapter 109. 16 fighters, each having a fight, and suddenly there are 8 of us left. I was reading over my notes at the moment, watching several fighters utilizing their aura, semblances, and dust throughout their fights. I had gotten some very valuable data so far. How dust interacts with semblances was perhaps one of the biggest boons I've gained. Semblances, a semblance of magic. The naming convention wasn't lost on me after I realized what was going on. Dust, which is basically magical energy, and a semblance, which is essentially a personal little spell. They interact to achieve different results, to essentially cast new spells based on the user's semblance, to infuse their personal soul-based expressions to achieve something similar to a spell. It was quite an interesting phenomenon I've stumbled upon here. When Rufus infused his water clone with ice, he wasn't merely freezing it. He was changing its underlying principles to become ice. It was honestly fascinating. I would love to sit here and research this for a few more months, but I had other priorities right now. I took out the lamp, giving it a little tap as I watched Jin come on out. Jin appeared without much fanfare this time, looking around inquisitively, practically beaming. So many people here, she commented as people walked by. Some kind of magic around us, so we're not noticed. I put up a bounded field that kind of filters perception. I'm recognized as sitting here, but not much beyond that. I explained. How are the books? She turned back from the people, giving me a smile. Having to read something, what an exquisite experience. I could get used to it, she said happily, taking another glance around. Why are so many people looking at you in annoyance? Oh, well, I may have offended some delicate sensibilities. She gave me a dry look, like she didn't think that was everything. Well, I assume you didn't call on me because you wanted to be pleasured in front of so many people. Are you going to assume that's why I call you every time? Yes. She smiled mirthfully, taking a seat in my lap. So, how may I be of service, master? I forcibly calmed myself down. Neither the time nor the place. Unfortunately. Tell me what you think. I handed over my notebook. She accepted, reading it over with varying changes in expression. I didn't interrupt her, but my hands slid down her waist as they ran along her thighs. I gave them a little squeeze, and I heard her give a tiny yelp, but otherwise didn't react. This is mine. Was it my devil or dragon aspects that made me think this way? Hell, it may have just been the hormones of someone my age regardless. But I didn't care. This was mine. It seems you have figured many things out. She hummed. And you noticed the joke behind the term, semblance. She giggled. I guess you can't tell me any more than that. Would you like to ask me a question? She rolled her eyes. The phrase almost automatic, but I could catch the very blatant hint. I guess I haven't found everything yet if you still can't openly talk about secrets. I sighed. But I suppose that is also fun in of itself. A mystery wouldn't be enjoyable if it were so easily solvable. Oh, I know the feeling all too well. She purred. I have yet to read through all the books you've given me. I can't stop this excited beating of my chest. What other secrets are you hiding? She ran a finger along my chest. Must I loosen you lips through other means? Tempting, but I can't right now, I said reluctantly as my scroll buzzed again. She huffed, shifting around. Annoying contraption, ruining the mood. I just laughed, taking it out to look, sighing when I saw who sent me another message. Jin peered over my shoulder. My, you have a woman in your lap and here you are chatting with another. Aren't you just a shameless man? She stated, though her tone held more amusement than anything else. Well, I technically have a harem. Jin just blinked at me before laughing. I am not surprised. I feel like I should be offended. Shall I be meeting them then? She asked. Hell, I am Jin. Your lover's personal. What do they say these days, cocksleeve? I practically choked when the words left her mouth. Where the hell did you hear something like that? I know everything presently happening, she deadpanned. She pointed towards the scroll in my hand. Oh, that is unfortunate, I admitted. To know everything happening on this world's equivalent to the internet. I almost want to question her sanity. I don't treat you like that thought. I frowned. You don't. She agreed. It is surprising. I had expected you to bend me over the first opportunity, but you barely even touch me. Did you really think that low of me? With the way your eyes roamed my body. You were naked. I interjected. Had I worn clothes, I wonder if that would have made it different. The corners of her lips curled up. I jest. But you have been good to me so far. I huffed. Of course you're mine. I take care of what's mine. What a good master I've found, she leaned in, kissing my cheek. But I would not have complained about it either. I am well aware of what I offered when I suggested such a thing. Even had I been spending the majority of time on my knees, I would have no complaints. You really value this relationship that much? I asked skeptically. I have lived a very long life she said quietly. I watched the world change over the years, and I was resigned to watch it continue to change in directions I hate watching. The few times I had been called were my only reprieve to interact with someone or something in any capacity. It was my duty, though, my reason for creation. I never questioned it. Then you come along and I peek at something much greater than this little corner that I thought was everything. So, I took a chance, and I do not regret my choice. So, use me, hurt me. Do whatever you wish with this body of mine. I will not complain. I'm not heartless, I grumbled. I'm not just going to turn you into some toy. I know. She smiled. That's why you're a good person. She kissed my cheek again before disappearing back into her lamp. I like her. You do. I paused my thoughts, answering the dragon. She doesn't pussyfoot around. She saw something she wanted and went for it. I approve. Ha! I guess that does fit with Drake's personality, or rather the sentiments of a dragon. I like her too. I'm glad she's going to be coming with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our top 8 fighters. The announcer was up to his usual shenanigans to hype up the crowd. I kind of like him. He gestured towards a machine in the middle, a button with matching brackets. With the top 8 selected, we're going to begging the next round. He shouted. Every fighter will take their turn to randomize their placement. First up, we have the one and only invincible girl, Pyranikos. He gestured towards Red. She looked uneasy by that nickname. I expected her to hold it with pride, but she really didn't seem to enjoy the fanfare around her. The way she had been blowing up my scroll, I wondered if she even had any friends. I commented on it before and didn't want to poke much into it, but fame like this must make it hard to connect with people. While not the same issues I had when I was her age, I can sympathize with being alone. She walked up, pushed the button as her name, and face appeared on one end of the brackets. The cheers from the crowd erupted, though it didn't really matter yet, no suspense when there were no others present. Next, our runner-up from the last year's tournament, Arslan Altan, another woman stepped forward, wearing a more traditional martial artist garb. She gave Pyrrha a death glare as she walked forward. "What's that about?" I whispered towards the girl as she had taken to stand near me. "Oh, we have history," Pyrrha said quietly. "Did you steal her boyfriend or something? Why would you think something like that?" Her face turned red. "Oh, Red, you're too easy." I chuckled. "She hold a grudge from last year?" I asked, as the third person was called up, only for him to fill in an empty spot. "And the year before?" She confirmed. "We fought a few times so far." "And you've won every time?" "Yes." "Oh, nice." I nodded. Next up, Wilhelm Schweinorg. The reactions were mixed. I definitely heard some booing in there, so I did the obvious thing and waved to the crowd. I walked up and smashed the button as my randomizer went off. The crowd erupted again, as my name was the first to match up with someone else's. "Looks like we have our first matchup settled," he roared to the crowd. "Wilhelm versus Cobalt. Ah, the guy who was right before me." I barely was paying attention. I did see his match, and he interested me slightly because the main form of his weapon was a sword. Otherwise, he didn't really grab much of my interest. Blue hair, some leather armor, and a sword on his hip, he was pretty much the norm for the crowd here. He looked towards Cobalt and gestured for him to come back up. "As the first fight for the top 8, this is a big honor here. Do either of you have something you want to say?" He asked towards us. "And please keep it appropriate for kids." He eyed me. "I do have something to say." I cleared my throat, and he looked suddenly unsure of himself. "Do you know the chances of being both the first person to fight in the top 16, then in the top 8? I asked, making sure his mic was by my face. 3%. Just some food for thought. I smiled innocently. That is an interesting comment. The announcer didn't quite catch my intended jab at the organizers. "What about you, Cobalt? Anything you wish to say to your opponent, or anything for the listeners out there?" Cobalt also eyed me as he leaned in. "This fight will be settled with skill, nothing else." The look he gave, like he was challenging me. "Well, consider my pride poked. If that's what you want." He nodded and walked away. Seemingly a person with few words, I could respect that. He also didn't start insulting my mom, so I wouldn't mess around if he wanted an actual fight. Well, I guess I could show off a little. Non-canon make the time variance authority, and why they don't bother Wilhelm anymore. I paced around the room, tie straightened, clothes immaculate. "This is it, Sir Wiggles." I glanced at my companion, sitting on the desk, his clothes also looking sharp. "This is the case that will make or break our careers." He twitched his nose. "I know, but we have to do this." I nodded. I didn't spend 2 weeks taking those online courses, getting a degree, just so I could hang it on my wall as a decoration. I slammed my fist on the desk. He twitched his nose again. Wise word. Wise words. Truly my familiar was wise. "Put on your game face. Sir Wiggles, we're heading to the front lines." I opened a portal, grabbing my rabbit. We were going to the think of it. The view changed abrupt, a courtroom filling our new surroundings. "Objection!" I shouted, walking in abruptly, grabbing the attention of everyone in the room. "What in the hells?" I looked at my new client, who reacted shocked at my presence. "Loki Odinson, I am your attorney for this kangaroo court," I declared at the utter dumbfounded looks of the judge and apparent bailiffs. "What? Who are you?" the judge shouted as several people came running at me. "Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, attorney at law." I snapped my fingers, portals opening up at the charging men, strange weapons in their hands as they fell into other dimensions. "What?" the judge shouted again. "The TVA, Time Variance Authority, I have heard of your miscarriages of justice." "Who are you?" she asked again. "I am Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg." I reiterated. Master of the second true magic, operation, and manipulation of parallel worlds. Her eyes widened, perhaps coming to some conclusions. What do you want? She shifted slightly. I assumed she was hitting a panic button, buying some time. No matter. I am here to preside over my client's trial. I gestured to Loki. I have no idea who you are either. Loki pointed out. Quiet, criminal. I shushed him. I'm bullshitting on your behalf. That's helpful. Loki snarked. Now we're all on the same page. I threw Talisman at the door, sealing it shut as people began to bang on it, much to everyone's shock. How? My magic isn't working here. Loki looked aghast. Your Honor, I would like to put it on the record that Loki is an amateur and has no idea how to use magic. What? I am a god of magic, you mortal. I know more about magic than you can even conceive. Your Honor, my client wishes to push an insanity plea. Insanity? For my first witness, I call Loki Odinson to the stand. I snapped my finger, bringing out a witness booth next to the judge's stand. Suddenly, Loki fell through the floor, a portal opening above the new seat, and he fell through. The judge almost reeled back by the sudden intrusions. I can walk, you buffoon. He readjusted himself. Your Honor, permission to treat the witness as hostile. Hostile? I'll show you hostile. Granted, she surprisingly said. Loki Odinson, is it true you once turned into a horse to entice another horse to mount you? Those are filthy lies my oath of a brother's friends made up. He vehemently denied. Your Honor, let the record state that my client had intercourse with a horse. What? No. Loki is a known liar. Presume everything he says is a lie. That's bullshit. See, he just admitted it. I'm going to stab you. Just then, the talisman on the door finally ripped, and another slew of guards ran inside. Their strange staffs glowed as one tried up and tried to stab me with it. Expectance on their faces turned into confusion as nothing happened. A small iridescent ripple covered me. Are you trying to purge me from the timeline? What part of magic that manipulates parallel worlds did you not understand? I looked at the judge again. I snapped my fingers, the newcomers falling into a new batch of seats, a jury bench off to the side, quickly sealed up to not allow movement. Finally, our jury is here. I walked up to the people that would decide my client's fate. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Why is Loki Odinson innocent? I gave them all a look. Well, he's not, and we all know that. You are the worst attorney I've ever seen. Some of us take the oath to speak the truth seriously. I chided him. That's only for witnesses. Loki practically lost his composure. Oh, I knew that. Are you even an attorney? Got my online degree yesterday. I puffed up my chest. Sweet Odin, send me to Nibelheim now. As I was saying, Loki is innocent of all charges levied against him. I slammed my fist on the bench. There's no way he molested that horse. It was consensual. I never thought I could hate someone so much that I've only known for a few minutes. Loki whispered, if the horse dick doesn't fit, you must acquit. Seriously, hand me a knife. I'll kill myself right now. Save everyone the trouble. Do you even know what charges Loki Odinson is facing? The judge spoke up again, clearly regaining her composure. Okay, honestly, I'm kind of winging it here. Loki is charged with creating a branching timeline, potentially destroying the sacred timeline and starting a multiverse war. Wow. I looked at Loki. Yeah, fuck this guy. Really, after all that? Loki looked at me dryly. You're right. Even if you are a piece of shit, I took an oath to defend you. I straightened my tie again. Your Honor, I request we strike the previous conversation from the record. No. Welp, I tried. I shrugged. I guess you're going to jail, Loki. We don't have jail. Punishment is immediate purging. That seems a bit excessive. He only fucked one horse. I pointed out. I did not have sex with a horse. Loki. I looked at him. You can admit it. I'm going to judge you for it either way. I'm going to dance on your corpse. Oh ho, get in line. I chuckled. Don't worry. I have one final card to play. I doubt it. Loki rebutted. No, my partner is an expert. He actually went to law school and didn't pay someone in lewd feet pics for a fake degree. That seems like an oddly specific thing to say. Loki reeled back. Where is this vaunted partner of yours, then? Sir Wiggles, the floor is yours. I gestured towards the magnificent rabbit on the table. He bounced back and forth, wiggled his butt and twitched his nose. Well said. I wiped a tear from my eye. You always know how to make a moving speech. I didn't think I would ever feel sympathy for Loki, horsefucker. Word cannot describe the degree of which my anger burns for you right now. This is getting ridiculous. The judge stood up. Who do you think you are, we? My scroll beeped. Oh, looks like it's time. Pardon. She looked at me strangely. I didn't answer. The building shook as explosions erupted outside. Time to go. I walked over, yanking Loki out of his seat and throwing him through a portal. I turned back to the scrambling TVA members. You're all stupid. Your jobs are stupid. I find your existence an affront to everything I stand for. Good day. I followed behind, portal closing right as I walked through. Loki pushed himself up, sand falling down his face as the heat of the desert hit us. Well, that was a good distraction, nicely done. I praised. Wait, you did all of that? As a distraction? He stood up. So you could blow them up? Yup. I like you. He smiled mirthfully. So, where do we go from here? Chapter 110. The remainder had essentially drawn their straws. The new brackets formed up on the screens above. Me, being the first to form a matchup, was the first to fight. I was sitting to the side, idly wasting time until my match started. They first wanted to the usual song and dance, hype up everything, give the sponsors some screen time, and have some expert commentary. I didn't really care to listen, as they were mostly talking about how excited they were for the more popular competitors. Taking my scroll out, I decided to find some forums that talked about me. Reading down some titles of threads, I couldn't help but have my lips curl up. It seems a few people caught my little comment about the 3%. Some are calling out the organizers for rigging the tournament, or something like that. Of course, the fact that I had to buy all the way to the finals was telling in of itself. There was still a huge amount of outcry about me being a cheater, and that I should be disqualified. Can't prove nothing, though. Though, most thought I would be knocked out here. I actually found quite a bit info on my opponent, one Cobalt Steel. Names are still weird, but I digress. Cobalt Steel, age 17, should be turning 18 by the end of the year. He has a good record dating back 3 years. He's always made it into the top 8, and at one time made it to the top 4. His weapon is simple by Mechashift standards. A long sword that can turn into a rifle. Long range combined with short range. Pretty useful. I can see why he went with such a thing. Hell, if I were born here, I would probably be using something similar. Apparently, he favors his sword usage over his gun. He has quite a few fans, most of which are calling for him to kick my ass. Well, what can you do? I chose to take this role. I'll deal with all the negativity projected my way. The memes are great, though. It seems that certain things are constants across all dimensions. If there is an internet or equivalent, humanity gonna meme. Hey there, Red. I looked to see Pyrrha walking over. Wilhelm. She greeted. Are you prepared? For my fight? Yeah, should be fine. I waved her off. You're not nervous? Cobalt is an excellent fighter. I've fought him in the past, and it wasn't an easy match. Nah, I'm feeling confident. Do you plan to do the same thing as your last fight? She said, slightly unsure. I doubt she approved of my flippant attitude during that whole thing. Cobalt seems like a decent bloke, so I won't cheese it. I made sure to assuage her concerns. But how much you want to bet they'll make a new ruling banning what I did anyways? Pyrrha just blinked, looking skeptical. I don't think the organizers would do something. Attention! A voice boomed over the speakers. Due to some concerns regarding safety, we will henceforth be forbidding any explosives used in the competition. The corners of my lips curled up as I stared at a silent Pyrrha. You were saying? She looked a little embarrassed. I guess I was mistaken. Don't worry about it. I leaned back against the wall as the promotions and such were still going on. So what you doing here, Red? I just wanted to make sure you were prepared for your match. She said quietly. What a cinnamon roll. She was worried about me, and we barely even knew each other. Well, may as well tell me about yourself. She nervously rubbed her arms, like she was unsure of what to say. I don't have much to say. I grew up in Argus, and trained to be a huntress. That's it. I raised an eyebrow. What about hobbies? Thing you do for fun. What's your favorite show? Your favorite restaurant? I wasn't really one to throw stones from my glass house regarding friends, but I still did stuff outside of training in magic. Well, I just enjoy training. I guess I can agree with that. I nodded along. There is always a certain satisfaction after my arms give out when I've swung my sword too many times. Pyrrha seemed to perk up at that. Yes, she happily agreed. I've always enjoyed pushing myself to my limits, even when I can't get up anymore. Fighting too. To push yourself in combat against your opponent, each move and counter taking you one step closer to defeat or victory. It's intoxicating. Exactly. To be forced to the edge and manage to achieve victory by the skin of your teeth, the hours of training paying off. It's also nice to have downtime, though. To just be able to sit back and relax. I replied. Personally, I'm a bit of a reader, though I admit I mostly read things related to combat. Well, magics and stuff usually end up being used for battle on my part. I like to read as well. Pyrrha stated, smiling brightly. I'm halfway through the second volume of Ninja of Lo. She paused, her face flushing. My lips curled up. Well, it seems like I found how to get you to open up. I guess there is a normal girl under there. Found something she enjoys, and then she easily kept going. Well, I guess it was a start. She crossed her arms, face still showing signs of embarrassment. What about you? I guess she was asking me about myself. Not much to tell as well. Mom died when I was young, was a bastard, so father wasn't in the picture. Oh, I'm sorry. She quietly apologized. Don't worry about it. I waved her off. I've had time to mourn for my mom, and people in the world had it worse than I did. I at least was taken care of. Shelter, food, education. I recounted. So I left my home when I was 18 and set out. Met one of my best friends quickly after. I couldn't help but smile at the thought of Thorum, that big goofy smile of his. Then found myself a woman. Meridia, I really want to see her right now. Shouldn't be much longer. What about you, Red? Any boys in your life? Boys. She flushed again. Or girls? I shrugged. Nothing wrong with liking girls like that. I couldn't help but smirk at her, earning another bright red face. I don't have a boyfriend. She made sure to iterate the gender, much to my amusement. Well, if you ever come to Vale, I can be your wingman. I said with a chuckle. I already offered that to Miltia. I wouldn't mind helping Pyrrha find herself a partner if she were interested. I think I'm a good judge of character, and it seemed like this girl would thrive on some sort of companionship. Are you ready for the next match? The announcer's shout quickly drew my attention, as well as Pyrrha's, the crowd's cheers shaking the entire arena. Well, looks like I'm about to head up. I finally stood up, putting my scroll away, and grabbed my sword that was leaning against the wall. Good luck, she quickly said. I smiled, giving her a thumbs up as I left the little area we secluded ourselves in. Approaching the arena, I already saw Cobalt waiting. He gave me a single look, but didn't say anything, stepping over towards the arena himself. We both took our positions on either side, the announcer still playing up to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, he shouted, we're back and ready for the next match. He threw his hand over towards Cobalt. On one end we have Cobalt Steel, who doesn't need much of an introduction for those who saw the last several years. And on the other, we have a bit of a black horse, Wilhelm Schweinord. Is it weird that I still enjoy hearing my name spoken? Funnily enough, there were a lot less boos thing time around. The hurriedly dashed to the edge of the arena. Begin, he shouted, and the same gong rang out across the entire stadium. He pulled his sword from behind his back, taking a steady stance. I could immediately tell the amount of practice he's had. There were close to no opening as he looked me over. I raised an eyebrow as he gathered his aura under his feet and exploded towards me. A simple, yet very practical use of aura apparently. Though, I saw the tiniest sliver of it missing when I glanced at the screens around the place. Interesting. I was aware that there were techniques that utilized aura, but they seemed to be out of favor opposed to utilizing one's semblance to their utmost and regulating their aura to being purely defensive. He swiped at my neck. I took a half step back, allowing his blade to miss me by a small margin, and I followed up with my sheathed blade swinging back at him in the same spot. To my surprise, he dodged it cleanly. He planted his feet and unleashed a series of slashes. They were precise and crisp. each one without hesitation, and every attack going for a vital area. Utilizing his lower center of gravity, he came from underneath me to disrupt my vision. He had been trained well, his sword swinging up from below, going for my lower chest. I slammed the hilt of my sword down, knocking it away. He spun his entire body to regain some kind of momentum to launch another attack on my other side, only for the tip of my sheath to collide with the guard of his sword. He was deceptively agile. He looked more like an endurance fighter at first glance. Stepping forward, he didn't stop, blade continuing to rain down, slashing with an admirable speed and precision. His aura continued to dwindle ever so slightly, not because of my blows, but because he was burning it to enhance his own attacks. I could admire his determination and his skill at such techniques. To accelerate his swings, he had already committed to in an attempt to throw off my perception. If it were anyone else, I could see how they would have trouble, just how Pyrrha said he was a difficult opponent. My own sword flashed out, parrying and deflecting each attack. With the final clash, I put a tad more strength into it and knocked his sword away, reeling my hand back and foot planted. I was about to stab him, but I noticed right as I did, he took a step back, anticipating my blow. Interesting. I still followed through, hitting a chunk of his aura off, but he jumped back right as I connected, mitigating most of the damage and gaining distance as his sword switched to the right and fired off a few rounds of magical bullets at me. Small red missiles curved through the air as they came at me from both sides. With a flick of my sword, still sheathed, the bullets were destroyed before they could reach me. Curious, I said, earning his attention. Some kind of precognition. He paused, looking at me confusion, before some sort of realization dawned on him. You discovered it already, he replied, a grin forming on his face. You really are strong. My semblance, it gives me a danger sense. Oh, that is interesting. I couldn't help but comment. Not traditional precognition, but a sense that predicts dangers. How I would love to run some experiments on such a thing. I can see the danger anything poses to me, he admitted. The other fighters, my dad, even trained huntsmen I've met at Haven, it gives me a sense of how dangerous they are. His hands shook slightly. So why do none of them even come close to the feeling I'm getting from you? Well, that certainly is interesting. Was he able to somewhat scry me due to his semblance? Was that how it worked? He took a deep breath, his hands steadied. But I can't help but be excited too. I didn't think I'd meet someone who gave me this feeling. The fingers around his weapon tightened. Will you stop holding back? I couldn't help but grin. He was able to see through that much. You're an interesting kid. I've asked 2 others now and it's making me curious. Why did you join the tournament? I want to be the strongest. The genuine way he said it. It was different than Rufus, who was more pure. This kid seemed to have that drive, the one to climb to the peak and not settle there, to see the other mountains and be excited that he still had a ways to go. Don't blink, I stated, my foot sliding back, one hand holding my sheath, the other resting on Mirage's hilt. Don't hesitate. I let some pressure seep out, to pour down on him, my intent to truly kill him. I saw his knees almost buckle under the sudden feeling of death, but he held firm. This world just keeps giving me surprises. I'll show you briefly what sky exists above yours. As I moved, the world bent around me. His body didn't physically react until he was already falling to the ground, and I was sheathing my sword behind him. Blood began to puddle around his prone form, his aura utterly shattered at the blow. Only a moment persisted until shouts and gasps erupted all around us. Most were unable to comprehend what just occurred. I wanted to throw my head back and laugh. He actually managed to slightly anticipate my attack, mitigating a fraction of my blow. Was it because of his semblance? Cobalt groaned as he used the little bit of strength he had left to flip himself over to look at me. I couldn't help but smile because looking down at him was a big smirk on his own face. In fact, he started to laugh. Is that the peak? Does it matter? For now, it's something for you to work towards. I wonder how far you'll go if you have something beyond your reach to constantly strive for. Let's see if he can break through these limits and actually approach me in the future. He just laughed harder as I began to walk out of the arena. A gobsmacked announcer and audience left in my wake. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 111. I walked back into the waiting area, the place much quieter than when I left. The stares this time weren't filled with contempt. perhaps something bordering hesitance and respect. I guess wherever you go, people respect strength. Wilhelm, Rufus called out, walking towards me. That was amazing. How did you do that? He excitedly smiled. Little bit of skill, nothing worth mentioning. I smiled. I'm more curious about your little water clones. Oh, well. He scratched his head. They're not really that good. They can't attack. Nonsense. Not every move has to deal damage. They provide a lot of utility in combat. Look how easily you were able to immobilize your opponent. You think so? Rufus looked unsure. The field control you could provide if you utilize them well. I don't know how much control you have of their movements when you create them, but being able to freeze enemies at a whim is no laughing matter. Rufus wasn't the only one who approached me. A woman in a more traditional marital artist garb followed. I thought you were just a clown, but you're actually very skilled. She crossed her arms, not at all intimidated by what happened. I look forward to fighting you at the end. She stated. Arslan, was it? I looked the woman over. Aren't you fighting Piran next? She just snorted. I'll beat her this time. You just better be ready. Well, I'll wait for you then. I grinned. I liked her enthusiasm. Honestly, I really liked the drive that all the people here had. It gave off a completely different vibe than on Earth. Scat-Hack would absolutely love it here. They saw me beat Cobalt like that, and they're basically like, fuck it, let's fight, and don't lose their confidence. I thought I would be bored after a while. I got most of the data I would need, some very interesting things I witnessed regarding aura and semblances, but I was genuinely having fun. Well, the tournament I couldn't much care for. It was the people that made it worth continuing. Curious if this girl would beat Pyrrha. She did mention it being a close fight. Who knows? Wilhelm Schweinorg. I turned around to see a handful of people walking right towards me. Yes. I looked at them. They didn't look like part of the organization hosting the tournament, nor fighters. We'd like to ask you a few questions. He took a badge out of his pocket, flashing it at me. Some kind of police. I didn't recognize the badge, but that was to be expected here. And what exactly are they wanting to question me for? I doubt the tournament rigging is illegal, only against the rules, thus would be kicked out. Sure. I simply answered. I had nothing to hide. What's your relationship with Roman Torchwick? I sucked in a breath of air. Damn it, Roman, what did you do? I couldn't help but facepalm. Am I being detained? We just need to ask you a few questions. One of the guys reassured me. Another spoke up. Kid, we need to know where he's at, if you got any information. Sorry, I have no idea. I glanced around the room as everyone was staring. I don't know who this Roman Torchwick is. I've never met the well-dressed man in my life. These guys gave me a weird feeling, and not because they were cops. We're trying to work with you here. We know you're in the middle of this big tournament. One of the cops stepped forward, a gentle smile on his face. And we don't want to ruin your future by dragging you out under all those eyes. Well, I may know a thing or two. I leaned in as they mimicked me. You see, I heard that Roman Torchwick is prone to wearing women's underpants and copious amounts of mascara. Why don't you? Look, kid. He stepped forward, interrupting me. I don't think you understand what's going on here. Roman Torchwick is wanted by the Australian government. Now, we don't think you had anything to do with his crimes, but we need you to tell us everything you know. I really have no idea where he is. I reiterated. I'm just a kid here, trying to leave his mark on the world. What could I possibly know about such a notorious thief? I'm offended you would think so low of me. You offend me. Good day, sir. I turned around, but a hand was placed on my shoulder before I could leave. Well, guess my bullshitting didn't work. The man just sighed. If you're not going to cooperate, we'll have to do this the hard way. Wilhelm Schweinorg, you're being placed under arrest. Please put your hands above your head. For what? I narrowed my eyes. This seemed more and more suspicious by the second. Accessory to grand larceny, he said sternly, taking a pair of handcuffs out of his pocket. Grand larceny, that means he successfully robbed that gang boss. But why would they be here trying to grab me if he robbed another criminal? I doubt she would have called the police, unless they're on her payroll. Or something really went wrong and I should just leave anyways. Fuck it. With a frown, I grabbed his hands as he tried to put cuffs on me. No. Leaning forward, I grabbed his arm and twisted, making him drop the handcuffs. You made a mistake, brat. One of the guys standing in the rear rushed towards me. A weapon drawn from his coat looked like brass knuckles, but they crackled with electricity. The man tried to punch at me. I deflected his fist with the back of my hand and kneed him in the chest, only to be caught by his aura. Letting go of the cop I had in a hold, I pulled the aura user by the arm and flipped him over my shoulder, throwing him onto the ground. Target is hostile. I repeat, target is hostile. The one nursing a hurt hand started shouting into his scroll. That didn't sound good. Why the fuck would they apparently be calling to reinforcements if they thought I was just some mook? The others began to move and I gripped my sword tight. They were way too quick to resort to this kind of reaction. Something lit a fire under these guys, and I am very much in the dark right now. Another dozen or so people burst in through the doors, following behind the ones who moved on me. Put down your weapon and get on the ground. The new guys shouted, but the ones closest to me still moved. This fucking escalated fast. I flashed my sword out, hitting the closest in the face. His aura shuddered, but he still felt a small impact, stuttering in his steps. Another retrieved a gun from his holster, but I stepped forward, grabbing it and twisting it out of his grip, tossing it to the side and chucking him into the nearby wall. The other contestants just looked on, dumbstruck by what they were seeing. Rufus, who was closest to me, just seemed utterly horrified by what he was watching. Seems like I can't finish the tournament now. I didn't feel good about killing them either. Who knows what's actually going on right now? I decided to just leg it, turning around and looking towards the only exist that wasn't swarming with people wanting me in handcuffs. So, I moved towards the doors that went to the arena. Bursting through the open doors, I wasn't the immediate focus of attention. There was a match going on between two people who I didn't really care to remember. They were in the heat of it as I ignored them and continued onwards, except some people began to notice me, and even more so when people started running in after me. I guess they weren't really worried about showing up on camera. Something was definitely wrong here. Well, I just had to go to the other side. There was another exist and another dozen people burst through that door too as I slid to a stop. They must really want to catch me. What the fuck did Roman do? The two fighting in the arena paused. The announcer looked on, utterly confused at the spectacle. Many of the police took out their weapons and aimed at me, a barrage of projectiles coming my way without any warning. I didn't expect kitty gloves after I downed a few of their number, but they were certainly ready to turn to this kind of response in order to incapacitate me. I allowed my aura to flare, blocking all of them, and it was an interesting experience to see my aura get impacted like that. Data to mull over for later. End of the line, kid. A familiar voice boomed. It was the man that I had incapacitated first, his arm looking fine. Throw your sword to the side and get on the ground. I raised my eyebrow. Which sword are you talking about? I asked, not giving him time to answer as I had my other swords fly out of my ring and hover around me. They moved with a thought, shooting towards both ends of a stadium where the police blocked my exits, piercing through defenses, chopping off significant chunks of aura until some fell to the ground, blood dripping from wounds. These people didn't seem very well training in combat. I think a trained huntsman would fare better than this. This was more like they just awakened the aura of a standard police officer. They lacked the true experience of a fighter. They fell to the ground at the stunned silence of every spectator who had yet to start evacuating in the ensuing fight, along with the competitors themselves who followed behind to watch the show. My swords came back, floating to me gently like they hadn't just taken out an entire platoon of police. Dawnbreaker flashed to the side, deflecting a bronze-looking shield that was thrown at me. I turned to look at who threw it. Pyrrha! I was surprised to find her looking at me. W. Wilhelm, what are you doing? What's going on? She looked rather confused and distressed. Her arm trembled slightly, extended to have just thrown her shield. Yeah, this didn't really paint the prettiest picture for me. And Pyrrha was a straight arrow kind of girl. She must be having several thoughts about me right now. I guess we won't be fighting in the tournament. I gave out a small laugh. Why are you doing this? Her tone honestly made me wince. Well, that's a bit of a long answer. Please stop. She looked at me with pleading eyes. Oof. That's not much of an option at this point. I gestured around to the unconscious and beaten bodies of many police and government authorities. Sorry, Red, but I think we need to part ways here. This is just a misunderstanding. We can clear this up. She stated, a small bit of hope in her voice. I couldn't help but sigh at her attitude. Doesn't matter at this point. The damage has been done. I need to leave, Red. Just as I said that, I turned around. I felt something approach me. The area behind me shattered in a familiar way. A petite hand grabbed onto my sleeve. Neo, I asked in surprise. Her looks clearly different, most likely to hide herself from all the eyes currently on us. She looked at me with concern in her eyes. She pulled on me and gestured at the exited quite explicitly. What the hell is going on? She just quickly gestured, anxiety written on her face. I realized I wouldn't be getting an in-depth explanation from her. Stop! I won't let you go. Pyrrha took a step forward, reaching her hand out. Her shield shot across the distance, returning to her embrace. I blinked in surprise at what she just did. Some kind of telekinesis. Impressive. Sorry, Red, I muttered as Neo activated her semblance again as we disappeared from her sight. Kid, you're alive! Roman peeked out of a truck window, hands on the ignition, clearly antsy. Yeah, apparently no thanks to you. I narrowed my eyes. What the fuck, Roman? Okay, that's fair. But it isn't my fault, he retorted as both me and Neo got in the truck. How is it not your fault? This entire thing was your plan. I didn't expect the bitch to have stolen Atlas tech. He threw his arms up. Wait, what? I didn't even notice until after we took it. The schematics for Atlas's latest mechs and weaponry. I heard this shit was stolen months ago. I didn't think it'd end up in her hands. Do you have any idea what the Atlas military will do when they find out someone has this? Why not just ditch it? Too late. Too many people know I took it now. Better to keep for a bargaining chip. He took out a cigar, lighting it up. Maybe I can give it to old Iron Dick, so he won't sick his dogs after me. He sighed. Fuck, this was supposed to be an easy job. Wait, if you stole it from that gang lady, why did the government come after me? Oh, she was going to sell it to them. He turned the key, letting the truck start. They were negotiating a price, and since there wasn't much of a rush, they were taking it slow. He pulled out a stack of papers. Bitch always did keep detailed records, he said, tossing them to the side. And now you lit a damn fire under them, because if Atlas finds out they were trying to acquire this stuff, they would come down on Mistral hard. Welcome to politics. He waved his hand flippantly. They didn't even care about kicking up a fuss during the tournament to grab you, even though they probably thought you were just a patsy. Suddenly, all of our scrolls started beeping. Alert! Please be on the lookout for the following. An automated message rang out. Both me and Roman's headshots shone with a dangerous criminal. Exercise extreme caution. Fuck! I cursed. I didn't want this world to be burnt for me. I like a lot of things here. It's not as bad as it looks. Roman tried to reassure me as the truck visible changed, Neo focusing her semblance to display a different appearance. It looked like we were in a police car now. This seems pretty fucking bad. Okay, it's bad if we stayed in Mistral. Luckily, we live in Vale. That's fair. I mulled it over. Will Vale also throw a hissy fit? Probably. Roman nodded. The fuck, Roman? Calm your tits, kid. They'll just do the bare minimum to support Mistral. Don't expect any kind of response like we're getting here. He tossed a cigar out the window. Just relax, and let's slip out before anyone notices. CRASSSHHHHH. A sudden weightlessness came over me before gravity reasserted itself. The truck went tumbling, rolling on the ground before coming to a stop, something having hit us at extreme speeds. We were all fine, the benefits of aura on their part, only perhaps a bit jumbled from the sudden jerking sensations. You were saying? I gave Roman a glare. Chapter 112. Motherfucker. Roman shouted, kicking the door open as Neo climbed through the window on her side. The door practically caved in. My door was stuck enough that I just rammed it with my shoulder, breaking it thoroughly off its hinges. I got out in time to see Roman aim his cane up, the bottom sliding open to become a crosshairs as a dust bullet was launched out the bottom. It collided with the vehicle that just ran into us, several people running out as it blew up. Were those police? No, they were wearing Malachite's colors. Roman snorted as we both saw Neo bounce over, taking the two goons down with relative ease. Nice cane, I commented. Didn't realize it's a gun. Huh, more than a gun. He smirked. Makes me miss mine. I sighed. Was just a hidden sword, but it had sentimental value. Maybe I should get another mate at some point. It's not something I would walk around with all the time. I can't really pull off a cane like Roman can unless certain events dictate such a showing. As much as I would love... Roman was interrupted. A bullet whizzed by, nicking his hat. There was a moment of silence as Roman calmly raised his cane again and unloaded a series of dust-based bullets in the direction of the shot. Well, I think we should get going. How far away is the bullhead? Halfway across the city. Joy! I sighed. This was turning into a mess. Neo, how are your illusions for long term? She shook her hand for a SOSO gesture. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and raised my sword up, a bullet colliding with the flat of my blade right before it would have connected with Neo, or rather her aura. Careful there! I sent her a wink. She rolled her eyes, exaggeratedly swooning. Oh, come off it! I shook my head, another shot ringing out as I stepped to the side. All right, this is getting annoying. How the fuck did they know where we were? They apparently set up enough to take pot shots at us. Unfortunately, the spider knows my usual strategies, and Neo used to be one of her best enforcers. He aimed his cane, using it as a gun, and continued to fire away as he noticed more gang members pop up. Wouldn't be surprised if she has ambushes set up all over the place. Yeah, and you had me grab her attention, so a large amount of her men were probably in the area already, right? Well, no one can say you did a bad job as a distraction. Roman offered. No one could have guessed things turned out this way. That's true, I suppose. Had everything gone as planned, then the tournament would have still been going on and Roman and Neo could have laid low somewhere without the government kicking down doors. A few screeching tires echoed out as a handful of cards came around the corner, stopping a distance away. Dozens of people getting out, all armed to the teeth. Mustard! Roman exclaimed. The man at the forefront growled. He had bleach blonde hair and a tacky yellow suit on. My name is not Mustard. Hey there, Mustard, it's been a while. Still rocking that same look. Roman casually ignored his indignation. Neo looked amused by the whole thing. Hey, Mustard, how's it going? I waved. His head snapped to me, a scowl on his face. This brat your protege or something? No. Yes. Fuck off, Roman. Kid takes after me. Roman chuckled. He has that same punchable face. Mustard grunted. Why do people keep saying that? Do I really have a punchable face? Hate to tell you, kid. Roman, enough. Mustard interrupted. You know why we're here. Your unconditional surrender. I interjected. Perhaps an apology for interrupting my tournament? Quiet, brat. The adults are talking. I turned to Roman, who raised an eyebrow at me. Then I looked at Neo, who just hit me with a big grin. Hey, Roman, did you see my first match? What the hell are you talking, Abu? Mustard asked in confusion as I tossed a large dust crystal in his direction. Roman brought up his cane. With a practiced ease, he shot the crystal in midair, initiating a large explosion right in Mustard's face. My eyes widened slightly as the strange yellow barrier blocked the brunt of it, only the faintest shimmer of aura around the goon. Several bodies now littered the area, but most of the men were downed, and the remainder mostly consisted of aura users. The barrier collapsed onto the ground, coating it in a strange, liquid-like texture, almost like, I asked that fucking Mustard. I couldn't help but shout. It's not Mustard, damn it. I couldn't help but start laughing. Did you think I called him that because of his sense of fashion? Roman snorted, holding back a laugh himself. His semblance makes that goopy stuff that looks like mustard. Nia was practically falling over herself, silently laughing alongside us. Kill them! Mustard shouting as weapons were raised and fired. Roman jumped to the side. Neo disappeared, and I drew my sword. I didn't feel like getting bombarded by a deluge of bullets, so I dashed to the side behind a building. A man with a tattoo down his face ran at me, axe in one hand as he swung through a light pole with a surprising ease. His skill was mildly surprising. He wasn't just overcompensating with pure strength. Each of his swings that tried to cleave me were followed up with the right movements to capitalize on his build. Flicking my sword, I created a sword phantom that collided with his chest. A single bird was easy enough to do without any setup at this point. He was knocked off his feet, his aura's sheen dipped noticeably as it got much dimmer around his body. Following up with a quick knee to his head, he was knocked down for the count. I noticed so far that aura users are still susceptible to concussive blows even through their aura, except in a diminished capacity. Aura is certainly not an absolute defense, even if it's at 100%. I looked over to see Neo dancing between several goons, several of which would appear to be on about the same level as this guy. Damn girl. I couldn't help but comment. Her fighting style was quite fun to watch, actually. She turned towards me and gave me a wink, using her umbrella to slap one of the guys in the balls, eyes never leaving my own. Yeah, I can see what you mean, Miltia. Hefting the down guy up, I threw him at one of the goons trying to gang up on Neo as I joined her little brawl. A quick thrust to one holding a hammer as Neo glided behind me, unfurling her umbrella to block another's vision as she swiped at his legs. I turned my sword around and stabbed down at him, a shriek filling the area. Neo vanished with her semblance, appearing behind the one I had attacked previously, kicking him in the back of the knees, then following up with a smack across his face with her umbrella. I slashed out with my blade at the final one, as she slid under and used the hook of her umbrella to yank him forward, letting my sword cut just a little more into his reserves. The man let out a gargle cry before Neo uppercut him in the chin, and I elbowed him in the chest. His eyes rolled back, falling to the ground. We turned towards Roman, who was having a sort of duel with their leader. Careful, Roman, don't get mustard on your shirt. I decided to shout helpful advice, though that seemed to invigorate his opponent for some odd reason, because he just shouted and attacked more recklessly. I looked down at Neo. This was fun. We should do it again sometime. Neo looked up at me inquisitively before enthusiastically nodding her head. Roman finally cracked the goon across the face with his cane, the yellow man falling to the ground. He straightened his hat, walking towards us. Phew, that felt good. He let out a breath. Always hated that guy, such a kiss-ass. If Malachite had a dick, he would have been on his knees every day. I only caught the end of it. Looked like it must have been a hard fight. Roman paused, looking at me as I smiled wide. You just took all the excitement out of my win. He took out a cigar, lighting it up and take a smoke. Well done. Hey! I looked in the distance. Our bullhead's supposed to be flying that close to the city. I raised my finger to the skyline. No, they are not, Roman said evenly. I believe it is time to depart. He turned and very, very briskly broke out into a sprint to the nearest car and turned the key. Get the fuck inside. Don't let it tell me twice. I hopped into the back seat and didn't even have time to close the door before Roman peeled out and floored it into the opposite direction of what I could only assume was the bullhead. We managed to get several intersections down before the bullhead made it above us. Pull over and get on the ground. This is your only warning. A voice boomed out from the speakers connected to the bullhead. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. Roman kept chanting as he swerved around a corner, deeming it better to go down streets with no people. Though it seemed like everyone got the message, as most had already gone indoors. Thankfully, the Huntsman Academy seemed to be on the other side of the city, so it would take a bit for Huntsman response. Neo started tugging on my sleeve, pointing towards the bullhead. My eyes widened as I saw what was happening. Roman, problem. Busy here, he shouted, turning the steering wheel quickly to the side to avoid a police cruiser that just barely missed us, as me and Neo practically tumbled in our seats. A compartment on the bullhead following us opened. A damn missile revealed itself. They're not really going to fire that in the middle of the city, right? I asked Neo, who did not have a reassuring look on her face. It did launch right at us. My Mirage flew out the window to meet it. The explosion erupted right behind the car, causing the back tires to pop with Roman doing his best to not flip us as we grinded to a halt. Roman, what the hell? What did I do? They're firing damn missiles at us in the middle of the city. I gestured. I don't know why. They shouldn't be this gung-ho. He kicked open his door and began firing on the bullhead, though without much success. Fuck, I'm out. He grunted. Me and Neo took cover behind the car. The bullhead hovered above the buildings, guns pointing at us. She did the obvious thing and shielded us in illusions as our previous selves were torn apart by a rain of bullets. Don't suppose you got any ammo on you, kid? Roman looked at me. I got something you can use. I reassured him. Great, what is? I took out the giant purple dildo and threw it, smacking him in the face. It fell to the ground as he blinked. Okay, I'll give you that one. Nia was rolling on the ground laughing, yet still managing to keep her illusions going. Actually, give me that back. I held out my hand. I'll take down this bullhead with that thing. Kid, If you take out that bullhead with this dildo, I'll get you unlimited drinks at Junior's. Well, if I hadn't already decided on this course of action before. I held the thing in my hand, activating my circuits and filling the weapon with reinforcement. Something I never thought I would ever do in my life. Using it like a javelin, I reeled back and threw it towards the pilot's window. It easily penetrated the glass, hitting the pilot right in the face, causing him to lose control and spiral off into the road. Roman and Neo were both silent. I want to adopt you, he suddenly said. Neo looked at me and made a motion of pushing a finger through her other hand with her index finger and thumb making an O. Okay, a lot to process there. Let's shelve all this for now and get the fuck out of here. Right. Roman nodded. The bullhead shouldn't be far away. Roman! The familiar voice of Miltia basically shrieked at us as we finally found our ride. Oh, brothers, can we not? I already got an earful from the kid. Roman sighed. With flames in her eyes, Miltia gestured to the bodies littered on the ground around them. Want a trophy? Roman just snorted. We ran into the same crap on the way here. I took down a bullhead with a dildo. I added. Roman, this isn't what? Miltia paused, looking at me. What? We got company. Melanie shouted over our bickering. Our eyes followed the direction she was looking. Police cars with their sirens blaring down the street. Miltia quickly sat down in the pilot's seat, flicking buttons and starting the engines. Bullhead 7404, A38. You are not clear for takeoff. Turn your engines off. A voice come over the comms. I rolled my eyes. This is Bullhead 7404, A38. I grabbed the communications link, basically looking like a radio. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. We were cleared for takeoff 10 minutes ago. Over. Wonder if I could stall for a few more moments. Bullhead 7404, A38. You're not clear for takeoff. I repeat, you're not cleared for takeoff. If you violate Mistral airspace, you will be considered a hostile entity. This is Bullhead 7404, A38. I have been instructed to inform you that if you do not allow us to safely take off, Roman Torchwick will do to you what he did to the last bullhead that came after us. Oh, what the hell? Roman gawked at me. What did Roman Torchwick do? An older, gruffer voice came over the intercom this time. He said he took the last bullhead down with nothing but a dildo. And he is still very armed at the moment. I smiled at Roman. Proceed at your own risk. I clicked it off. Oh, fuck you. Roman scowled. I just chuckled. That's going to take on a new meaning around you from now on. Brothers, damn it, I'm never going to hear the end of this now. He face-bombed. Everyone sit down and shut up, we're taking off. Miltia raised her voice as we all filed into our seats. The bullhead took to the air before the cops could arrive, and we easily cleared the area, getting up out of the city, but almost immediately 3 more bullheads followed after us. We still got some on our tail. 3, no 4. I squinted. Wait, one of them looks different. Why is half of it painted yellow? Roman perked up. Is that a news bullhead? Are you serious? I looked at him, taking my scroll out and flipping through it until I came up on the news channel. There was a woman with a mic in her hand, hair blowing as her voice was hard to hear over the harsh winds. This is Pearl checking in with a deadly chase that took to the skies just moments ago. I looked at the bullhead from the window and back down to the scroll. We received word that notorious criminal Roman Torchwick and his partner Wilhelm Schweinort have stolen a bullhead with Mistral authorities in pursuit. We have yet to calculate the damage they've caused in their wake, but my sources say that lethal force has been authorized. Roman, Miltia's voice cold. Did she just say lethal force? I do believe she did. Roman, she said ever so calmly. Why are they authorized to use lethal force on us? Probably because Roman stole super-secret military stuff from your mom, who stole it from Atlas, who then was going to sell it to the government, who was keen on either burying the evidence of the illicit affair or retrieving said secrets. I explained. I'd better be getting a huge payout for this. Melanie scowled. I noticed you didn't bring any cargo with you. Her eyes narrowed dangerously at Roman. Calm yourself, sweetheart. I stashed the good stuff when I realized how hot things got. Besides, if we play this right, we can probably sell this Atlas stuff for several million lean. Million! Melanie balked. That's a low ball. He smirked. But we need to clear Mistral territory first. Damn, wasn't the haul estimated to only be a few 100,000 when everything was said and done? I'm trying, but they're catching up. We aren't exactly in a military craft here, Roman. Miltia growled, before her eyes widened. They're arming weapons. Shit, we got anything in this hunk of junk. Roman started looking around. It's a civilian airship. Miltia shouted. Why would there be weapons? She turned to me. Wilhelm, do that sword thing. What sword thing? Roman turned to me. Did you not watch the tournament? I was preoccupied. I didn't answer. Miltia, can you open the back? Easy. She flicked a button, and the loading door behind us began to open up. I stepped to the edge. The sudden air almost made me stumble. I allowed my sword to fly out, shooting at the bullheads like missiles, slashing at their wings. Oh shit! Roman gawked. When the hell did you learn to do that? I ignored the question again, staring at the bullheads make a downturn towards the ocean below. They should be fine, I stated, my sword's returning to me, though the news is still following. They'll be forced to turn around in a moment. We're about to leave Mistral airspace. Roman waved it off. Hell, they'll probably be forced to. A shadow appeared under the tides. A massive figure breached the surface, huge waves slamming against the floating wrecks. That is a big fucking sea fei long. Roman looked surprised. I've never seen a Grim that big before. Is that a Titan? Melanie stated. Guys, it's looking right at the cops. I pointed out. Shit, nothing we can do. That's just bad luck. Roman tilted his hat. We're just going to leave them like that? I asked. I don't mind dealing with the gangs, but they guys were just doing their jobs, and they're objectively on the right side of the law here. Kid, we got no weapons. What do you expect to do against something that big? He waved his hand at the massive creature. Just be glad it isn't you down there. He went back to his seat. Damn it. I can't in good conscience leave them there to die. Sorry. I looked at Miltia, who eyed me weirdly. Wilhelm, what are you doing? I stepped towards the edge of the back platform, giving her a smile before I stepped off. A portal opened up below me as I fell through, another appearing high up in the sky, giving me a good look at the sea fei long now below me. It looked almost draconic in nature. A sea serpent with huge wings. Falling through the air, I drew Mirage, and my magical energy exploded out. Spell circles flowed around my blade as I pulled on the kaleidoscope. The sky above me shifted, an aurora sprang out, a cascade of magical energy that created a torrent of color. The thing looked up, focusing on me intently. It unfurrowed its wings, as if to fly up and devour me. I held my sword back, as I gathered the last of the magical energy I needed from an infinite amount of parallel worlds. Ether cannon! I swung my sword as a massive amount of magic was discharged. It collided straight down on the creature, the water displaced and creating a tidal wave in every direction. The iridescent beam of light penetrating the water and completely obliterating most of the Grim along with anything else that lay below. Welp, that takes care of that. The wind almost yanked the binding off my ponytail as I continued to fall through the air. I looked to the side to see the bullhead hovering nearby, Roman at the edge with his cane, when the head suddenly shot off towards me. A grappling hook. God, that's so fucking cool. I grabbed it with ease as he began to reel me in. I was surprised at the tensile strength of this thing. Probably some sort of carbon fiber. You are one crazy motherfucker. Roman huffed, pulling me on board. Hey, thanks for the save. I smiled, even if I could just open a new portal. But it was the thought that counts. Whatever, kid. He snorted. So, the fuck was that? What was what? I smiled innocently. You know. He took out another cigar, and I was now wondering if his semblance created them, because I have no idea where he stashed so many. I'm beyond caring at the moment. He went to his seat and slumped down. Miltia, takes us home, please. I just shrugged, Neo looking at me oddly, and both sisters giving me glances. Well, I guess they share the same sentiments at the moment. This has been an odd adventure. Looking out the window, I noticed the news still hovering over there. It's not like things could get even worse after getting shown using my magic. Chapter 113. I need a drink. Roman slumped out of the bullhead as we landed. Juniors, I asked. Yup. He popped. Need to give the big guy a heads up on what happened. Junior's going to be pissed. Melanie added. He expected an immediate return. Yeah, well, he knew the risks. Roman seemed uncaring. Besides, it's not like he isn't getting ahead here, it just won't be immediate. Won't the police stop us? I mean, we could easily sneak there, but we were just casually walking down the street at this point. Pfft, like the kingdoms are that cooperative. It'll take at least several days before Vale even considers warrants. Roman bit down on his cigar. And I doubt any of them with a brain will come knocking with you around, kid. I paused considering what he said. That's fair, I suppose. Roman snorted. Yeah, just expect the Atlas military if they really want your ass. He shook his head, clearly fatigued after everything that happened. Hey, it's your adoring fans. He chuckled as crowds of people began to point at us, scrolls out recording. I, of course, waved at them happily. Do you guys not care that you're basically being recorded? It's good for my persona, Roman said flippantly. And that was also fair. Me and Mel work for Junior. Miltia added. There's a reason he's never overtly touched by the government. Copious amounts of blackmail? I asked. He was an information broker, along with his other illicit activities. Yup. Huh, neat. I thought for a moment. Think people would pay for autographs? Kid. Roman turned to me with a flat expression. That is a genius idea. A smile grew on his face. I'll need to capitalize on this before I get a new warrant. Neo, you good? I asked the shorter woman, only taking a few glances at how those pants hugged her butt. She gave a small smile, seemingly unconcerned. Please, Neo thrives on the attention. Roman laughed as we approached the club. It wasn't very far away, conveniently close to where the bullheads parked. He swaggered in, pushing the doors open. Honey, I'm home, he declared to a club full of people. Gone was the whole dance theme he had going on before. No, this was set up to watch the fights from earlier, lots of seating, lots of drinks. It only took a moment before people started clapping and cheering. Thank you, thank you. Roman took his hat off and bowed. You're all too kind, really. What's up with the standing ovation? I asked. You got any idea how many people the spider bitch ran out of Mistral or killed friends and family of? Not to mention, fuck the governments. Oh, and a healthy dose of fuck the tournament commission as well. Basically hit the triple with our little adventure. The people of the hour. Junior opened his arms, welcoming us back and gesturing to the seats at the bar. The crowd just hollering and whooping even more. I happily took my seat, a drink already waiting in front of me. This is not how I expected our return to be like. I downed half my glass in one go. At the moment, you're not wanted men in Vale. Junior just shrugged, turning back to the huge crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing. So get the hell out. Many booed and threw jeers at Junior, but they didn't really have any venom behind them. He was weirdly charismatic. Gonna debrief now? I mused, sipping my drink. You think this is a cop drama or something? Junior grunted. Well, Kid isn't wrong. Roman grinned. So, how's everything after we made our escape? Junior took his glasses off, rubbing his eyes. Shit, Roman. I can't cover you on this one. You're gonna get a lot of heat on you for this shit. I figured. Roman sighed. How bad is the kid in it? He jerked his thumb towards me. Up shit creek, the concept of a paddle doesn't even exist for him anymore. Ouch. I winced. Didn't know you cared, Roman. Yeah, well, I need to make sure my people don't get caught and snitch on me. Shuri. I smiled. He chose to ignore me. But what's the latest news? Well, you lot are blasted all over the news. Kid and you taking the spotlight. He took out his scroll, pressing it a few times and tossed it on the counter. Initial estimates are roughly 140,000 lean in damages. 27 dead. Worried about an unchecked individual with the ability to kill a grim of such caliber. The clips changed from time to time as a bunch of people all talked about our escapades. I wonder if Vacuo is nice this time of the year? I asked. If you like sand, sand, and more sand. Miltia rolled her eyes. There's that nice resort there, though. Melanie added helpfully. Oh, I was actually surprised by that. Neo stood up and excitedly waved her arms. Oh yeah, Shorty took a vacation there a few months ago, wouldn't stop bragging about it. Miltia added, a tired look on her face. We're getting off topic. Let's focus on the important stuff. Junior cut off that sidetrack. Now, what's this I hear about Roman downing a bullhead with a dildo? He raised an eyebrow. Pfft. I held my hands up to my mouth, catching myself from spitting my drink everywhere. Oh, fuck me. Roman let his forehead hit the counter. Melanie and Miltia broke into giggles, Neo practically falling out of her seat, laughing silently. Even Junior began to cackle at Roman's misfortune. First off, it was the kid, he accused, pointing his finger at me. That's not what the internet says. I retorted, having brought my own scroll out and started searching up info. Congratulations, Roman. You're a meme. I hate you so much right now. Love you too, Dad. I chuckled. You're disowned. I turned to Neo. Mom, Dad's being mean to me. Neo lightly pat my shoulder. Can we talk about the important stuff now? Roman tried to change the subject. Fine. We did need to figure out what happened. All right, if you all are done fooling around. Junior put on a serious face. Honestly, this was a shit show. After we settle everything, I don't want to see you guys for several months. He swept his gaze at me, Neo, and Roman. I'm already having to call on several favors to keep the twins out of the news. That's fair. I'll disappear for a bit once we settle everything. I nodded. Yeah, I'll probably hit up one of my safe houses and take some me time. Roman sighed. Neo, you good? Neo just nodded, gesturing to him. I forgot you had that house. He just hummed. I assumed Neo was going to crash at her own little safe place. Well, if you guys got that figured out. Junior set his hands on the counter. Seriously though, people are asking a lot of questions here. It's obvious even to the uneducated masses that more was going on than what's being said. The government isn't going to start firing missiles in the middle of the city over a petty thief. Oh shit, I forgot about that. How were people not rioting after that? Believe me, people are very much upset. He refilled my drink without a comment. That kind of show of force was very unusual, and people noticed. Not to mention what the kid did to that Grim. He gave me a look, as if trying to see through me. Didn't you unlock your aura like a week ago? Melanie commented, eyes drilling into me. Actually, everyone was giving me looks. I can't help that I'm so talented. Truly, it's the only thing that can rival my handsomeness. Oh, brothers! Melanie rolled her eyes, only making me smirk. I think they realized I wasn't going to answer questions right now, so they moved on. Yeah, that's going viral at the moment. Isn't doing you any good, kid. People are kind of scared that a criminal is capable of bringing that kind of force to bear. He sighed. Well, they're also saying how you didn't use it on the authorities and actually save them, so it's about split with regards to calling for your head. Don't really care at this point. I shrugged. What happened to the tournament after I left? Well, after you destroyed all my odds with your second fight, it went about as expected. They kind of forced everything to continue, Nikos winning the finals, but she refused to accept the reward, saying she hadn't beaten her final opponent yet. Oh, Pira, you cinnamon roll. Other than that, you can probably guess the chaos going on right now after all that crap. He took a deep breath. Now, he swept his gaze and landed on Roman. What the fuck happened? Yeah, I knew this was coming. Roman sighed again, nursing his drink. We raided her stashes like planned, but we didn't realize she had a very hot item hidden in there with all the loot. How hot, Roman? Atlas's next generation of mech and infantry weaponry. Roman answered nonchalantly. I only glanced at some of the bitch's notes, but stuff looked legit. Brothers, fucking damn it. Junior shouted, turning away and clenching his fists. Fuck! No wonder they got so damn pissed. If Atlas found out. Yup, whole shitshow that would be. Roman replied. But good news is that I managed to stash the other loot before making it out with this. He took a small chip out of his pocket and placed it on the counter. I assumed it was the same as a USB drive or something. Is that? He said quietly. Yup, a bunch of super classified Atlas military secrets, Roman nodded. Think Atlas would be interested in reacquiring this? Roman. Junior stared at him. You are one crazy son of a bitch. Yeah, we can probably do something with this. Worst case, Vale may want to buy it. Atlas won't show up with their military? I asked. Yeah, no. The Vale Council would throw a fit if Ironwood tried to pull a stunt like that. Relations are already a bit rocky after some issues in the past few years. Junior explained. Good news, we'll probably be making a lot of lean. Bad news, it's going to take a while to move something this hot. Well, you guys work out the details. I need to make a call. I thought about Pyrrha and felt a small pit in my stomach. I sought some privacy in the forever fall forest as I took out my scroll, pressed a familiar number. It rang a few times before a redhead appeared on the screen. Hey there, Red. Wilhelm. Pyrrha looked at me in shock. I thought I wouldn't hear from you again. You have my number. You could have called. I didn't think you would want to talk to me, she said quietly, and I couldn't help but sigh at what I probably put her through. We're friends, why wouldn't I? Even after what happened? Red, my woman literally kicked my ass every day for years for training. I deadpanned. That's practically a greeting for me. I sighed again. How you holding up? I know I left a mess behind. That's an understatement. She frowned, a little bit of venom in her words. We were threatened to continue the tournament. I paused for a moment, remembering what Junior said. Threatened? Do I need to go have a chat with someone? My manager is already talking to my lawyers. I guess I'll keep my hands out of it then. I would let it go this time. Also, I talked to one of the teachers from Beacon. I accepted a scholarship. Oh, I hear Beacon is a good school, but won't you get some flack for going to a school outside the kingdom? I could only imagine with her popularity back home that they were all expecting her to go to Haven. Maybe, I don't know. She mumbled. My manager said something similar, but you were from Vale, so I wanted to go there. Oh, Red, I'm going to stop you, she said with a certain amount of confidence in her voice that surprised me. Stop me? I questioned. I'll make you stop being a criminal, she declared. I couldn't help but smile at her words. The way she said them was so genuine. Do you think you can? I wanted to poke her a little bit. She furrowed her brow. I know you're strong. Pyrrha, that wasn't anywhere close to my full strength. I admitted. I wanted to see what her resolve looked like. She was quiet for a moment. A lot of people are trying to speculate your semblance, but no one can agree on anything. She looked at me, as if wanting an answer. Semblance, huh? I eyed her. Tell you mine if you tell me. Polarity. She interrupted me. I blinked at her. I was kidding. I face-palmed. But that was interesting, and I had questions regarding the applications. Oh. She looked down. That's fine, just. I sighed, opening up a portal right behind her. Space control. I spoke, almost making her jump in fright. Wilhelm. She turned around, looking at me in utter shock. Hey, Red. I greeted as I stepped over. The scene revealed was an empty park minus us two. Space control. She muttered, connecting several dots. That's scary to think about. She looked up at me. Is it a good idea for you to be here? Are you going to arrest me, Miss Huntress? She blushed slightly. I'm not technically a huntress yet, only becoming a huntress in training, legally, when I start my schooling at Beacon. I couldn't help but smile again at her nervousness. I never did apologize for what happened. I moved towards a nearby bench, sitting down. She followed me, sitting a little close, but I still saw her hesitance. For the damage. Oh, I don't really care about that. I admitted. Insurance would most likely cover everything, though I can look into that to clear my conscience in case someone got screwed over due to my flippancy. Wilhelm. Well, I am a master criminal. I smirked as she just huffed in annoyance. I was talking about how we left things. I looked up at the sky. The moon was surprisingly beautiful once I got used to it being shattered like that. I was a lot like you not too long ago. Like me? She tilted her head, not understanding. I told you I was alone for most of my childhood. I mean that literally. I had no friends, no one to confide in alone. I explained as she looked like she wanted to crawl under a rock at my statement. I understood it, the embarrassment, the depressing thoughts she must have about herself. I knew them all too well. I don't know how I would have felt if I thought my first friend abandoned me. Our situations weren't a perfect mirror, but it was enough that I can sympathize quite heavily with her. We're really friends? Pyrrha asked quietly. Of course, I said genuinely, as she relaxed a bit, and I saw a bit of smile hiding behind her neutral expression. Want a hug? What? A hug, I reiterated. I'm gonna hug you. She made a little sound as I wrapped my arms around her, but she didn't seem to dislike it either as she reciprocated all the same. I'm still going to stop you, she whispered. Well, then you need to get stronger, huh? We finally parted, a small blush on her face. Try not to focus on only that, though. You have a chance to make some more friends. I didn't want to be the reason she couldn't have a fun school experience. Gods know I missed my chance. That's another reason I wanted to go to Beacon. She admitted, I thought it would allow me to escape the fame. I'm tired of everyone just propping me up like some kind of idol. Probably, but don't expect it all to just dissipate into the air. It was a good idea. You can't expect people to willingly ignore your pedestal if you won't come down to meet them halfway. I know, she muttered. I've never been good with people, though. She looked embarrassed by the admittance. I took acting classes when I was younger to help me fake it in front of the cameras. Okay, the thought two of you trying to act in a setting like that is a little funny. I would pay money to see her in a play or something. Actually, I was a part of the theater club in my school. Theater? They have clubs for that. She looked at me, and I guess it was a foreign concept to her, in a world with monsters like this. It was more common where I'm from. I waved it off as I sighed again. I'm going to have to disappear for a while, Red. Disappear? Because of what happened? Yeah, Vale is probably going to put out a warrant for my arrest. Figured I'd get a head start and hit the road before then. Will I still be able to talk to you? Where I'm going, it'll be hard, but I'll make sure to check in when I can. Oh, I see. She looked a little depressed at that. How long do you think you have to hide? Few months, probably. I think I should be able to pop back up in public by the time Beacon semester starts. Really? She lit up at me words. I promise, I said as I resolved myself to show up even if my face was still being blasted everywhere. I saw so much of the old me in her. I could not be there when she needed moral support. But I was running down the clock on my stay here. I wanted to finish up a few more things before I departed. Chapter 114. I was walking through the market, a small smile on my face as I just eyed everything around me. There were many stalls, some people hawking their wares, and some legitimate storefronts with open doors, beckoning people to come and take a look. It really was a big difference from the more residential and industrial aspects, which would be expected, except there were plenty of smaller versions of this happening here or there. If there was a demand, then there would be a need. I doubt everyone living on the fringes of Vale would want to walk all the way here then back home for some light grocery shopping. But I digress. I was drawing attention, but I didn't care so much right now. Isn't that? Wasn't he a criminal? Should we call the police? I heard he killed a Titan. Is he single? I almost tripped hearing that last whisper. It was an older woman, a much older woman. Nope. I wanted to evacuate immediately after that, but something caught me attention out of the corner of my eye. I turned to look at a man siding at a stall, shirts hung everywhere. Taking a few steps over, he seemed to notice me. See anything you like? We have the latest. He stopped, staring at me, then looking at one of his shirts hanging up. Ah! I walked up, staring him in the eyes, placing a hand on his shoulder. You're doing good work. I'll take 5. He turned around and quickly pocketed the money after I picked out a few sizes, eyeballing them. With my new prize, I made my way through the market for a little while longer, grabbing something here or there. Saw a couple things I would be grabbing as gifts. Didn't want to see Kunu again without getting her a little something. My cute little daughter. Honestly, I kind of want to see Yasaka again as well. Izzy, I wanted to hang out with her some more. I couldn't help but sigh as I thought about everyone I had been away from so far. I really want to complete my project and get my house connected everywhere. To have everyone know each other, so I don't have to keep jumping around when I want to visit the people I care about. As I finished up and approached Junior's club for the final time in the next few months, I stopped my moping, putting on a small smile. I'm back. I pushed open the doors, announcing my presence. The familiar faces of the gang met mine, some half-hearted acknowledgments. It was sort of a going-away party, if it could be called that. More like sitting around and drinking until we had to skedaddle. Kid, we got an update. Roman waved his hand in the air to grab my attention before pointing to Junior. Got a tip that Vale's going to make an announcement in solidarity with Mistral later tonight. Junior sighed, rubbing his eyes. Didn't think they'd do it this quickly. Well, we prepared for the worst. I shrugged. You have somewhere to go? Miltia casually asked, though she didn't do a good job of hiding that worry in her tone. I guess I could go visit my daughter and her mother for a bit. I waved her off. I would see if I could stop by before heading to Skyrim with Rin and Artoria. You have a daughter? Miltia's shocked expression mirrored everyone else. Is that weird? I asked. Damn, I have a granddaughter. Roman lit his cigar. You're not my dad. I deadpanned. Actually, I put the adoption papers through. Roman retorted. Wilhelm Torchwick, it has a nice ring to it. I'm 20 years old, I think. Time wasn't a perfect, measurable variable when in the land of shadows. Hi, 20 years old. I'm dad. Roman looked very impressed with himself. I hate you. I know. He smirked. Can we go back to him having a daughter? Miltia interrupted, even Neo looking interested, poking Roman to stop his shenanigans. What? I looked around. Is that so weird? Yes. Yup. Definitely. Neo gave a thumbs up. I don't care. I rolled my eyes, taking out my scroll and revealing a picture of Kunu. It didn't show her tails, thankfully, just her fluffy ears. I actually took a picture of my phone's screen, so I would have it on my scroll as well. Didn't turn out bad at all. A faunus. She's too cute to be your daughter. You actually convinced a woman to sleep with you? I looked around the room. I'm feeling very attacked right now. And she's not my daughter by blood, kinda got adopted by her a while ago, and this is how it turned out. Yeah, figured since she looks at least 10. Would be weird if you were the father. Miltia admitted. The other nodded in agreement as I gave a flat look. Okay, so you all just wanted to take shots at me. Why did I expect any different? I put it away. Stop being a baby. Miltia huffed, tapping her finger on the counter. You could bring her around, or something when everything dies down. My club isn't a daycare. Junior grunted, but shrinked down when Miltia gave him a death glare. Whatever. He dropped it pretty easily. Just don't bring her around Roman. He's a bad influence. Pretty sure he's racist. Melanie added. I'm not racist. Roman defended himself. I'm offended that you would think so low of me. Aren't you constantly saying racist shit towards Faunus? Melanie asked. First off, he set his cigar on an ashtray. I do that on purpose because the majority of the Faunus we work with are involved with that white Fang terrorist crap. So you just do it to piss them off? I looked at him. The corners of his lips curled up. Why else? Do you really think I would care that a person has animal features or not? That's a really fair point. You would definitely spout racist shit against humans if it had the same effect. Glad you understand me, kid. Roman nodded in delight. That being said, if I hear any of your crap around my daughter, if I ever bring her near you, which is very unlikely, I will break your legs. Oh wow, you really are a dad. You got that whole, he waved his hands. Dad aura going on, he stated, letting out a chuckle. Don't worry yourself, brat. I don't go picking on kids for shits and giggles. Junior was liberal with the drinks. Not that I would ever be paying here again anyways. I make sure to remind Roman of his little deal whenever possible. By the way, I got going away presents for everyone. Oh, kid, you shouldn't have. Roman spoke first. I take cash or check. I took one of the shirts out of my ring and tossed it at his face. So you all can remember me fondly in these coming months. I passed the remainder around. Really? Junior held a shirt up to himself. I know, I didn't think it was possible to make a t-shirt so sexy. I shook my head, forcing myself to look away. Junior, I hope you'll use this newfound power of yours for good. To wear something that's spectacular, panties will drop from just glimpsing it. You're the worst. Miltia looked at her shirt. Going right in the trash. Melanie added. Well, I needed a rag for when I change my car's oil. Roman nodded. I looked at Neo, who was now wearing the shirt. I knew it, you're the best. I gave her a thumbs up. She happily reciprocated. They were shirts with my face plastered all over. You know, I suddenly feel like the club just got significantly more class. Weird. Fuck off. Junior snorted. Hee hee. I lightly laughed as he threw the shirt back in my face. As fun as this is. Roman pushed a cigar against the ashtray, putting it out. I really want to skip town before they get smart enough to lock the city down. That's probably for the best. Junior nodded, with perhaps a tiny bit of sadness. I don't think he would admit it, but he likes having people around like this. I guess I'll head out too. May as well. I had a few more things I wanted to check out here before departing the world for a while, otherwise I was in the wind. Stop fucking pussyfooting around and go. Miltia huffed, but at this point I could kind of read between the lines. She wanted me to get going before I ran into any trouble. Hug! I offered, arms open. She rolled her eyes. If it gets you out of my hair faster. She held her arms open as I scooped her up. She made a little noise in embarrassment before I let her go. I'll see you in a few months. Fine, whatever. She crossed her arms and turned away. I felt a little tug on my sleeve. Nia was looking at me bashfully, holding her arms open. Really? I looked at her. She tried her best to put on an innocent face. No stabbing, I stated, holding my arms out. She pouted but gave a silent giggle and a quick hug. We'll stab people together later. Felt like I didn't get to know her much these past days, though we got along well, all things considered. That got a genuine smile from her. Sheesh, this mushy crap is going to make me sick. Roman gagged audibly. And what's up with you, Neo? You don't usually get attached that easily. Neo shrugged her shoulder before flicking her wrist. A wallet appeared in her hand as we all stared at her. You know what? Well done. I admit my defeat there. It was a fake wallet. Well, not really fake, but just something I picked up here randomly to store my lean in, so I wouldn't have everything stored in my ring to retrieve. Surprisingly, though, she took it completely without my noticing. Melanie. I turned to the other twin. Fuck you. She gave me the bird. I nodded. Fuck you too. I replied, earning a small smile from her. Lastly, Junior. You were surprisingly not the most annoying person I've ever had to work with. Junior said with a certain amount of honesty in his voice. That will always be Roman, though you are in the top 10. Top 10? I asked. Roman, I need tips on how to score higher. Get the fuck out of my club. He snorted, though it lacked any kind of venom. What about me? Roman feigned indignance. Roman. I paused, trying to think of the correct words to say. Your hat is stupid. That's it, you're disowned. He exclaimed. We both sat there for a moment before chuckling. Kid, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but you are someone I have come to tolerate. He practically choked up. Thanks, Dad. I deadpanned. Any time, kiddo. He shot me with a finger gun. Well, time to leave on that utterly low note. Tossed the shirt back at Junior. See you all, hopefully in a few months. I opened up a portal and left. I stepped into the Forever Fall forest one more time. Definitely my favorite place on Remnant so far. I could easily see myself building a home out here. Flipping my hand over, I took out the lamp, summoning my genie. Hello again. Jin greeted, stretching like she had been sleeping. How may I service you, my master? She smiled. You mean be of service? No. Of course. I didn't even question it at this point. Hey, is it uncomfortable being in my storage space while you're in your lamp? She tilted her head at the question. I suppose that falls under my uses, technically. She mused. It is a strange feeling, like finding my house suddenly adrift in the sea without anything on the horizon. I can keep lamp out for now on if you want. If that would not be too much trouble. She seemed pleased. You know, you're allowed to ask things of me. The worst that I can do is say no. I didn't want her to be afraid of me. It left a strange feeling in my stomach. She smiled bright at that. If that is what my master desires. She walked up, touching the lamp. The relic has certain features to it, she stated, as it began to shrink down to a size which I could fit in my palm. Well, that's convenient. I blinked at the small object now. Makes me wonder if I can mess with it some more. I rubbed my chin and thought. The outer shell seems entirely malleable even with the concepts woven into its creation. Did your brother gods not think anyone would mess with it after it was created? Is that a question? The dry look she gave me basically confirmed my guess. They weren't the most intelligent sort, were they? She let out an uncharacteristic groan. Is that a question? I sensed some hostility there. I laughed. But I do have a question to ask. She perked up immediately, the area around us freezing in time. She played it up, magics floating around us, building up the atmosphere. Ask your final question for the century. I thought of something. A mischievous smile formed on my face. Actually, I changed my mind. She just blinked, nodding as the effects around us dissipated. You know what? I actually will have that question now. Once again, time paused. What is your? Changed my mind. Time resumed. On second thought. Time paused. Nah, better not. Time resumed. Oh, I suddenly thought of. No. She huffed, crossing her arms, pouting in annoyance. Fine, fine. I'll do it for real. I tried to appease her. Perhaps I was teasing her too much just now. But she didn't shake her annoyed expression. I walked up as she turned away, arms wrapping around her. Jin. I lightly caressed her cheek. I'm sorry I went too far. She huffed again, not answering. Jin, what can I do to apologize? I whispered, next to her ear before they truly caught my attention. They were very cute, very pointy. I couldn't help myself. Nom. HNN, she made a little sound. A squeak in surprise escaped her lips. I paused, releasing her ear, looking down at her face, which was turning a bright shade of red. Oh my, are your ears sensitive? Made me want to keep nibbling. Is that a question? She turned even redder. I want to speak with Drake. She changed the subject. I raised an eyebrow, summoning the boosted gear. Hello, Jin. Drake greeted happily. Hello, Dryag. Jin was happy to return the greeting. It was probably something she wasn't used to, an experience that was still novel. I have a question. Oh, ask away. Is it possible to take things into that gauntlet? She pointed at the boosted gear. It is. Do you wish to come and stay in here with me? Can I truly? Her eyes lit up. Huh, I didn't think about that. If he agrees, and that's what you want, I added. It would be a good way for her to have company instead of me keeping her in her lamp all the time. I have never had a roommate before. Drake seemed amused. Though, this is more of a prison for me, you would be sequestered to the side, unfortunately. But we will be able to speak whenever you wish. Jin looked excited at the prospect, and I'm glad it made her happy. Does that mean I'm out of the doghouse? She turned back at me, a small twitch on her lips. Ask your question. She still turned slightly red. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I put my hands up in surrender. Humph! She raised her hands and time stopped again. This is really a nice application of magic, Drake commented. Thank you. She beamed again. At least someone appreciates my effort. She glared at me. Okay, I deserve that. I admitted before getting serious. Since we're leaving soon, I figured I would see the origin of the Grimm. It was on the old man's list. He was curious how they came about, but at this point it was probably an easy to guess at who created them. The familiar scene occurred, knowledge flooding the surroundings, conveying their contents in more than just words. The brother gods, one of light and one of darkness. It was the god of darkness who created them Grimm. His motivations were hard to discern. I suppose I didn't word my question as broadly to allow that. It shifted as many types of Grimm were created, some by hand, some mutations, and others surprisingly evolved over time, or with a purpose. The older they became, the more intelligent until they cast off their construct origins and became something akin to phantasmal species. Fascinating. I made many mental notes until the visions shifted again. A woman appeared on the screen, becoming the predominant focus. Red eyes, pale skin, curse marks on her body. She stood above these huge pools of inky darkness as more Grimm emerged in new shapes and forms. Salem, the queen of the Grimm. Jin revealed. She is. Step on me, mommy. What? The scenes collapsed abruptly. What? What? Chapter 115. Interlude 5. Ashbin, headmaster of Beacon, POV. I hummed to myself, stirring my hot cocoa gently, adding a dash of nutmeg to give it a little pop. Taking a sip, I leaned back and admired the taste. After living for an uncountable number of years, one learns to appreciate the small pleasures in life. It gave scope, context, to why the fight was worth continuing each day. Standing up, I walked towards the rotunda windows that circled my office, my tower that overlooked the school. A wizard I may no longer be, but a tower I still built myself. No longer did it house arcane secrets, magical facilities, and cosmic powers. Instead, it now overlooked the next generation. The eager, young faces of youth, the heroes of tomorrow. Those who would take up arms and defend humanity from the monsters that go bump in the night. It was not a position to lord myself over those below, to create a sense of self-importance, despite what my students may think. A reminder to see, every day when I look out the window in the morning, what it was I exactly fighting for. Every face that would one day not return to their friends and family, their happy faces carved into my soul, that even after reincarnating I would never forget. The sins I had to bear, so that one day this would no longer be necessary. Weapons would be let go, because monsters no longer banged on their doors. Unfortunately, today was not that day, nor would it be tomorrow, and most likely not be grasped within this lifetime. My idle muse was broken as the door to the elevator opened. "Hello, Glinda." I greeted my deputy headmistress. "Hello, Ashpin." She returned a small smile. "Have you started watching yet?" I was tempted. I smiled lightly. But you know how James gets when we start without him. She didn't seem to give it much thought herself. "What about Crow, is he?" "I'm here." A slightly slurred voice caught our attention, as the man shifted from his bird form back into human. It almost made me sigh how I couldn't even sense his magic anymore. Without direct contact, my magical senses were practically non-existent. Even my own magic that I gifted a few decades prior to him that allowed his transformations. "Good morning, Crow." I greeted politely all the same. "Heya, Oz." He raised a flask in greeting. "Crow, do you really need to start drinking this early?" Glinda scowled, though we both knew it was a losing fight at this point. "No, after Summer Rose died, he never let go of that flask she gave him. Its contents always filled. I suppose we all cope in our own ways. I certainly can't throw stones from my glass house. At least he can still be productive. It took me several lifetimes to get my act together after." I didn't wish to dwell on those thoughts right now. "I didn't start drinking this early." He smirked. "I haven't stopped drinking since last night." "Well, that is certainly one way to rationalize it, I suppose." "Oh, Oz, I got something I wanted you to look at." He fumbled around his pockets until he realized he had a small sling over his shoulder. Ruby was having trouble smelting this. Even the smiths she visited couldn't make heads or tails of it. He took a rather strange-looking ingot of metal out and set it on my desk. I have never seen a metal like this before, which was certainly a strange thing in of itself. "Where did you acquire it?" I put my hand on it, and I couldn't help but have my eyes widen, a familiar feeling lightly pulsing out. Some kid was saved by the shorty. Got lost somewhere and she helped him or something. I was barely paying attention. He took another drink from his flask. Said it was a reward for Ruby. I told her I'd go ask some people if they knew what to do with it. "This metal is magical," I stated plainly, a mild amount of shock on my face. "Wait, what?" Crow paused mid-drink, staring at me. "Are you sure, Ashpin?" Glinda gave me a surprised look. I couldn't fault them for their reactions. Anything magical beyond dust was practically lost to the world. Even finding the most primitive magical tool would be a large boon unheard of in several lifetimes. To actually hold a metal that held magical power in it, it was a strange feeling. As reduced as I was, I could almost feel magic from touch. "I am almost certain." I nodded, staring at the strange metal. "Where did you acquire it, Crow?" Hopefully, he would have a more thorough explanation. He scratched his head, seemingly trying to focus his thoughts. Some strange kid was helped out by Rubes. She took him home, met Ty and myself. He was thankful for the help, said he got lost due to some semblance mishap or something. He paused for a moment. "Oh," and he pulled a rabbit out of his hat, said he was a magician. I blinked at his statement. That was certainly not what I expected. Like stage magic, or something else. Well, he didn't seem like a wizard, Oz. And I didn't exactly ask him, if that's what you're asking. That was fair, and I'm merely grasping at straws here anyways. "Well, actually..." Crow paused again. "Ruby did say something about them sparring, and he beat her with a stick." "A stick?" Glinda asked. Ruby is still very young, but her talent is undeniable. She would perhaps match the average at Beacon right now. "Well, I didn't really give it any thought and..." Crow looked like he just realized something. "She said it was after he cut a tree in half with the stick." I let out a sigh, but once again, I couldn't really fault him. How much of what Ruby said could be interpreted as merely her youthful imagination or exaggerations? That's still not evidence. Glinda raised a very fair point. She is correct. We've been fooled into thinking that a semblance was magic in the past. Well, we've fooled ourselves before. It was easy to jump to conclusions about such a thing when you truly hope for it to happen. Oh, right. He said his semblance was space manipulation or something. He leaned against the wall. Oh well, I suppose that is still impressive in of itself. That explains it then. I nodded. I could think of many ways to utilize a broad semblance like that for the applications witnessed. And it isn't hard to assume he merely found the metal somewhere. Magic was dead. It wasn't coming back anytime soon. What kind of space manipulation? Raven also has a variation of that. Glinda asked, drawing our thoughts to Crow's wayward sister. It made tracking her down very difficult when she could open portals to people she had bonds with. I don't know. Crow shrugged. I didn't really ask him anything other than seeing if he knew Raven. That would be a quick conclusion to jump to for him, even if it was a complete shot in the dark. Just because semblances are related in some aspect does not mean the people possessing them are. What was he like? I asked. If nothing else, it might be beneficial to get him on our side. Dressed well, seemed like he had a sense of humor. Crow took another drink. Nice enough, I guess. He gave off the feeling like one of those aristocrat types in Atlas, but with a lot less snob. Crow was being flippant, but that was helpful information. I would need to check in with James, maybe ask around. Did you get a name? He scratched his head again. It was something long, didn't follow the colors. That's rare these days, Glinda added, seemingly used to Crow not giving detailed information. I did enjoy the color naming conventions that popped up, a show of unity across both faunus and humanity in a dark hour. But the fact that he didn't use it was good information in of itself. Just keep an eye open. He could prove useful to pull to our side if he has a powerful semblance. Right-ho, Crow replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the scroll began to buzz. A familiar man on the other end as I answered, his face showing up on the large screen at the front of my office. Good morning, James. I hope you are having a wonderful day. I wish, Ojpin. James Ironwood's stern voice came out of the speakers. The council is dragging its feet on several issues. Something I know all too well. I nodded at his plight. I too had to deal with the Vale Council too much for my liking. Are we all here and ready? James asked. You were the last one, Tin Man. Crow stated. James didn't deem it necessary to respond, his gaze turning to Glinda. Glinda, a pleasure as always. James. She nodded to him. The tension that never went away after their small tryst a decade ago. I decided it was a good idea to move along. I am looking forward to this year's tournament. We have quite a few good seeds. James' eyes lit up. Don't you dare steal all them again, Ojpin. He stared at me, though a small bit of playfulness in his voice. Lionheart already has a huge advantage, and I heard he was doing tours of Haven as well. Oh, that is smart. I rubbed my chin. Perhaps we should start doing something similar before the school year begins. Offer tours of the facilities. It may draw up some potential interest. I wouldn't be against it, but we're already running around before the year begins. We need to look into hiring more hands. Glinda replied. She's been pushing for more staff for a while now. All right, Glinda. Provide me with a list of potential teachers, and I'll give it a look. It is true we need to expand a bit, and more trusting hands around here would be a boon. Glinda practically beamed under my words. I already have one created. I will deliver it to you later today. Of course. Just as I would expect from the woman I chose as my successor for Beacon Headmaster. As fun as this is, can we start? Crow interjected. Yes, of course. We were getting quite sidetracked. We're a little behind, as it were. I began to play the stream of the tournament. Go fuck yourself, Lil Miss Malachite. Love, Roman Torchwick. Pfft. Crow spit his drink out in surprise, and I had been lucky. I also was not sipping my beverage, for I fear I may have had a similar reaction. What? Glinda looked on in shock. Roman Torchwick. Isn't he that thief in Vale? Why is he calling out Malachite like that? James immediately began to contemplate the message, seemingly uncaring about the words themselves. Forget that, Oz, that's the kid. The kid? I questioned until realization dawned. He is the one who gave the medal to Ruby. Yeah, would recognize him anywhere. What medal? James asked. Magic medal, gift to Ruby. Crow abbreviated, which was surprisingly accurate. I would like a further explanation later. James commented. But is there anything I should know about him? Nothing important just yet. He seems to possess a space-based semblance. I commented. James's eyes twinkled. Is that so? I suppose he would try and get his hands on this person himself. I would not stop him. If he were successful, then it would be beneficial to us as well. I took out my own scroll and looked through the information available. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Certainly a unique name in this era. I'm going to pound him so hard, his mom is going to be jealous. His opponent providing some mocking words, and I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Wilhelm's face. This would not bode well for young Gundy. I could recognize a cold anger well enough. Why does his record say all buys? Crow was looking over his own scroll. Looks like someone is messing with the tournament. Glinda herself was pulling up her own information. They aren't even being subtle about it. Roman Torchwick, perhaps? James offered, but he usually doesn't venture out of his own lane. This is a far cry from his thefts. Roman Torchwick. He's a very notorious thief here in Vale, but he's never been close to a priority. He's smart enough to stay away from anything that drags too much attention, hurting innocents, murder, theft of government property and such. Why would he be doing this now? It is a good theory as any. I agreed with James's initial assumption. Behold, the cameras shook from the arena, the entire thing filled with smoke as one of the fighters was blasted out of the ring. And Wilhelm just casually strode away without another word. A dust bomb, James muttered. No, that was just a crystal. How did he achieve that kind of payload with only a single crystal like that? Most peculiar. I agreed. As much as I hate to admit it, it was a sufficient strategy to deal with an armored opponent like that. Glinda grumbled. Please, we all know he wasn't doing that as a strategy, did? Crow rolled his eyes. Quite. And I do not believe it was technically against the rules. I stroked my chin. James didn't seem to mind, either, as he kept rather quiet. He was quite the stickler for rules, but he also appreciated a creative use around them. If you all wouldn't mind, how about we fast forward to his next fight? I wish to see this young man again. Whatever. Crow didn't seem to care. The next few matches don't look like they will hold any suspense. If you wish to jump ahead, I'm not against it. Glinda also agreed. Go ahead, Ashpin. James agreed as well. I'm also a bit curious. Very well. I began tapping away at the screen, catching up with the live broadcast a bit until this Wilhelm appeared again for his next match. Here we are. He took a corner of the ring with a new opponent. That is Cobalt, I believe. James spoke first. I was eyeing him previously. I thought his semblance would be quite beneficial as a specialist. I don't see his semblance listed anywhere. Glinda frowned, staring at her scroll. I have good people under me. James smirked. We narrowed it down to a few possibilities, but they all would be a boon to have. James was usually quite proficient with his information gathering. I had no reason to doubt him. We all silently watched the upcoming fight. Young Cobalt was the first to engage, and I could immediately tell he was outmatched. Wilhelm barely moved from his starting position, never unsheathing his unique-looking sword. He used the barest effort necessary to deflect or block each attack Cobalt initiated. Cobalt eventually retreated back, as they started to exchange some words. Not something rare in these types of matches, but the content was quite interesting. Some kind of precognition. Wilhelm voiced his thoughts on Cobalt's semblance. I looked up at James's face that seemed to confirm the young man's guesses. He has good eyes. I commented. No, Cobalt revealed it as a sort of danger sense. A more whimsical variation of precognition, one I have not heard of before. But his next words were the most surprising to hear. Why do none of them come close to the danger you give off? James, do you have information on Wilhelm? I asked. It appears as though this young man is going to have my undivided attention for now. If what Cobalt said was true, then this young man is someone we need to protect before Salem's forces are able to get their claws into him. Supposedly more dangerous than even Haven's teachers. I know they aren't the peak of huntsmen, but they are still extremely well trained and have decades of experience. Even if Cobalt was exaggerating, they needed to know more about this Wilhelm. Too many things are starting to appear around him that were strange. Too many coincidences. I'll have my people look into the records, but that isn't a name I can recall off the top of my head. James replied, "It's possible he's from outside the kingdoms, but that is a long shot." And Cobalt all but confirmed that Wilhelm was holding back, substantially at that. I think we all held our breaths when he finally moved. The cameras didn't even correctly catch what happened. One moment he drew his sword, the next, Cobalt was falling to the ground in a puddle of blood, and Wilhelm was sheathing his blade once again. "How old did his application say he was?" I asked. 20 years old. Glinda replied. "What?" James suddenly shouted, turned away from the screen. "James, is something the matter?" I looked up at him. "Ozzy, change the channel to the news." I blinked at his comment. We weren't quite caught up with the live stream yet, but it seemed rather important. I messed with the device until a large breaking news flashed across the screen. We received word that notorious criminal Roman Torchwick and his partner Wilhelm Schweinorg have stolen a bullhead with Mistral authorities in pursuit. We have yet to calculate the damage they've caused in their wake, but my sources say that lethal force has been authorized. What the hell? Crow reeled back at the scene of a bullhead being chased by several more of Mistral's insignia on them. His words echoed my own thoughts as well. What happened between the end of his last match to now that he was now a wanted fugitive? The Mistral authorities were gaining on them, prepping their weapons, which would be a slaughter on that civilian craft they were trying to escape on. That was, until the back hangar door of the criminals' bullhead opened up, revealing Wilhelm staring at them from the distance. Suddenly, several swords appeared around him and shot out at the oncoming authorities. But that isn't what grabbed my attention. I couldn't help but abruptly standing up, slamming my controls to pause the screen. "Ashpin!" Glinda exclaimed in shock as all eyes were on me. That's the relic of destruction." I pointed towards the screen, completely flabbergasted. "Wait, what?" Crow looked at me. "Isn't it supposed to be locked under Shade Academy?" James mirrored my own expression once he realized the significance of what I had just said. "Are you sure that's the relic, Oz?" "James, I personally store the sword under the Academy. I would never forget what it looks like." How I wish it were that simple. Even its design was something not known to the greater world. The vacuo symbol not giving the details of their relic away. Oz, how did Simbrat get his hands on the relic? Crow actually seemed a little worried himself. "I don't know, Crow. I don't know." I couldn't fathom how it was possible. The pocket dimension I created should have been inaccessible to anyone but the maiden whose magical signature I used to lock it in place. I hesitated, but I continued the video. At this point, we needed all the information we could get. The sword cut through the oncoming bullhead like a scythe through wheat. It made me question the other swords next to the relic if they were able to keep up like that. Magical items. Who was this young man? Holy crap, that is a big fucking Sifei Long. Crow muttered as the massive beast appeared on screen, grabbing everyone's attention. Ashpin, how far away are they from us? Glinda's mind immediately went to assistance. "Too far," I mumbled. "It would take a couple hours to get there if we left this moment." I watched as she clenched her hands in frustration. A Sifei Long of that size, it was probably a few centuries away from becoming a Titan. Even if we could muster some forces, it would probably take the Atlas military to put it down. And even then, it was probably smart enough to submerge if the fight looked unfavorable. "Ether cannon!" The words of young Wilhelm echoed out through the video. The boy appearing high up in the sky through a portal, a question I had before now answered. But my attention was more on his glowing sword and the unleashed attack that seemed to completely obliterate the large Grim. I was left utterly speechless. A feeling in my heart I had not thought would come again. A single word jumping to the forefront of my mind. Magic. Ashpin, are you listening? I was broken from my thoughts. Yes. I looked up at the screen with James. I apologize. My thoughts have been all over the place these past few days. Can you repeat what you said? I was going over the report by my subordinates in Vale. He grumbled, but let up with a sigh. It would be easier if I was allowed a full operation. James, we both know the Council would never allow you to wantonly move in their territory with your military assets unless it was an emergency. James was many things, but sometimes aggressive took the top of the list. James grunted in agreement but continued. As I was saying, Reports are that Roman Torchwick and Wilhelm Schweinorg were meeting at a place known as Junior's Club, but we can't seem to find them after they entered. We searched everywhere. My agents even infiltrated the establishment during late hours, but there was no sign of any of them. It seems we missed our window of opportunity. They are in the wind already. They have to have left some kind of trail. James slammed his fist on his desk. He was a prideful man. Getting outsmarted by a young man and a lowly thief probably didn't do his ego any favors. Not only that, but I can't even touch the owner because the council keeps stonewalling me. He practically growled. Junior! I muttered the name. Ah, I believe he is the information broker that Crow sometimes visits. It would make sense that he knows a few secrets the council does not wish to leak. Ozpin, I need you to sign some papers regarding. Glinda walked into the office and pauses when she noticed Ironwood on the screen. I apologize. I did not realize you were in meeting. Shall I come back? It's fine, Glinda. Ironwood hastily reassured her. It's nothing official. He emphasized what they were speaking about, or rather the lack thereof. I see. I suppose I shall listen in then. She stepped behind me, setting some papers on my desk that I would no doubt be going through in a few minutes. James noticeably perked up now that Glinda joined in. I resisted the urge to lightly tease them about it, but I held back the urge. Their relationship was already an awkward one. I did not wish to rock the boat anymore. And what is your next plan of action, James? Well, I already have my people looking up every suitable physician with the correct credentials, he stated. I let out a long sigh, taking my glasses off and rubbing my eyes. What? Glinda looked at me. Crow decided to contribute the theory that Wilhelm Schweinorg is the summer maiden who had a sex change operation. James has taken that theory to heart. Glinda blinked at that before face-palming. James! I know how it sounds. James cut her off. But hear me out. We know he possessed the Relic of Destruction, which requires the Summer Maiden to access below Shade Academy. That doesn't prove anything, James. Maybe he's working with the Summer Maiden. Maybe the maiden stumbled on the sword at some point in the past 100 years or so, and sold it, not knowing what it was. Glinda offered a very valid explanation. Then how do you explain the magic? He countered, but neither me nor Glinda had an answer to that, so he continued on. James clicked a few buttons on his console, bringing up a close-up of Wilhelm Schweinorg. Look at his features. He pointed at the screen. The cheekbones, the angles of his face. They're too delicate, not to mention the curvature of his nose. My people analyzed it, and they gave a 42% chance of it belonging to a female based on comparisons. He didn't finish there. Not to mention the testimony from your own student, Coco Adele. Coco? Glinda asked. How does she know him? They met at a clothing store. According to Coco, Wilhelm made comments regarding her choice in fashion, which they had an argument about it. James nodded to himself. James, that is approaching the boundary of sexism. I pointed out, Glinda seemingly raising an eyebrow in response to his words. I know how it sounds, but tell me I'm wrong, that this isn't behavior predominant for women? That's not untrue, Glinda admitted. Objectively, I can agree that is behavior I would expect from a female opposed to a male. Not to mention that Crow himself said that Wilhelm seemed soft and delicate when they first met. You know how much of a womanizer he is. While I would never take his word as gospel, he is technically an expert in this area. James stated. James, he was saying that to mess with you. Oz admitted, we have ample evidence to at least give credence to the theory. James turned back to me. The relic under the watch of Summer in his possession, his apparent ability to use magic. Statistical evidence of his features, leaning towards a female variation. His behavior with Coco, even with Glinda's agreement. And Crow's words added on. I blinked for a moment, mulling it over. Truthfully, it was quite a few coincidences piling up. All of it mere circumstantial evidence, but when presented all together like that, it started to paint a vague picture. I still can't fathom a way for him to have acquired magic. All tests in the past several centuries shown that my magic could not be passed down genetic lines, regardless of if it was me or the maidens I gifted magic to all those years ago. Those 4 girls, I never conceived that they would suffer a fate similar to me. But instead of reincarnated like I do after death, the magic I gifted to them was instead transferred to the person they were thinking about at their last moments, or rather the woman. But if no woman was in their thoughts, it drifts through the world and attaches to a woman at random. The thought of Salem doing something similar never crossed my mind. I refused to believe she would ever trust someone enough to give up a portion of her magic to them. As much as I didn't want to admit it. Fine, I acquiesced. The evidence, and I use that term very loosely here, seems to support the notion. James looked rather smug, and Glinda, surprisingly, didn't admonish me for the confirmation of James's theory. Brothers, help me! I can't believe I'm even considering this. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 116. What a nice day it is. I turned around to admire the view. We going to talk about what just happened? The sun is shining, the birds are chirping. Literally no birds out right now, and the sun is setting as we speak. You know, it's the perfect evening to go for a walk. To the grim lands, I assume. Drake's flat voice was quite clear. What a wonderful idea, Drake. Of course, it has nothing to do with the woman we just saw, right? Woman, what women? Right, definitely not the woman you proclaimed you wanted to step on you. You say the silliest things, Drake. Are you really going to the grim lands to meet Salem? Jin looked at me with surprise. Drake, convince me. I replied, I hate you. I do not know the extent of your magical capabilities, but she is an accomplished witch. Do not underestimate her. Jin said sternly. The fact that you can tell me something like that means it falls in line with my questions. I rubbed my chin. She just smiled happily. I have a little bit of leeway with your wording. She floated towards me, through the air lazily. Well, if you can convince her to cease her production of Grimm, it would benefit the world. Joking aside, this was somewhat a serious matter. Would she be so easily convinced? I would like this place to stop being a death world if possible. Anything is possible. She shrugged. I assume you would not wish to reveal yourself. The supposed queen of the Grimm, she probably knew about the relics. She shook her head. Want to go inside the boosted gear with Drake? Yes, please. She smiled brightly, turning into a wisp of smoke and returning to the lamp. Cute. I would tease her more later. Drake, you ready? Push it against the gauntlet. I pushed the two divinely created objects together, the gauntlet taking in the lamp. Oh, this is strange. I heard Jin's voice from within the gauntlet. Hang on, let me move the coffee table so we can set you up properly. Wait, what? I'll show you around. We have the kitchen in the back, a game area in the lounge, and a spare bedroom, but it's currently full of some stuff I was storing. Give me a little bit, and I'll clear it out for you. You're fucking with me. Oh, what's this? Pool table. Nope, not going to fall for it. I just heard the both of them start giggling. This decision, maybe one I come to regret in the future. I ignored their antics for now, for I had something much more important to focus on. Taking out a mirror, I made sure my hair wasn't unkempt. I straightened my tie and checked for any unwanted creases in my clothes. With a nod of satisfaction, I took out my hat and sat it on my head. With Mirage in my hand, I swiped the sword through the air, creating a new portal to a new location on Remnant. The darkness practically seeped out as I stepped through. As if in a perpetual twilight, the place I found myself in was blanketed in a dense aura of darkness that didn't allow much light through. Immediately, several figures charged at me. Grim, large ones. They were basic Beowulfs, except many more bone protrusions, and much bulkier. There was a term for this. I believe they're called alphas, a more advanced version of a very basic breed. I didn't pay them much mind. They looked to be sturdier than the average, but their speed still left much to be desired. A slight movement to avoid claws crashing down at me, and a quick swipe of my sword decapitated them all the same. I hummed to myself as I gathered another soil sample. I had a feeling this one would be particularly noteworthy when they were all studied together. But that was for later. I didn't want to get sidetracked. Turning to the north, I could see a large castle not too far away. I casually strode towards it, Grim being felled in my wake. I don't think any of the particularly smart ones moved towards me, as I felt some unique presences in the nearby forestry, which was surprising in of itself, because Grim were hard to notice. But I was assuming these were the older variety with more of a presence to them, thus more easily noticeable by such means. As I got closer, I noticed how ancient the place looked, and more importantly, the amount of magical energy that seemed to pulse off the entire structure. I had no doubt in my mind that it was being held together by magical means at this point. Welp, time to walk right into Amagus' workshop, or rather this world's equivalent. What could possibly go wrong? This is going to end horribly. Probably. I feel like we've been here before, like a very similar scenario played out not that long before. No idea what you're talking about. I smiled wistfully. The massive doors at the entrance creaked something fierce when I pushed them open, and as I walked in, the entire castle seemingly came alive. Strange, crystal growths lit up like lamps. The windows took on a strange hue, and the whole place felt like it was watching me. I didn't focus on it too much, because at the end of this huge room was a throne, and a red pair of eyes bored down on me atop it. I met her gaze. A small bit of interest was returned. Perhaps the novelty of her receiving a visitor all the way out here? Call me skeptical, but I don't think this place was exactly a tourist location. The Grimlands were no man's land. There were no settlements here, no life beyond what this woman allowed and the Grim that roamed. A whole continent forced into perpetual darkness that allowed nothing to thrive. I walked forward without hesitation, our gazes never leaving one another. I have come for the Queen of Grim. I declared my intentions. I was nothing if not theatrical when the opportunity presented itself. She showed a small movement, her head tilting ever so slightly as I called her out, amusement seemingly overtaking her previous interest. One of Ozma's champions. Her voice was calm but authoritative. It held the same grace that Artoria often presented when she decided to don her regal mask. I suppose he goes by Ozpin in this era. She continued, have you come to throw yourself at me, to test my immortality? Or did he not even reveal that secret to you? He was ever so good at making sure his pawns only knew the barest bit of information. Or maybe you are playing messenger. She quirked the smallest smile, one that threatened quite a bit of pain. Does Ozpin have words to say to me after all these years? No idea who Ozpin was, but it didn't matter. I walked a few more paces until she was only about a dozen feet in front of me. Any chance you could stop creating more Grim? I mean, it was worth a shot. She stared at me for a moment before breaking out in laughter. It was honestly kind of cute. I will admit, Ozma has never tried that particular approach before. She finally calmed herself down. I guess that's a no then. She had a humorous smile on her face. It has been a great many years since I've been made to laugh such as this. You are granted my mercy and may return to Ozma, though whether you can survive the Grim outside is left up to fate. She practically shooed me away. Huh. Actually, I have another question. She raised an eyebrow at me expectantly. And pray tell, what does Ozma wish to convey? Are you seeing anyone right now? Still no idea who the hell this Ozma was, but I would rather not flirt with someone who was in a relationship. That's just scummy. Whatever she thought I was going to say, that clearly wasn't it. The tapping of her fingers ceased, and she stared at me incredulously. Are you mocking me? Did Ozma send you to jest in my presence? Her eyes began to glow, a visible phenomenon of her drawing upon her magic. I no longer care why you have appeared here, be reduced to ashes along with all his previous champions. She raised her hand and an impressive amount of fire formed, spraying down on me. Oh boy, I apparently said something wrong. I flicked my hand, a greater ward cast to block the attack. The torrent only lasted for another moment, enough that she looked on in shock as I was left unmolested by her flames. She stood up from her throne, eyes widened at what she had just witnessed. With another wave of her hand, lightning struck out. It was easily deflected, another quick ward absorbing and dispersing it. She took a step forward. Ice burst out from her steps, covering the entire room in a thick coat as it began to form up like blades from the ground it burst at me. Runes flickered around my body. A wall of flames burst out to meet it head-on and melt away the magical attack. She took a few more steps forward, hand extended, and the gravity around me suddenly increased several folds. I instinctively cast a reinforcement on my body to counterattack the additional gravitational force, but it continued to increase, enough that the ground distorted at the epicenter. Mirage gripped in my hand. I swung up, pulling on the kaleidoscope to distort the space around us, diapering her momentary gravitational irregularity she created. It was surprising in the ease of which she could mess with gravity. Such a thing is considered a very high thaumaturgy back home. You? How is this possible? She stared at me as if seeing a ghost. You are no maiden. and it is not possible for Ozma to gift more magic with his reduced state. How did he acquire a man with magic? Okay, real talk. I have no idea who Ozma is. I admitted. She reached out, almost as if to touch me, and pulled away. You are not one of Ozma's? Nope. No idea who the fuck that was. She looked at me, studying my face for any kind of deceit. She opened her mouth, perhaps wishing to ask many questions that clearly brought a flurry of emotions to her face, but she hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Who are you? Why have you come to my domain? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself, expressing proper etiquette to someone of royalty as I took my hat off. As for why I came here, I reached into my hat and pulled out a bouquet of flowers, holding them up for her to take. I believe I already answered that question. Her mouth hung ajar, seemingly incapable of believing what I was doing. With stiff movement, she reached out hesitantly and received the bundle of flowers, unsure of what to do with them. She stared at them for a moment before sweeping her gaze around the room, pursing her lips and mulling over something before speaking again. You are offered guest rights in my domain. She spoke evenly. No Grimm will attack you here while you are under my aegis. Huh, well, this somehow worked out. I thank you for your protection, your majesty. She looked me over again before turning away. I think I saw a pleased look on her face at how I addressed her. You shall follow me to the dining room, she stated, leaving no room for rebuttal. I just shrugged as she led me through her castle. Truthfully, I didn't care where she was leading me right now, as long as I can keep watching that sway. I don't think even Scat-Hack had anything on that bounce. Eventually, she led me to a room with a large table, as one would expect it in such a castle. She gestured for me to sit down at one end, and I obliged as was etiquette. She extended guest rights to me, and I would be polite. She sauntered off somewhere, only to return a moment later, a glass vase half filled with water and the flowers I gave her sticking out of it as she sat it down on the center of the table. Taking a seat opposite of me, there was an awkward silence that now filled the room. You possess magic. She finally spoke, clearly having many questions. Yes, I said plainly. Are there others? She asked hesitantly. I shrugged. Who knows? She pursed her lips, clearly not liking my answer. Why are you making more Grimm? She raised an eyebrow. Who knows? She replied, mimicking my tone. Touché. Well, I could tell right away that this was going to go nowhere fast. Might as well try for a change of pace. How about a game? A game. I wanted to know some stuff about her. She wanted to know some stuff about me. One person asks a question. The other person has to either answer it or pass, and that question cannot be asked again in any form. If you pass on one question, you must answer the next one no matter what. We each take turns ask the other a question. And what is to stop either of us from lying? Pride, I offered. She paused, mulling that over. I accept. Who shall be going first? That was technically a question. I pointed out to a small bit of annoyance on her face. But ladies first. I gave a smile. She tapped her finger on the table. How did you acquire magic? I was born with it. I replied. Why did you assume I was with this Ozma person? Very few people are aware of my existence. It was a natural assumption to make since he is an enemy I've had over the past millennia. She stated, Are there others like you, born with the capability of magic? Yup, I said plainly. I could tell she was kicking herself for not asking a more thorough question here. Do you live here all by yourself? I have subordinates who come and go with my orders. She chose her words carefully. Who taught you your spells? Such skills are hardly self-learned. My grandfather, I said lazily, much to her surprise. It wasn't incorrect, but a lot of context was missing. You never did answer my original question. Are you in a relationship right now? She frowned, possibly irritated with my question. I am not. She tapped her finger rhythmically, clearly mulling over some thoughts. Are you aware of the relics? Oh, going straight there. Yes, I said simply, and her eyes brightened. Do you find me attractive? I wonder how long I can go before she gets fed up with my questions. She paused, perhaps trying to find the correct words. You are handsome, was her blunt reply, but it made me smile. What do you know of the relics? I know a lot about the relics. You're going to have to be more specific, or we'll be here all day. Fine, she responded. Where are the relics located? The relic of creation is being used to keep Atlas floating in the sky, so the center of that whole thing. The relic of choice is in a pocket dimension under Beacon, and the relic of destruction and relic of knowledge are with me. I smirked at her widening eyes. I flashed my hand, the sword of destruction appearing next to me, floating in the air. You. She stared at it quietly as I made it go back into my ring. I wagged my finger. It's my turn. Fine, ask your question. She scowled. What's your relationship with Ozma? Honestly, it felt like there was a lot of history there. Pass, she said almost immediately, much to my surprise. What would it take to acquire those relics from you? Pass. I gave a cheeky smile, much to her annoyance. Did you intentionally do your hair up like that to look like a spider? It was actually pretty cute. She twitched slightly. Yes, was her curt reply. Would your grandfather be amenable to discourse? Probably. I can't speak on his behalf. I said honestly. I'm sure he would enjoy talking about magic, if nothing else. Do you like rabbits? Do you intend to keep asking these nonsensical questions? She scowled again. Yes. She rolled her eyes. Where is your grandfather located? Pass. I easily skipped that one. What's your favorite color? She seemed increasingly annoyed by my non-question, but answered all the same. Black, she said clearly, but her lips curled up into a smile. What is a secret you don't wish me to know? That seems like it's against the spirit of the rules. I pointed out. You had passed your previous question, and there were no rules against this course of action. She looked very pleased with herself. Okay, if you want to play it this way. Shame, is that something you can eat? I was staring at your ass the entire time we walked through your castle. She blinked at me before my words finally settled in. Her mouth opened slightly. What color panties are you wearing? I think I saw her cheeks turn the faintest red for a very brief moment. What kind of question is that? She looked at me indignantly. You don't have to answer. The corners of my lips twitched upwards. Feel free to pass. Who knows what I'll ask next, though? I wiggled my eyebrows for added effect. She didn't outwardly react, nor did she make a motion to try and harm me. I'm not wearing any panties. She grit out. Oh my. She stood up, slamming her hands on the table. We are done. She started walking towards the door before pausing at the threshold. You will receive a guest room for the night, she stated before departing. Looks like I won. As amusing as it was to watch Salem get flustered. What was the point of that? Jin's voice echoed out. I wanted to get a feel for her as a person. I shrugged. I wasn't going to ignore everything about her because I found her physically attractive, nor was I head over heels in love or some other nonsense. I was interested, for lack of a better word, and I didn't plan on pulling a Meridia again. To see how thin that veil of civility was. When she realized I was using magic, she changed her entire tone. I wanted to see if it was an act or not. Being a shameless flirt was just a bonus. I expected her to try and blast me at the end there. She didn't, so that speaks a bit about her. And what are your plans now? She offered me a room for the night. It would be rude to refuse. I chuckled. I don't doubt she will try to reinitiate again at a later time, perhaps when she had time to think everything over. Knowing that magic is basically non-existent here bar a few, it probably threw her for a loop that I popped up here with the capability. I'm curious what she'll have in store for me later. Chapter 117. I woke up rather refreshed. Sleep was more something I did because I enjoyed it and to relieve any kind of stress. My body no longer needed to physically sleep, as in there would be no noticeable detriments to my body besides mental fatigue and the like. It was a large room, a bed that could easily fit 5 people. Extravagant would perhaps be too mundane word to describe this room. As expected of a person who claims to be royalty. Almost out of habit, I pulled out my scroll, poking at it a few times to check the news. Just as Junior said, the Vale Council came out in support of Mistral. I guess what happened was too high profile for them to stay quiet, especially since we were known to live in Vale. We got thrown under the bus immediately as well, pretty much blamed for everything that happened. I mean, technically we did, but there was also the fact that the authorities were pretty damn aggressive with their actions. At least they got my good side with my wanted picture. Wait! I muttered, staring at my scroll. How am I getting a signal now out here? Remnant wasn't like Earth with satellites in space. They had massive towers that broadcasted throughout each kingdom, and I am certainly very far from any kingdom. Curious. With a hum, I snapped my fingers. The bounded fields I set around the room came down. Contrary to what one may expect, it was considered polite to put up your own defenses like this when inside another mage's domain you were invited into. While I don't know if that particular bit of etiquette carried over here, I did put up some basic defenses. It was basically something like, you are a dangerous person, therefore I will protect myself, but with a certain politeness to it, as well as it being compliment to the host. Fixing myself up, brushing my hair and making sure my clothes were tidy, I left my room. Immediately greeting me was a strange creature. A grim, obvious from the looks of it, but it was like a floating octopus. It didn't react to my presence, just merely floating there. I poked it. There was no reaction, so I poked it again. And again. Well, whatever. I turned to walk away, and it began following. Every step I took, it was there floating behind me. Well, would you happen to know where the kitchens are? I poked the floating grim again. It made a sound. I don't know what it was trying to convey, but one of its tentacles lifted, pointing down the hallway. I just shrugged and went off with my new friend following behind me. The kettle hissed, steam shooting out. Would you like some tea? I eyed the person who entered the kitchen out of the corner of my eye. Salem walked in. She gave me an inquisitive look before taking a seat at the very large table. I do not require sustenance. Needing and wanting are two different things, I replied, putting a little bit of sugar in my cup before stirring it. I technically no longer require sustenance either, but enjoying the taste of food and drink is one of life's pleasures. If you are offering, then I shall not refuse, she said plainly. I poured a second cup and took it down to the table, setting it in front of her as I took a seat nearby. Oh, before I forget, I waved my hand, allowing a small platter to appear between us. I have mint, cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger, basil, and lemon if you prefer any of those, along with some basic sugar if you don't want yours plain. Raised Japanese, lived in England. My tea game is always on point, though I've been leaning towards English tea standards lately. Honestly, my reserves of the Japanese variety are minuscule in comparison. I'll need to pick up some good tea leaves next time I head back to my home country. She looked at them curiously, taking a small spoon, and added a couple things to her cup before stirring gently. I saw her take a small sip, and a very brief expression of content crossed her face. It is acceptable. I'm glad you like it. I took a sip of my own. I looked her over again. She was wearing something slightly different today. It was more or less the same design, but this black dress she was wearing hugged her body much better than before, not to mention the boob window was much more pronounced. I had to stop myself from staring too much. Her hair appeared to be more preen as well. Like instead of a casual acceptance, she took the time to make sure everything was nice and tidy. I think she noticed my looks because a small smile quirked on her face. You look lovely. I decided to voice my thoughts. She didn't respond to it, but I think she was pleased by my words. Were the accommodations acceptable? They were. I slept very well, I replied. And my new friend was helpful. I gestured towards the grim, still floating in the corner. She glanced at it. It is one of my more intelligent creations. It can help with basic tasks. Oh, is this one of the ones you made? I gave it another look. It makes me curious as to what abilities it possesses. The grim interest you? She asked, a small look of intrigue on her face. Of course, it was one of the reasons I decided to come here. I admitted. One of the reasons. She raised an eyebrow, adjusting herself. I was surprised she attempted to show off more of her bosom. Was she trying to seduce me? Or at least make me more willing to reveal information this way? How amusing. Indeed. I smiled innocent, not reacting to her obvious insinuation. I think she was slightly annoyed as well, relaxing back again without her chest puffed out. Was she expecting me to just start drooling with her breasts on display? I mean, I would normally, but I also don't like being led around by the nose, or rather the dick in this circumstance. The grim are rather interesting creatures, though. A magical construct that mimics life forms to the extent that their source of magical energy forces them to exist with the same weaknesses. She perked up slightly. An interesting notion, to claim my Grimm have the same weaknesses as normal beasts. Don't they? Sure, they may be significantly stronger than a normal animal, but if you stab a Grimm through the head, it will die same as its normal counterpart. Magical energy, the term you used, if they were sustained on such a thing, why would their existence care about something as mundane as a stab to the head? The concept's woven in their creation. I can only assume that at their base, they use the templates of real creatures to build their foundations, to give them magical energy a form to bind and give structure to. Otherwise, each Grimm would need to be created from the ground up, and the effort and time to do so would make such a thing simply inefficient. I don't doubt you've perhaps done so in the past, but to put out the numbers that currently inhabit the world, the simplest method to mass produce them would be required, which would inherently come with certain detriments. She blinked at my response, lost in thought for a moment before responding. You are quite knowledgeable. I had not expected you to be able to discern such things without experience of their creation. Well, I am a researcher before anything else. I smiled. Grimm are a curious thing that drew my attention. At my core, and that of Zelretch, we are researchers, and I don't think that would ever change. I'm curious about the ease at which you were able to manipulate gravity as well. Oh, that! She genuinely seemed happy for my words, like she was unused to receiving praise. It was just a small trick to condense the natural gravity in the area. She gave a small smile. But you seemed capable enough to destroy my spell with ease. I was forced to distort the local space to disrupt your gravitational increase. It had caught me by surprise. I don't know many people capable of manipulating gravity with such ease. That was a bit simpler an explanation. I actually had to quickly alter the curvature of the surrounding space to even out the gravitational anomaly she created. So, there are many people you know capable of magic? She asked, but I gave a non-committal hum. Perhaps we should restart our game from where we left off. You're not worried about what I may ask? She seemed a bit flustered yesterday. If you wish to waste questions on asking me about my undergarments, why would I be bothered? Perhaps my answer will have changed since yesterday. She gave a coquettish smile, though it seemed a bit insincere. I knew what she was doing, but... All right, same rules as yesterday. Are you my enemy? She asked me bluntly. It was a simple question, but one she probably should have asked yesterday. I think she was just too thrown off by my sudden appearance to clearly think through everything. At the moment, no. But I can't claim to see the future. She didn't react, so I assumed she accepted that answer. Do you hate humanity? What? She seemed a bit taken back by my question. Well, you create Grimm, which are essentially the enemies of humanity, and Faunus, for that matter. I'm just curious if you hate them. She looked contemplative at my question. A scowl formed as she seemingly thought deeper on it. I do not hate humanity. These things that exist now are not the humanity I know. They lack magic, they lack the same things that made humanity whole. They are but a hollow shell of what they are supposed to be. She didn't elaborate beyond that, but I could understand her sentiments. It also filled in some blanks regarding this world's history, and I think she assumed I knew of it as well. I guess in a previous time, humanity was capable of magic on a much larger scale, and they somehow lost it. It would explain why she was fixated on my apparent usage of magic and anyone I knew who could use it as well. What were your intentions in coming here? She finally asked, which was another question that should have been answered yesterday had she had more time to contemplate. I wanted a measure of the person who ruled over the Grimm. I responded, What is your end goal? End goal? She questioned my wording. What do you hope to achieve with all of? I waved my arms around. This. She was silent for a moment. Pass. She stated. What did you mean by a measure? I used the relic of knowledge to learn about the Grimm. I saw several images of you and was smitten, so I wished to get an understanding of you better to see if there was a chance in the future. I explained. But I digress. I stopped her from responding and asked my question. What would it take for you to stop using the Grimm to attack people? That depends on what you are willing to give. I suppose I can be persuaded. She stared at me intently. My lips quirked up. Did she not realize how that could be interpreted? If my innocence is what is required to stop people from dying, then I shall give myself to you. Salem blinked, registering what I said. I was speaking of the relics. She huffed. Do your perversions know no bounds? Says the woman trying to seduce me. I pointed out, I have done no such thing. She crossed her arms, covering her ample boob window. I don't think she expected me to call her out on it. Oh, and if I asked that as my next question? I decided to prod her again. It is my question, she said, turning away and changing the subject, only taking a glance back at me again when she appeared ready to speak. Why are you being so blunt? I finished for her. Yes. Actually got her to waste a question for something like this. I don't see the point in being coy or ambiguous. I see something I like, so I go for it. Simple as that. I guess she was not used to people being so obvious in their attractions. I'd rather not play those games. If someone isn't interested, I'd rather be told up front rather than waste my time. Do you dislike it? I think she hesitated for a moment. I believe I am done for now. She stood up, leaving the room. Did I do something wrong there? Did I press a button I shouldn't have? Maybe I should apologize. Chapter 118. I took out my scroll to look it over again, to see what time it was. I had planned on leaving later today, but I was kinda hesitant now. I can play around with timelines and such, but I have everything lined up perfectly right now, and that would mess up further timings, and the calculations I would need to do would be annoying, even with the help of my sword. With a sigh, I slumped down in my chair. I looked at my companion, hovering nearby still. Hey there, Squidward, I don't suppose you know where she went? It shifted slightly, another strange noise reverberating from it. I'm going to take that as a yes, lead me there. I stood up and poked it. The squishy grim made another noise before it started moving towards the exit. It paused, as if waiting for me to follow. I obliged, but it never seemed to want to be further than a few feet from me. Outside of this thing being some kind of eldritch horror, it was kind of cute. We strode through the castle, passing through a couple long hallways until it took me to a winding staircase, ascending it all the way to the top, which led out onto a balcony overlooking the Grimlands. I saw Salem standing there, hand on the railing overlooking her supposed domain. Are you lost? She asked. I think it's impossible to get lost with this little guy not letting me move too far away. I pat the Grim on the head. Is that so? She didn't bother giving another responding, not even turning around. I stepped forward until I could look over the railing, though keeping a few feet away from Salem. It is a lovely view, all things considered. I decided to take my scroll out and snap a few pictures. I'm surprised I have a signal all the way out here. She glanced at the scroll in my hand briefly. One of my subordinates is talented with such technology. He was able to set up one of those towers on a smaller scale. I guess you don't use it much? I asked. No. Why do you ask? Well. I scratched my cheek. I may have become a little famous in the past few days. If you didn't recognize me, it wasn't a hard guess to make. She tilted her head slightly. I believe one of my subordinates mentioned that a popular competition was due soon. Is that perhaps what you are referring to? Sure, let's go with that. I chuckled, much to her bemusement, but she didn't press. I figured she would probably find out later. But the tournament is rather popular. Do you not know about it? I do not keep up with the trends of this era beyond what I need for my own purposes. What do you do in your spare time, then? Seems pretty lonely to stay here all by yourself. I read, or I practice my magic. She stated. That's actually not too dissimilar to what I do, mostly. I admitted. I raised a finger in the air, giving her a little look. She returned an inquisitive glance as I began to draw a rune in the air. A semblance as actualized, and I flicked up, allowing it to explode without harm further in the sky. A small smile formed on her face. She raised her finger, a little flame condensed, and she shot it up in the air, as if a mini nova exploded out. It lit up the surrounding area, eclipsing my own little rune. Show off. She actually let out a small giggle. Shall I comfort you and tell you that it is not the size but how you use it? Did you just... I looked at her in shock. A smirk adorned her face. Well, this means war. I swept my hand. A dozen runes coalesced and integrated into a runic sentence. A massive storm appeared overhead, and lightning began to rain down from the sky. It didn't really have any substance to it, but I was just kind of playing around. Salem didn't look too impressed. She raised her hand and the storm was forcibly dispersed, turning into a fog that enveloped the entire area. I snapped my fingers, overtaking the magical fog, and turned it back into clouds, but made it start raining, taking my hat out and putting it on my head with a smile. She looked unamused, holding her hand out as the rain flowed down into her palm, swirling until it shifted once again into a small tornado that she let loose into the sky to clear up everything once again. Salem continued to smirk as I had to hold my hat down, lest it be swept up in the winds. Elemental manipulation was not my forte, but I could more or less keep up with some clever use of runes. A new runic sentence formed at my will, aiming at a river that flowed near the castle. I grabbed hold of the water, shaping it into a massive shark-like figure and forcing it to fly at the tornado. She raised an eyebrow, clearly not getting my joke, but it didn't matter. Both magics couldn't be held together any longer and dissipated back into their elements and fell to the ground, a bit of water splashing on us again. She put a hand on her hip, and I admired how her clothes clung to her when damp. For some reason, I believe you did this on purpose. I made no attempt to hide the way I enjoyed the view. I have no idea what you're talking about, I smiled wistfully. I'm sure, she drawled, though she didn't seem particularly upset. She ran her fingers through her hair, removing the bindings that kept it in the shape of a spider. With a flick of her hand, a warm air pushed down on her, letting her hair blow out and drying her body. Beautiful! I couldn't help but utter. She let out a huff, giving me a sideways glance. Don't spout nonsense. She quickly returned to normal. What was that spell casting? It appeared as if you were writing letters with your magic. That's exactly what it is. I nodded. A runic language that holds magical power. Instead of casting a spell, each symbol holds certain concepts imbued in them, which can be invoked through understanding. Fascinating. She seemed to mull over my words. Much was lost when humanity was wiped out. She muttered, looking deep in thought. Well, that answers a few questions I had. Does it interest you? It is a magic I have never seen before, she admitted, not elaborating further. Well, I searched through my ring, taking out a certain book. Would you accept this gift from me then? It was a book on basic runecraft, not worth much back home. But she looked at it in shock, taking a hesitant step forward, fingers caressing the cover before pulling back and eyes meeting mine. What boon do you wish in return? I didn't really expect anything in return, but I guess this is a good opportunity. Would you be angry if I asked you to stop using the Grimm to attack humanity? Worth a shot if nothing else. She paused, eyes staring deep into mine. Fine, I will make no move with them for the foreseeable future. Really? I asked in shock. Though her words were ambiguous, I didn't think she would use any loopholes. From what I understood, she took pride in her own word. What? Do you think I make a conscious effort to have them attack any humans they come across? She snorted. I can control the Grimm. Those in my immediate vicinity require no effort on my part to command, but to control them over a vast distance I must focus intently upon them, especially so if they are of the older variety. I see, most Grimm are just acting on their basic instincts. That made a lot of sense now that I thought about it. How much effort would it actually require to constantly give directions and orders to every Grimm on the planet? And it wasn't like she created them initially. They were operating under the original directives of that god when she didn't usurp them for her own intents. Indeed, she replied. Do you regret your choice? You could have asked for something more. Instead, you asked me to spare those lesser things. I could understand her sentiments. Piecing together what she had been through, what she considered humanity was basically gone. These current things were imitations, a mockery of what she was in her eyes. That's probably why she wasn't being so dismissive of me. She viewed me as a peer. Something more, huh? I raised an eyebrow. Would you dismiss me if I asked for another boon? It would depend on what you ask for from this queen. She turned away. If a perversion crosses your lips, I shall fling you from the top of my castle. She added quietly, the book being held tight in her arms, having grabbed it almost immediately. I do have to leave soon. Oh, I see. There was a sudden shift in her tone. You ask for my permission to leave, is it? No, I said honestly. If I wanted to leave, not many things can stop me. I gave her a cheeky smile, even as a frown formed on her face. What I ask is your permission to return. I didn't want to just drop in without announcing myself, unless I had an open invitation. That would just be rude. You wish to come back? She looked at me incredulously. Why wouldn't I? She seemed at a loss for words. Do what you wish, she said in blunt dismissal, but for the briefest moment, I think I saw her smile. Stepping out of the gates of her castle, I looked up to see Salem watching me. I began walking until the castle was no longer in view. No Grimm dared to approach me. I didn't even sense any within my vicinity. What did you think of the Grimm Queen? Jin asked. Strange, I admitted, and not what I expected. What did you expect? Evil, I suppose. Frankly, she seemed more apathetic than anything. I don't know her exact goals, but she didn't really seem to have a hate-on for humanity, more that they were just not worth her time. Seemingly nothing more than ants in her eyes. Her smile was also very pretty, but I kept that to myself. She was really thrown off by my presence. Based on what she said, I can guess that magic-wielding humans are practically non-existent here. I would do my usual spiel if you wanted to ask a question, but thankfully, I am not forced to utter those words once my questions are used up for the century. Her happy tone filled my head, basically telling me she wouldn't answer one way or the other. Well, I'll be seeing her again. I muttered. I won't deny that I'm a bit taken with her. No, really. Maybe I can bribe her into completely giving up her usage of Grimm and to stop their production for good? She did look like she was having fun when you both were playing around with magic. Jin pointed out. Yeah, I doubt she had anyone to do something like that with in a long time. It made me question how old she was. From the information Jin gave me originally, Salem had some type of immortality. Well, I'll just shelf all this for now. I'll come back here in a few months when the heat dies down and visit Salem again. For now, though, I believe it's time to take you on a little adventure. I am excited. Jin's words were simple, but the tone in which she said them was very telling. I just chuckled, taking out Mirage and opening a portal back home. I missed Artoria, and I was going to see Meridius soon as well. I didn't say it, but I was also very excited. Chapter 119. Jin's lamp hung from my belt as I walked into Zelretch's home. The change in universe was felt immediately. It didn't hit me as hard anymore, but the change was impossible to ignore in that split moment of aligning yourself with the world line. Home sweet home. I looked around, eyes landing on the other occupant. Will! Artoria leaned around the corner, head poking out from the kitchen, before stepping over. I didn't wait as I moved towards her and claimed her lips. The muffled noise of surprise didn't last. She returned my affections almost immediately, her arms finding themselves wrapping around my neck. My own made their way down to her hips. I hesitated to explore any further and just decided to enjoy her taste for a few moments longer. Ahem! Someone very vocally cleared their throat behind us. Artoria very quickly broke off the kiss, turning to face the newcomers. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. Lord Zelretch! She managed to squeak out. Hey, Gramps! I opted to wrap my arms around her, chin resting on her shoulder. Am I interrupted something? He asked with a twinkle of amusement in his eye. Yes, I replied without any shame. Get a room. Ring gagged right behind him. If you insist. Will! Artoria made another noise of embarrassment. I could only chuckle, giving her another kiss on the cheek. It was too fun to tease Artoria. Regardless, your timing is impeccable, Zelretch stated, taking a seat on the nearby sofa. Come, I'm curious of your time spent on that world. He gestured to the seats as Rin also took one. It was fun. I plopped down in a seat, Artoria sliding in next to me. Well, I'm a bit tired, but it was a good experience. I also gained some nice stuff. I waved my hand. The sword of destruction hovered nearby. New sword. Zelretch looked intrigued as he leaned in to get a better look. Artoria inspected it as well. It doesn't appear to have seen much use in combat. I would assume it to be a decorative piece at first glance, if it did not have such a large presence to it. Divine in creation. I said plainly. Oh, so there were divine beings in that world. Zelretch muttered to himself. I had a theory, but no evidence to back it up. Yeah, they apparently left the world for a long time. What do you mean, left the world? Rin asked. Like, did they leave the dimension, world line, or did they leave the planet and go somewhere else in the universe? I blinked for a moment. You know, that's a good question. I rubbed my chin. I hadn't actually given it much thought since they left the place in a pretty bad state. I sighed thinking about how the people there didn't even know what was going on. The planet isn't going to last much longer. It's already showing signs of being on its last leg. I withdrew a few dust crystals, floated one over to each of them. Zelretch didn't react outwardly, but I suppose he had a similar reaction to me. This composition is interesting, though. It's weaker than I would suspect something like this to be. Yeah, but it makes up for that in quantity. I put a container of dust crystals on the table in front of us. Easily accessible, can buy it at pretty much any store since it makes up the basis of their technology. Is this crystallized mana? Rin looked at hers inquisitively. I thought this was something exceedingly rare. Yeah, it's more prominent when certain planets are reaching the end of their lives. The lifeblood of the world beings to essentially clot. I gave a very brief explanation. It's being mined from the ground like we drill for oil. I feel as if I can absorb this much easier than obtaining magical energy from a jewel. Artoria commented. I tilted my head, mulling that over. I hadn't actually thought of that. It's more pure, so it would be easier for you to assimilate. Artoria smiled lightly. I do have a question going back to your sword. She gestured at it still floating there. It's giving me a strange feeling. Oh, I almost forgot. I snapped my fingers. Old man, I managed to get my bloodline power out using the sword as a catalyst. Oh. He perked up. Yeah, it was actually called the Relic of Destruction before I acquired it. It held similar concepts, so I was able to finagle a means to do so. Bloodline? Artoria asked. Does it have to do with you being a half-devil? Rin looked at me. And it's still strange to think about, you're so human. I finished for her with a small smile. I didn't mean anything by it. She said defensively. I take it as a compliment. I assured her. But, to answer yours and Artoria's question, I'm descended from the Baal House, one of Solomon's 72 pillars. I inherited something called the power of destruction from my Baal line. Exactly as the name implies, it destroys things on a conceptual level. I reached out, grabbing the sword. I channeled my aura to ignite my power of destruction, letting it coat the blade. I'm still learning to control it properly. It's not something that likes to be contained. I dismissed it with a focused thought. Fascinating. Zelretch looked intrigued. We must do some research on this later. Oh, definitely. But perhaps when I have a better handle on it. I don't even want to use it in spars right now, in case the worst happens. Understandable. Zelretch nodded. I noticed you also acquired aura. He grinned. Was getting to that. I replied, allowing my aura to flare up. The iridescent colors that mimicked the application of the kaleidoscope shimmered around me. I read the notes Zelretch had on that. Rin walked over, poking the barrier around me. This is supposed to be easy to awaken, right? Kinda, it requires me to touch your soul with my own, to ignite that part that's able to manifest outwardly. To do so requires some specific circumstance, an aria that resonates with my own soul to act as a conduit. I'm still figuring it out. There was not much material on it available in the public when I went shopping. What benefits are there to this aura? Artoria looked at me with interest. Force multiplier on physical capabilities. The people who awaken aura can be considered superhuman. I would say it's less than a full reinforcement, but it's absurdly easy to utilize at a basic level. Not to mention it provides an innate healing faction. While not amazing, is still noticeable. Also, when someone awakens their aura, they also gain ability, an outward expression of their person called a semblance. I haven't figured mine out yet, but there are some interesting ones I've come across. A kid who had a danger sense that allowed him to react to my attacks was perhaps the more intriguing. The data I gathered did help fill in many gaps, since most books I read seemed to be intentionally vague about the subject. You're not able to awaken this aura yet? Rin asked. Don't worry, I'm not forgetting about you. I did bring a bunch of books back, and intended to figure it out. Worst case, I know some people back on Remnant that can hook you up with a quick trip. And there are no side effects? Zelretch inquired. Not that I had tested for. Granted, I mostly checked for the obvious things over a short time period, but my magecraft was unaffected, and my circuits actually activated with a slighter ease and without much of the usual burning. What an interesting interaction. I assume you documented everything. Of course. I rolled my eyes, producing the notebook I used. I tossed it on the table for him to peruse later. Oh, I also discovered that magic exists there, though not in the capacity that we're used to. Apparently the original humanity that could utilize it like in our Age of Gods was wiped out, and only a handful of users remain, pretty much none of which were male. Why were there no male magi? Rin asked. No idea. I shrugged. I only pieced together a few things after meeting with an immortal witch there. I decided not to delve into the time I spent with Salem. I did also acquire some interesting things other than magical applicable stuff. I withdrew a jar of syrup and took out my scroll. Their technology was interesting as well. They were able to measure people's aura down to a number and track how much someone had based on percentage at any given time. Also, I found the sap in a place called the Forever Fall Forest. Was a beautiful place. Did you acquire the stuff I asked for? Zelretch eyed the jar, but turned back towards me. Yeah, I got most of your samples, and some other neat things. Like the acorns for the trees that produce this. I gestured towards the jar. Well done. Zelretch gave me a nod of appreciation. Artoria inspected the jar of sap. I gave her a nudge, a go-ahead to try it. She dabbed her finger into it before bringing it to her mouth. It is delicious, she muttered, eyeing it dangerously. I was very tempted to take her lips again. They seemed even more invited as she licked them after enjoying the sweet treat. Pushing those thoughts away for now, I piled up some books I acquired for later reading. It was probably better they get a more in-depth info dump themselves than my brief explanations. And now, I clapped my hands, gaining the attention of everyone. I brought someone back with me. I took the lamp off my belt, holding it up. Jen, why don't you come out and meet everyone? I gave it a little tap. The blue smoke bellowed out. The genie girl floated down onto the ground. They all looked at her in mixes of surprise and interest, but there was one thing that threw me off. Why are you wearing clothes? She was wearing a rather stunning blue dress that matched her complexion quite well. Everyone turned to look at me. That came out wrong, I said sheepishly. Oh my, if my master wishes me to present myself in a state of undress, I will have to accept. Jin barely held back the amusement in her voice. Schweinorg, I gave you one job. Rin deadpanned. Oh, do I have yet another granddaughter? Zelretch ginned happily. Will. Artoria looked at me, a very thin smile on her face. Explain, please. She always popped out naked from her lamp. It caught me by surprise. I offered. Jin just giggled, and I think Artoria realized I was being taken in for a jest. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Jin looked ecstatic to see all the new faces. The pleasure is most definitely ours. Zelretch stood up, walking towards the genie. I am Kister Zelretch Schweinorg. He offered a hand to Jin, who accepted it heartily. I am this boy's grandfather. He's a bit wet behind the ears. I hope you take care of him in the future. I am Jin, spirit for the relic of knowledge. She gestured to her lamp still in my hand. Every century I can answer 3 questions not pertaining to the future. There are currently no questions available remaining. She introduced herself. Amazing. Zelretch admired her. If it were anyone else, perhaps I would be upset about the ogling something that was mine, but I knew for a fact that he was interested in her makeup, not her appearance. Artoria spoke up next. Greetings, Jin. I am Artoria Pendragon. Please refer to me as Saber in public. I am Wilhelm's girlfriend and servant to Rin. So many new and interesting things here. She looked at Artoria in wonder. It is a pleasure to meet you, Artoria. I'm sure we'll get along great in the future. She smiled mirthfully, giving me a wink. I'm Rin Tosaka, Zelretch's apprentice. Rin's introduction was blunt, but she wasn't impolite. Apprentice in what? Jin tilted her head. He's teaching me his magic, Rin said with a small bit of pride in her voice. Jin's eyes lit up. So magic is widely available here. Sorta. I interjected. Don't worry, we'll get you caught up in no time. I assured my cute genie. Wonderful, I wish to hear more about you as well, Miss Jin. Zelretch finally broke from his deep thoughts. And the adventures my grandson got up to over in your world. Jin paused for a moment, eyeing me, then looking down at her hands. I think I am less restricted than I was before. Really? Perhaps some kind of limitation that was imposed based on the world you were on? The gods that created you clearly did not foresee you being whisked away to another universe. Some kind of loophole in your programming. Fascinating. We'll need to test this out later. The corners of Jin's lips curled up as she faced Zelretch. I would love to tell you all about Wilhelm's adventure in Remnant. The tone in which she said that made me hesitate. There's no need to talk about everything. It's a rather bore. Oh, wonderful. Why don't you regale us with tales from your home? Zelretch looked at me, mirroring the look Jin had. He clearly knew something. That shit-eating grin was mine, and I recognized it immediately. Well, fuck. I would be delighted, Jin replied. Chapter 120. This chapter is slightly NSFW, but there are no lemons. And then he threw the dildo at the bullhead, making it crash into the street. The words were met with silence. Jin had a wide grin on her face, eyes meeting mine. I let out a sigh, head falling into my palms. Going to spank her later. Fuck me. She's going to fit in perfectly with us. Well, you had an interesting adventure. Zelretch didn't even hide the amusement in his eyes as he looked my way. I have no words. Rin added. I don't have a state of mind to properly comprehend the words I just heard. What is a dildo? Artoria asked, complete seriousness on her face. We all turned to her as she started to turn a little embarrassed. Rin leaned over, whispering something into her ear. Progressively, Artoria's face got more and more red. Honestly, I thought steam was going to shoot out of her ears at some point. Truthfully, Jin really did know how to weave a tale. She merely retold everything that happened, but it was captivating coming from her. I wonder if that had to do with her nature as a spirit of knowledge. As fun as this is, I think this is where I step out. Rin stood up. I need to finish up a couple more things before I'm ready to head out from here. Well, I don't fault her for that. She's probably excited for her trip off-world. I'll take a look at what you've prepared later. Rin gave a nod as she headed towards her workshop. Well, it was an interesting story. Zelretch smiled mirthfully. I do look forward to hearing the rest of it another time. Zelretch sent me another look like he knew she hadn't told him everything yet. Fuck. I'll never live that comment about Salem down. Why don't I show you to my library, Miss Jin? Zelretch offered, turning to my genie. Honestly, even if he wasn't on board almost immediately with her being a new constant in our lives, when she revealed her origins and desire to break away from Remnant, none of them could help but have sympathy for her situation. Grandfather, I would be delighted. Jin clearly held herself back from squealing in delight. I ignore the grandfather comment. I've pretty much come to accept that part of Jin's personality at this point. And Zelretch just enables her even more, and I seriously think it's because he enjoys being called that. Knowing his life, I can't really fault him either. Family was a foreign concept for us throughout our existence. We found it where we couldn't Ark and Rin, but we had no blood relations. Hell, he tried to latch onto Altruge. Even with her nature, he couldn't give up on her. Regardless, still going to give that blue but a spanking. As they left, I turned to Artoria, who still turned beet red and looked away. So freaking cute. Warning, slightly NSFW ahead. Couldn't help myself. I inched closer to her, clearly grabbing her attention. She tried to appear nonchalant, but I saw the desire in her eyes. I leaned in and claimed her lips as mine once again. Will! She let out a small whine, breaking out kiss after a few moments. Not here, she whispered. A small bit of reluctance flashed across her face. Mayhaps your room, she added quietly. I was surprised that I stalled for a moment, but my brain rebooted in seconds as I grabbed her hand and led her to my personal space. It wasn't anything fancy, and I had yet to decorate or anything here. Really, the only thing of note was Drake Jr. sitting on my nightstand. Despite part of me wanting to, I didn't throw her on my bed right then and there. You know, I sat down on the edge, inviting her over. This could be interpreted several ways. She grabbed the hem of her skirt, looking more bashful than I've ever seen her. She can get flustered easily when things of romantic nature pop up, but this was a genuine nervousness. I wished to try and be more intimate. She sat down right next to me, eyes barely able to keep in my direction. Artoria, I said gently, there are no expectations from me. I don't want you to push yourself faster than you're comfortable with. Again, I would love nothing more than tearing her clothes off, but the thought of her showing me a face of fear or displeasure made my heart ache. Her breathing hitched, and she took a moment to steady herself. "I want this," she said firmly, "but I am not ready to take that step yet." That step, I assumed she was speaking of sex, or perhaps full nudity and sexual acts beyond just some light touching. "It's okay to be firm about your boundaries. I won't push them. I don't wish for my undergarments to be removed," she stated with a bit of confidence in her voice. I gave her a reassuring smile, placing my hand on her shoulder, gently pushing her down on the bed. She didn't fight me, taking a spot on her back, looking up at me expectantly. I moved on top of her, our faces only inches apart, her breath even tickling my nose. My left hand moved down as I placed a gentle kiss on her lips. Artoria's body shuddered when my hand squeezed right above her knee. Her bare skin was warm to the touch, nowhere were her leggings to be seen. She had worn something similar, if a bit different than her usual attire, branching out but staying within a certain scope of familiarity. Slowly, my hand crept up her leg until her skirt began to push up with it, her unblemished skin being caressed all the way up her thigh. I took a brief moment to enjoy the way she squirmed under my touch, the anticipation written clear on her face. She made a tiny sound when my hand finally met the soft fabric hidden underneath her skirt. My thumb brushed against the waistband of her panties. I wasn't going to push any boundaries of hers here, and I doubt she made the consideration of my rubbing between her legs regardless of the cloth blocking me. Instead, my hand went below, grabbing a handful of flesh as I gave her rear a nice squeeze. Despite her petite size, she had a very ample, but the extent which was hidden beneath her usual skirts was made clear when I stared to knead into her behind. "Will!" Her eyes stared into mine before she wrapped her arms around my neck, bringing me down into a deep kiss. For the first time, I felt her tongue push into my mouth. It was clumsy, maybe even comically so, but it didn't detract from the affection she put forward. Eventually we got in sync as our tongues intertwined. I don't know how long we got lost in that kiss, until eventually we had to break apart to breathe again, our deep breaths mirrored so closely to each other's faces. Placing another gentle kiss on her lips, I began to work my way down her neck as she leaned back with a small gasp, her inner thigh receiving my attention for but a moment. I decided not to move any further there. Taking my hand out from under her skirt, I sat up, overlooking her flushed face, my hands moving to grasp at her waist. Her eyes followed mine as I stared down at her modest chest. She gave me a slight nod, and I started to undo the buttons on her blouse. Artoria turned away as I unbuttoned them one by one, the only thing left being the blue and white bra that clung to her breasts. "They're not very big," she whispered, seemingly unsure of herself in this regard. "They're beautiful," I said in honesty, earning a bashful smile from her. It wasn't hard to guess that she was probably a little self-conscious about her size, but frankly they were wonderful, and I wanted to assure her that I found every aspect of her attractive. My hand slid up, gently squeezing them through her undergarment. There was definitely enough here to fill my palms. "HN." She bit her lip as I began to play around with her cleavage. Even through the fabric of her bra, I could vaguely see the outline of her nipples, her arousal. It only further emboldened me to massage them all around the fabric. She started rubbing her knees together, biting on her thumb. I was careful not to go too far, to push past where she was ready for, but even still, the way she was squirming under my grasp made me realize how sensitive this area was for her. "Wilhelm." She held her arms out, beckoning me back down to her. "I want you again." She was surprisingly direct, and I obliged all the same as our lips met again for another intimate kiss. NSFW over. There was no alarm, no sun peeking in through the windows when I finally opened my eyes. Realization of what had just happened coming back to me. I looked at the woman I had wrapped up in my arms under a blanket, her eyes haggardly blinking open at my sudden movement. "Morning," I whispered to my girlfriend. "Good morning." She smiled brightly back at me. Her hair was a bit of a mess, and I think I even had some drool on my chest, yet this picture of her was absolutely breathtaking. "What are the chances that they didn't notice you stayed the night in my room?" Pressed my forehead to hers, closing my eyes. "Rin is going to be insufferable." Artoria groaned, her hands pulling on me tightly, not wanting to separate. "As his grandfather," I agreed. "And it's not like we did anything. Well, we did stuff, but clothes stayed on mostly. It was almost all kissing, or some light touching without being overly sexual. Stop time, she muttered. I wish. I kissed her nose. But we can stay here as long as you want. That will only make matters worse. She sighed, finally pulling away. She managed to roll out of the covers, standing up. I was greeted by the sight of her in nothing but her undergarments. I sat up myself as she walked over to where her clothes were folded. She picked up her blouse, only stopping to look at me. Did not you see enough last night? Her beautiful face turning red again, even after everything that happened. I made no attempt to hide my wandering eyes. I'm never going to get tired of looking. I gave her a cheeky smile, especially with the way her panties stretched across her deceptively small rear. She had an extraordinary bounce to her even though she was a bit petite. She let out a small huff, doing up her buttons, but she didn't shy away from my gaze. I could only chuckle, standing up to find my clothes as well. I was only in my briefs at this point, earning a few looks from her as well, though she still hurriedly turned her head away when I noticed. Her mixture of bashfulness and fleeting moments of confidence were still so cute. This was really a big step in our relationship. While we didn't partake in each other's bodies beyond some cuddling, we did sleep together in the same bed. She knew all my facilities were offered to her, but I think she was still a bit too shy to use my shower and I didn't want to make it awkward myself, so I would hold off on it for now as well. Well, time to face the music. I raised an eyebrow, holding my hand out, letting her take a moment to fix her hair to the best of her ability. It is inevitable. She reached out and interlocked her fingers with mine. I pushed the door open, leading her out to the greater house. Immediately a couple pairs of eyes were on us. Well. Zelretch tapped his fingers together. Rin also joined in a knowing look on her face. Good morning, Saber. It's strange. You're wearing the same clothes as last night. Why is that? Rin. Artoria let out a small whine. Oh, how? Rin let out a haughty laugh. Look how refreshed you look. Was it as good as you thought it would be? Rin. Artoria squeaked with indignation, before huffing, a blush adorning her beautiful face. We didn't do that. She added on quietly. Boo! Rin pouted. Could Schweinord not get it up? I almost choked at that one. I can get it up very easily, thank you very much. Artoria looked like she wanted to crawl under a rock. I gave her hand a little squeeze in solidarity. Now, Rin. Zelretch interjected. Let the two lovebirds enjoy their first morning together. He said with a gentle voice. Thanks, Gramps, you. You can tease them after breakfast. Yup. I just nodded. That was about right for him. I'll get the juicy details later, Rin smirked. Artoria tried to hide her face, pressing her forehead onto my shoulder. I gave her head a small pat, much to her continued embarrassment. In an attempt to change the subject, how's everything looking for our trip? I asked. Good, I should be ready by tomorrow. Just wanted to double-check everything before we set out. Rin looked rather eager. Well done. I nodded. I didn't think I would have to babysit her on this matter. She was an intelligent young woman. Where's Jin? Asking about your side girl already, Schweinorg. Rin snorted. Artoria seemed content to stay out of it, buried into my side, away from Rin's teasing. Rin, just because I have a harem and you don't, it doesn't mean. I'm not jealous. Well, methinks the lady doth protest too much. I will gander you. Come at me, Tosaka. I made a bring-it-on gesture. I swear, you two are like siblings. Zelretch appeared genuinely happy watching us bicker. The looks he sent us were very disarming in its sincerity. It really brought home the fact that he thought of us as his grandchildren. Jin is still in the library. He answered. I did not want to separate her from that place with how happy she appeared with her nose buried within the volumes. Yeah, I can imagine. If she was happy, I wouldn't disturb her for mundane matters. Despite my desire to give her a little punishment, she was someone I would take care of, so her happiness was paramount to me. She gave herself to me. I would do right by her. When you've finished up, Wilhelm, I have some matters I wish to speak with you about. Zelretch stated. His tone made me realize that they were perhaps something important. Well, I would deal with it later. For now, I just enjoyed having a nice breakfast with people I consider my family. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 121. This is a lovely taste. Where did you find these tea leaves? Sitting across from Zelretch, I set down my teacup. I'm surprised you don't recognize them. Zelretch took a sip of his own. They're from an extinct Camellia sinensis strain, found in Korea around the turn of the last millennia century. I couldn't help but fall in love with the taste, so I happened to pick up some seeds for later planting. Well, a few centuries later, they all but disappeared due to a famine that swept the country. Ah, so you have some growing in your garden. I nodded my head, making a mental note to acquisition some for myself when he is distracted. I feel like I should know that. Even this taste is slightly nostalgic, but even with the story added on, I simply can't recall the origin from memory. Well, that's to be expected in all, honestly. How long have I lived? It would simply be impossible for you to recall every single detail, ignoring any of the side effects of trying to transfer memories through such a way. I highly doubt that everything transferred appropriately from the start. True. His logic was sound. It just makes me a little annoyed, I suppose. That feeling like something on the tip of your tongue, but you can't quite speak it. That's what's happening when something like this occurs. It merely stayed in the domain of annoying, but still. I guess there are upsides. Knowing I like certain things without knowing why and rediscovering them all over again. It's been a really interesting experience. Picking up my teacup again, I briefly closed my eyes to enjoy the taste passing down my throat. It feels like forever since we've sat down and had a talk like this. Well, it has been quite a while for you. We had some words here and there before you left for Remnant, but nothing worth mentioning since you left for the Land of Shadows. How are you doing regarding that? He asked. Good. As best as I could be, I guess. I admitted. There was no point to either lie to myself or him here. I try to keep myself distracted, and spending time with my other girls helps quite a bit, but it still stings even though I know I'll get her back. A small smile rose on his face. Speaking of, you spent the night with dear Artoria, huh? I let out a sigh, though I couldn't help but smile. Rin practically dragged Artoria off after breakfast. No doubt a similar situation is happening in her workshop. Yeah, it was a little surprising. She's the one who suggested we move to my room in the first place. My, she's getting more confident then. Zelretch seemed pleased. He was well aware of her own self-esteem issues about certain aspects of herself. She is, and I won't lie and say I don't love it. She even was blunt about her boundaries, telling me how far she was willing to go. Good. Zelretch nodded. That girl deserves to be happy, and that attitude she had was not indicative of a fulfilling life. He hummed to himself lightly, enjoying the moment. And what of your other paramours? I winced slightly. Which ones? He let out an amused snort. Shall I ask how many granddaughters I have running around now? Artoria, Scathack Meridia. I stated. Those are the only ones I'm in a relationship with at the moment. At the moment? And where does Jin fit in here? As well as any other girls, I hope you haven't forgotten about Kunu and her mother. I haven't forgotten about Kunu or Yasaka. I huffed. You know very well how I feel about Kunu. I gave him a pointed look. Yasaka, though, I don't know, that's hard to answer. I obviously find her attractive, but... I paused, looking up at Zelretch and back down. I guess I'm kind of paranoid that she's just going to play with my feelings. She seemed flippant with her flirting, and it felt so hollow like it was her default setting. It makes it hard to try to emotionally invest myself. I ran a hand through my hair. I know it's stupid. She doesn't seem like the kind of woman to do that, but some insecurities are hard to just shrug off. I told her I would like to spend more time with her when I head back to my birth world, because I do enjoy her company. I sighed. It was hard to put my feelings into words right now. She is a nine-tailed fox. You should be aware of her nature as much as I am. Zelretch pointed out. I know. I admitted. I get it. Some things just aren't rational. Just work through your own feelings at your own pace. Zelretch gently smiled. And what of Jin? She hasn't been exactly forthcoming with your relationship beyond her being bound to you now. That. I thought it over. She gave herself to me fully. Oh. Zelretch raised an eyebrow. She's mine, so I'll take care of her no matter what. Careful, your devil nature is showing. Zelretch chuckled. Or perhaps it's your added dragon nature. Not all hoards comprise glittering gold and jewels. Both, probably. I feel really possessive about what's mine, so there is definitely a factor at play there. While I wasn't some caricature of a possessive boyfriend, I looked at all of my girls as mine. I also like to collect and take things that catch my interest. I mused. Speaking of, how is your hoard coming along? Funny, I said dryly, but I have some good stuff. True Longinus, Staff of Magnus, that's 2 divine constructs among my other things. I mentally went over everything I had currently. Should be beneficial for when the time comes. Any movements? Zelretch's expression turned hard. A few minor things here or there, but they're within expected parameters. It's very unlikely the spider would awaken before the time we calculated. Yeah, I know you're right. It's just hearing it being said is a bit of a stress relief. I finished off my tea. What are your plans for the future when we're away? Ha! He let out an uncharacteristic long breath. Act like a worried grandfather? He laughed. It makes me nervous, if I'm being honest, to finally see Rin off on her first big adventure. It'll be good for her to finally step out of yours and a lesser extension, my shadow. It was obvious she was feeling a little insecure when I first popped up. While we slotted into something resembling siblings, she still somewhat grates under my presence. The ease at which I am able to achieve what she's been trying for a while now. Yes, I tell myself the same thing, but this old man can't help but worry. Zelretch gave a gentle smile. I shall endeavor to keep my hands preoccupied. That dust is something I will most likely fiddle with in the meantime. I would make sure to leave a good amount here with him. A word of warning, don't take it into an environment without magical energy. I heard they tried to use the stuff to leave the atmosphere back on Remnant, and there was a violent reaction. I could more or less guess that it becomes unstable without an abundance of magical energy in the air to catalyze its existence. Interesting. He rubbed his chin. I shall see if I can do something about that. I know that look. Something had piqued his interest, and he would probably lose himself in his research for quite a while. I assume you're going to bring Jin with you as well? He asked. Yeah. I blinked for a moment. I just realized I never did fully explain what I had planned for her. Well, you are a young man, and she is a— Oh, come off it. I scowled, earning a laugh from him. Her lamp is similar to my sword I picked up. It was supporting a pocket dimension by itself after the magics were already woven. I was going to use her lamp as the focal point for my house. Oh, that is a novel idea. He looked genuinely interested. And a pocket dimension created through magical means. Did you analyze it before leaving? I got a few looks at it. Nothing game-breaking, but they were solidly done. Fascinating. I really seemed to miss some important bits from my looks over there. Couldn't really be helped. A couple of idiot gods messed up a lot of things. You had no way of knowing. He accepted my words, his expression turning a bit more serious. I believe I should speak of the heavy stuff now. I found a world that would do well without a grail. I felt my hands clench into fist unconsciously before releasing them, letting out a long breath. Is that so? Would you like the information? Keep it for now. I couldn't help but run a hand through my hair again, this physical tick of my ever-present. I really want to see Scat-Hack again, but I also need to see Meridia as well. I want to hold my goddess in my arms again. Besides, I promised Rin and Artoria an adventure. I won't go back on my words. I don't think I needed to say that I would be too tempted with that information right now. Good. We can speak of this when you return. He nodded, a smile on his face. I have no other issues I wish to bring up. Perhaps we should check on Rin and see what preparations she has made, and if she requires any help. He got up, beckoning me to follow. I looked at him for a moment. His eyes widened as I stood up and wrapped my arms around him. Thank you, I said. He was always so helpful to me, helping me with my issues, letting me vent about things that bothered me. You're a good grandfather. He didn't respond. He didn't need to. I knew how much those words probably meant to him. Instead, I felt him return the gesture, and nothing else needed to be said. Zelretch and I walked into Rin's workshop after receiving permission to enter, even having grabbed Jin to come with us, as hard as it was to separate her from the library. Is Rin bullying you, Artoria? I walked up to my girlfriend, giving her a quick pat on the head, earning a small noise from her in confirmation. She found my lion. Artoria muttered. Oh, the one I got her on our first date? I'm sure Rin must have been relentless with her teasing. And the fact that she sounded so possessive of it made me want to do some very intimate things with her right now, but cooler heads prevailed. Cute. I settled on a quick kiss to her forehead. If you guys are done flirting. Rin huffed. Never. I think I'm ready to head out. She ignored my witty retort. Walk me through everything then. I decided to get a bit more serious. I have about 100 jewels ready for use. I read through all the books you brought back, so I know the basic history there and what I'm walking into. She stated, the magecraft I have a decent understanding of, and I can cast the basic spells with some proficiency. Where are you keeping everything? I couldn't help but ask. The old man made me this. She held up a bag for me to inspect. Oh, this is well done. I nodded. It was basically as I would expect from Zelretch. I made one for Saber as well. Zelretch gave a gentle smile. Artoria beamed. I have stored the essentials I would require. It's full of food, isn't it? I asked Rin, who nodded, Artoria turning red and starts stuttering denials. So, I wanted to stop by the college first, get you both settled. The Archmage, there is someone I trust quite a bit, and several teachers I know decently well, but there are a few people I would keep my guard around. You made enemies there? Rin asked. Something like that. I sighed. An elf named Encano. Don't be alone with him. Don't let him get you to do anything. Treat him like a magus trying to delve into your craft. Easy enough. Rin nodded. He will not approach Rin without my presence. Artoria said firmly. He's a schemer, and he is old, as in past 100 years at a minimum. I ended up humiliating him, so he might try something on you both as revenge. Don't underestimate him and don't believe anything he tries to spout. They were more or less safe within the college, but extra caution would not be remiss. Do not make any deals with Deidre, consider them demons, and stay the hell away. I have one I'm on good terms with, so if you must, pray to her and mention my name. Your other girlfriend? Rin raised an eyebrow. Yes. I said simply, I am interested in meeting her. Artoria voiced. Don't worry, you will. I gave her a reassuring smile. The guards at the town bordering the college are good people. I know them well. If anything happens, then mention my name to them and our relationship. But I should be giving them a heads up anyways. Sheesh, I sound like a parent. I withdrew the staff of Magnus from my ring. Ren, take this. Why are you giving this to me? She looked surprised. She knew it was divine in nature, so I guess she was taken back. Just want to make sure you stay safe. I smiled. Idiot. She huffed, taking the staff from giving it a once-over and stuffing it in her bag. Kind of comical how things were put inside. Artoria. I glanced at her, swiping my ring and letting the true Longinus fall out. She didn't argue with me, taking the spear and stuffing it in her own bag. I shall use it if an emergency occurs. While I don't think it would do much in case that her sword fails, it was still something. I couldn't wield it at the moment without potentially killing myself. I'd rather she hold on to it for now as a peace of mind. Besides, there was a piece of Big G inside. That had to count for something. She also had Caliban, which, weaker than both the spear and her sword, still possessed some nifty abilities. Oi! Rin grabbed my attention, holding a familiar device in her hand. I finally finished this. It works only about 90% of the time, but I figured it was better than nothing for now. She shoved one of her kaleidophones into my hand. I laughed, hugging her. Idiot! She squeaked at my sudden contact, but she didn't push me away, returning the gesture with a little embarrassment. I finally let up, stepping out of her personal space. Anything we're forgetting? You got your noble phantasm, Rin. Of course, she said plainly. Rin has gotten proficient in its use. Artoria added, mayhaps there will be some people to practice against there. She needs sparring experience now. Plenty of people who survive with a sword in hand there, just a matter of finding them and paying the coin. Zelretch, who had been quiet thus far, finally spoke. I believe we have every base covered. Rin has been preparing for quite a bit now, and she knows the dangers she faces in this strange land. Dragons? Rin muttered. Yeah, I had to fight one when I was much weaker. I sighed, remembering that particular memory. But the college is well protected. Many powerful mages there, and the defenses are top-notch. Not to mention Artoria would be by her side. There are also a plethora of strange and magical creatures, so never let your guard down. I added, I get it. Can we get going already? Rin was starting to become impatient, but I couldn't blame her. All right, but one last question. Fine, what? You got Ruby, right? I gave her a smirk. Rin scowled, crossing her arms. Unfortunately. All right, just wanted to make sure. I held out my hand, opening a portal to the familiar cold lands of Skyrim. They didn't need to change. Rin was already wearing clothing made for cold weather, Artoria also wearing something similar. Well, let's go. I gestured as Rin practically skipped through the portal. Artoria gave me a smile as she followed behind. Jin, who had just been watching idly at the side, opened her mouth. Do you want me to come with you? While I will always enjoy your company, if you wish to stay here, you can. Her happiness was something I would prioritize in situations like these. She paused for a moment before walking up and giving me a quick kiss on the cheek, stuffing her lamp into my hands. I want to follow you. She smiled brightly, turning into smoke and returning to her abode. She's ridiculously cute. Makes me almost not want to spank her anymore. I gave one last look at Zelretch, who nodded at me. Don't worry, I'll make sure they come back in one piece. We shared a similar look as I finally stepped through the portal. Skyrim, here we come. Chapter 122 Skyrim 2 Electric Boogaloo. I walked through the portal, the cold air welcomed me, and I couldn't help but smile even as snow fell on my face. I swept my gaze around, seeing the tall peaks reaching up to the heavens around us, the frozen tundra that met the horizon. It's good to be back. I allowed myself to take a deep breath of cold Skyrim air before finally taking a look at my two companions. I thought you said it would be cold, not Antarctic weather. Rin huffed. She was exaggerating, but it was to be expected. I had some resistance against the weather due to my devil nature, but even with that I was subtly keeping myself more comfortable through magical means. It is quite chilly, Artoria commented. We should further look into heavier clothing once we reach our destination. I took us right outside of town. I squint my eyes through the thick snow. It was by no means a snowstorm, but the natural weather here made it hard to see at points. Not to mention the erratic nature. Sometimes it would be a light snowfall, other times it would distort all vision in the area. I think I can see the torches from here. I pointed over a bit. I believe I see them as well. Artoria nodded. Rin already had a magical flame hovering above her palm. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Artoria looked at me, and we shared a quick smile before setting off after her. I've known Artoria long enough to know she was ready for any situation at the moment, even with her lax outer appearance. There was a certain air about her, a nervousness you could call it, a healthy respect for the unknown, especially when Rin was in her care. If I looked closely, I could vaguely see her grasping at something, not quite her sword, but like at any moment it would appear in her hand and swing at any threat that appeared. Rin, you said you practiced the basics I gave you? I asked, drawing their attention. Yeah, what about it? She answered, try your detect life spell. Such a nifty little thing. While easy to fool if you knew what to look for, it was good for situations like this or scoping out the more obvious ambushes and animalistic foes. Basically, it detected the power that pulsed off souls and essentially pinged it and brought back the information to the caster. Soul sonar. A little red light pulsed lightly in Rin's hand. I couldn't help but admire her ability, as she didn't even require an aria to cast the spell. 12 signatures detected in front of us. Probably the town guards. Maybe 100 meters away. Her range was pretty good. Artoria looked at me, then glanced off to the side with an eyebrow raised. I put my finger to my mouth to silently shush her while Rin focused ahead. Stepping forward, I lightly tugged on her large coat, almost making her fall. What the hell? She looked at me with annoyance. Rin, I said gently, you're being a bit thoughtless with your surroundings. What? There's nothing around except those people had. I turned towards my girlfriend. Artoria, would you please go bring our little friend to us? She nodded. Disappearing into the thick snowfall, a hissed cry rang out loud enough to reach us, Artoria's feet shuffling through the snow, quickly replacing the high-pitched noise. What is that? Rin practically reeled back. It is an ice wraith, Rin. Artoria answered, much to my surprise. You read the books? I asked, mildly impressed. Yes, I wish to understand what potential foes I would meet here. I found the topic interesting, so I read over it a few times. She explained, said ice wraith, writhing in her grip, making some unholy sounds as it tried to break free. But I didn't detect it, she said quietly, because it isn't technically a living creature, I wasn't trying to tease or demean her here. It is an elemental. It does not possess what we qualify as a soul. Oh. She drooped her shoulders, making my heart drop a little. Rin, I'm not trying to baby you here. I tried to explain. I understand what you're feeling, believe me, I do. The need to prove herself, I knew that all too well. It was no wonder she was being so frivolous with such things. I'm not weak, she countered with a scoff. I can handle this myself. Yes, you are. I decided to be blunt. I glanced at Artoria. She merely closed her eyes, not interrupting. What's that supposed to mean? She walked up, stabbing her finger into my chest, eyes narrowing. Rin, you are significantly weaker than me or Artoria. She was about to angrily retort, but I stopped her. And that's okay. We all start somewhere. You should have seen me when I first came here. I almost got my ass kicked by some zombie in a tomb. But this isn't Earth. There are different threats here you have no idea about, yet you're walking around like you own the place. I knew how much of a hypocrite I was being here, but I promised Zelretch I would look after them, and I wanted to make sure Rin didn't get into trouble like I did. Call me a hypocrite all day, as long as Rin wouldn't make the same mistakes I did. You're going to have access to an entire school of magic. You're going to get stronger. Then, when you're ready, you'll move on. Find somewhere else that draws your interest, and you'll keep improving, keep getting stronger. I tried to soothe her bruised ego. But you can't ignore where you are right now. And Rin, you are weak at the moment. Her battle experience is very limited. Even with surviving the Holy Grail War, she was not a warrior. She didn't even notice the ice wraith a dozen feet away. Her spars with Artoria, I don't doubt they've done wonders, but I wonder how far she truly pushes Rin due to their bond. The fact that Artoria wasn't speaking up in Rin's defense said all I needed to know there. Rin, to my surprise, didn't get upset anymore or argue. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, perhaps a little bit of shame mixed in, but she didn't speak against my words. She wasn't an idiot. She was probably well aware of her own shortcomings, but sometimes they just need to be spoken by someone else before they truly sink in. You're a genius, Rin. I'm sure you'll be up to snuff in no time. I gave her a genuine smile, and I noticed the corners of her lips twitch upwards ever so slightly. Of course. She seemed to regain her usual confident look, flipping her hair back. I'll catch up in no time, just watch me. She was more than willing to latch onto my words of praise in this situation. I said what I needed to. I would keep my words and not continue to baby her. She needed to either fall or fly with her own effort from this point on. Though I knew she would soar with very little effort. You're going to love the college. I couldn't help but reminisce with a smile. They really have a whole library that anyone can access. Rin looked rather excited, shaking off those previous feelings. It's massive. I waved my arms for emphasis. I stayed in there for an entire day before I realized how much time passed. Rin all but squealed in delight. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Artoria crush the ice wraith with her hand, letting its strange physiology disperse with a bit of effort on her part. Thank you, she whispered, walking up next to me, sneaking a quick kiss on my cheek. That woman. If we were alone, I would definitely be seeing what she was hiding under those heavy clothes. Halt! Who goes there? A deep voice reverberated, several figures approaching as we neared the gates of a town. Well, that's a voice I haven't heard in a while. I got a good look at the man who spoke. Svord, have you been? The man paused, looking me over briefly before a wide grin overcame him. Lad! He laughed, walking towards me, hence clasped my shoulders. Where in oblivion did you disappear to? Half my men been poking around the mages, asking, and no one knew. His bright smile turned a little dimmer. Word was that the Thalmor scum did something. Huh, like that slimy elf could do anything to me. I chuckled. No, I simply went back home for a bit. Speaking of, I gestured towards them. This is Rin Tosaka. A pleasure. Rin gave a small smile. Miss Tosaka. He nodded, a little slow on the pronunciation, but it was a foreign word. She's my grandfather's student, and she's coming here to learn at the college. I explained. And this is Artoria, Pendragon. I gestured again towards Artoria. Well met. Artoria also gave a polite greeting. And to you, Miss Pendragon. Svord returned. She's Rin's bodyguard and my girlfriend. Svord blinked, letting out a laugh with a slap on my shoulder. Well done, lad. getting yourself such a beautiful woman. Artoria did turn the slightest red at his remarks, and I admittedly mirrored her a little in that regard. I'll make sure to tell my men to keep an eye out for them. Sword could more or less read between the lines here with my introductions. He turned towards both of them. If anyone gives you any trouble up here in Winterhold, feel free to use my name. As guard captain, I have a little bit of influence around here. She smiled. Thank you, Sword. Artoria acknowledged his good intentions. None of that. He waved off her displays of etiquette. The lad's people are my people. He let out a hearty laugh again. You probably need to be heading to the college, but you better make sure to visit the tavern with us later. Of course. I nodded at his enthusiastic words. Now get going. He playfully shooed us away. I didn't realize you were so popular. Rin commented as we got out of earshot from them, having walked inside the town at this point. The Nords here are simple people. They respect honor above almost all else. If you win their favor or get into their good graces, they would literally move in front of an arrow for you. I stepped in to help them with an issue when I first arrived. We celebrated afterwards and bonded. I trailed off as I saw around the town, certain things drawing my attention. There were houses that were burned down, buildings that were demolished. What happened? As we got closer to the college, and the large towers came into view, Rin voiced her glee at the whole thing. Artoria made some comments about it as well, but my focus was more so on the fact that there was a tower missing and some noticeable damage around the exterior. There was no one at the entrance to the bridge, which was still standing thankfully. Wilhelm. A voice spoke behind us. Even Artoria reacted with surprise, her invisible blade already in her hand as she turned around. Archmage, I greeted after quickly recovering. Artoria was also fast to withdraw her invisible air, acknowledging my nonchalant attitude. I think I heard Rin yelp too. Heh, it's been a while. Indeed, I believe you said a month and you weren't far off. He nodded. Was my aim off by a little bit? I hope Meridia isn't angry. Let me introduce you, this is Miss Tosaka and Miss Pendragon. He interrupted me. I was watching when you approached the town. I never noticed you. Artoria spoke up, her brow furrowed. The Archmage's eyes twinkled with amusement. I am quite adept at what I do, Miss Pendragon. His way of monitoring the area is unique. I doubt you would be able to sense him even if you knew what to look for. It would take effort on my end, and I was adept at the magical arts. Even with Artoria's scary instinct, I don't think she would be able to pick up that she was being watched. He just hummed, not elaborating himself. Usually, there is a little test for new students to be able to cast some simple spells so they can prove they aren't just coming here to cause problems. But my instinct is telling me that would be pointless in this case. He paused, staring up at the sky. The weather is just dreadful out here, he said lightly, raising his hand and giving it a casual flick. The snow was visibly dispersed all around us, the sun suddenly shining bright in the sky as the clouds above us had disappeared. Rin looked up with eyes widened. Amazing! Even Artoria gave a respectful look towards the Archmage. Show off! I rolled my eyes, much to his amusement. He ignored my words and continued. Now, I must apologize, but I require young Wilhelm's presence for a little bit. I have already relayed to Tolfter, one of our esteemed teachers, of your arrival. You merely have to follow the path to the main hall. Thank you, Archmage. Rin gave a slight bow, her words very polite. She was clearly awed by the power he displayed. I have high hopes for you, Miss Tosaka. If you require anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Artoria silently followed behind Rin as they started heading inside. I resisted the urge to force my presence on them, but they needed this to step out by themselves. Was it my possessiveness rearing its ugly head? I thought of them as mine in different aspects, but they also had their own paths to walk outside of my immediate vicinity. This would be good for both of them. So, what did you need to talk about? I was assuming it had something to do with the state of the college, even if such things perhaps weren't immediately obvious to any new eyes. Yes, about that. He looked at me dryly. We have quite a few things to speak of, Wilhelm. Chapter 123. The Archmage took us right into his personal quarters, the room looking the same since I had been away. I had to keep reminding myself that for them it had only been a month, yet years have passed for me. You're different, he commented, sorting some stuff around. I could only assume we arrived here while he was in the middle of something very different. He turned around, staring at me while rubbing his beard. A book fell onto my head. Ow! I gently rubbed the spot I was just smacked on. You didn't even hear what I was going to say. I could take a guess, he said dryly, though a small smile quirked on his face. I let out a small chuckle, sharing his sentiment. I had a productive time away, I'd say. He didn't elaborate, and I was curious what he was referring to here. This man was very perceptive and had a keen eye, though he was still hard to read at times. Especially with you bringing another woman back when a Daedric lord is waiting for you. My smile dropped. To be fair, Meridia suggests such a thing in the first place. Again, he just looked at me dryly again. Well, I'm not the one you need to appease. He shook his head. Wait, how did you know she was waiting for me and didn't just visit me while I was away? She came and visited a handful of times. The Archmage explained. Near gave me a heart attack when she appeared in my school, merely sitting to the side and watching as a teacher of mine taught a class. That is extremely cute, I muttered, not the word I would use to describe it. He snorted, though she did aid us when we were attacked. I paused, contemplating that. I was going to ask about the damage to the area. Dragons, he said simply. My eyes widened at the implication. How bad was it? A few Winterhold guards died, and we lost an older member of the college who retired from active teaching duty, and many injuries everywhere, but most are recovered in full at this point. He said solemnly, that is surprisingly less than I would have assumed. I didn't want to be cynical, but dragons were very dangerous creatures. I don't think the one I fought was indicative of their overall strength. It's thanks to you, actually. He began to move things around the room again with a mental thought. As soon as you left, I activated the wartime defenses. They were created for the purposes of withstanding long sieges and cataclysmic events. They were able to withstand the attack of a dragon. I was very curious now. I knew this place was well defended, but to actually hear it. 2 dragons. He corrected, much to my surprise. They attacked in tandem. I was able to focus the offensive magics to down the dragon who thought to attack the town, but the second one then focused on the college. And the second one was brought down as well. It was a hard-fought battle. Talfter was wounded heavily, but we were able to finally beat it in the end. But the college has yet to fully recover. He explained. Admittedly, most of our effort was focused on keeping everyone safe, while the dragon could bombard the place from the safety of the sky. I winced as he mentioned Talfter. This is probably my fault, I mumbled. If I hadn't been so stupid last time, maybe they wouldn't have been here. Wilhelm. He stopped forward, placing a hand on my shoulder. I am aware of what transpired at Whiterun, and none of this is your fault, he said gently. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. At least the college made it through almost unscathed. Indeed, damage can be repaired. I am infinitely grateful that the students were not harmed in any significant manner. Any chance the dragon's body landed on Encano? The Archmage snorted. I'm afraid that it was quite impossible for him to suffer any degree of injury with how far away he retreated in the conflict. I am disappointed, but otherwise not surprised. I frowned, before blinking in realization. Wait, you said Meridia helped? Oh, yes. He nodded. It was when we were attacked the second time. Wait, what? I will admit, the situation did not look favorable. Many of us were preparing to evacuate the students in full this time while us teacher would make a stand. To be honest, one of the dragons gave me a very dangerous feeling, much more than those previous ones. I couldn't help but sigh again, thinking how bad the situation was. You guys couldn't leave, otherwise Winterhold would most likely be lost. The Archmage didn't speak, merely a nod in affirmation. This man would have fought all those dragons by himself if needed. You're a good person, Savos, I replied, earning a small smile from him. But how did Meridia come into play? She appeared at the top of the college, merely glaring at the imposing dragons, and they quickly scurried away. He let out an honest laugh. I don't believe anyone else witnessed the scene. The things I'm going to do to that woman. I'll be sure to thank her properly later. I gave a cheeky smile. Yes, I'm sure. He deadpanned, but seemed genuinely cheerier than he was a moment ago. How's the situation everywhere else? He should be decently informed. Not too good, Wilhelm. Not too good. He sighed himself. Some places got hit hard by stray dragons, or some other nonsense with people taking advantage of the situation. Thankfully, nothing like Rift 10 has happened a second time yet. I clenched my fists. Maybe it was irrational, but I still felt like this was my fault in some way. What of Thorum? I finally got up the confidence to ask. Once I heard him start speaking of dragons, I had a small pit in my stomach. He perked up slightly. I did as I said. I sent him many introductory materials for various branches of magic. To my surprise, he sent me a letter nearly a week after you left giving his thanks and recommendations because he had already become proficient with all those. Thorum, really? I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, your friend appears to be quite the magical genius. Perhaps his nature as the Dragonborn is not the only facet coming into play here. He explained. But otherwise, Whiterun has been hit hard, perhaps the worst since Rift 10. He looked at my expression and began to explain properly. They hadn't suffered quite as severely. The city is still standing tall, but they've been attacked at least half a dozen times now. Maybe that's to be expected since it's known throughout Skyrim that the Dragonborn lives there. That! I stopped for a moment, rubbing my chin. The dragons would no doubt find out about him. Their pride wouldn't allow them to leave him alone. I couldn't claim to know their thoughts, but I don't think they would care about the city, only focusing on Thorum for their own weird sense of honor and pride. It's exactly as you say, he responded. While there has been damage here and there, it's mainly been outside the walls. Farms burned, livestock killed and devoured, but otherwise the city is unmolested. They seem content to call out the Dragonborn. And he's been okay. I wouldn't put it past them to enjoy the audience for their fight. If Drake was anything to go by, that would just make it more exciting. From what I've heard, he's been thriving. I hear he's slain 4 dragons since you've left. That's no small feat, I whispered, a small bit of pride swelling in my chest at the thought of my friend becoming so strong. I can't wait to go see him again. I beamed. That isn't all. The Archmage interrupted my thoughts. From what I understand, these dragons have been calling out some other of their kind, one who goes by the name of Draeg Gotch. I slightly winced again. Yes! Damn it, Draeg. Do they know about Draeg? The Red Dragon Emperor is known everywhere. Does that mean it would be okay for me to come out? She sounded hesitant. Wilhelm. I was broken from my thoughts again, the Archmage looking at me strangely. Well, I guess it isn't much a secret then. I scratched my head. Was talking to said dragon. He was shouting happily in my ear. I sighed. Fascinating. His eyes twinkled in amusement again. A quick question. Does Urag Groshub need an extra hand around the library? He paused, blinking at me in confusion. Well, he had asked for an assistant many years ago, but all those who he attempted to help him were eventually chased out. I hesitate to ask why. Draeg, if you would. I spoke, holding me hand out, letting the gauntlet appear on my hand. The Archmage's eyes widened. A clear interest appeared on his face, but he didn't make any actions to inspect it. I touched the jewel on the back, taking out the lamp. Jen, I said gently. My blue genie appeared in a wisp of smoke, floating behind me happily, the Archmage becoming more and more curious. Well, this is quite interesting. He gave Jin an up-and-down glance, though it was more academic than any kind of lustful thoughts. She was wearing her dress as well. Maybe she knew my sentiments that I didn't want anyone else to see what's mine. Hello, I am Savozaren, the Archmage for the College of Winterhold. Just as always, Jin happily reciprocated the greeting. I am Jin. I am the spirit for the Relic of Knowledge. She gestured to the small lamp still in my hand. I assume you wish to install her as the assistant librarian? He chuckled. I gave a look at Jen. She looked absolutely ecstatic at the idea. She would treat the place with as much respect as Urag would. A spirit housed in an artifact referred to the Relic of Knowledge. He rubbed his beard. I can make some guesses on what that entails. He seemed amused by the whole prospect. If I may ask, what are your capabilities? I have perfect recall of any information I learn. She stated, as if she were in an interview and providing her resume. I didn't interrupt. I wanted her to socialize more when she had the opportunity. And it would be lying if I said that seeing her happy like this didn't bring a warmness in my chest. I am also knowledgeable on magic and quite proficient if I do say so myself. I blinked at that. It seemed obvious in hindsight, but the fact that she is capable of magic beyond her abilities tied to her uses had caught me off guard. Oh ho, yes, I think this may work out quite nicely. He turned back to me. You keep continuing to bring me so many interesting things, Wilhelm. I would be happy to accept her. Even if Urag didn't wish her assistance, she is more than welcomed in my college. Jin let out a squeal of delight, engulfing me in a hug, and I felt her lips make contact with my cheek. The Archmage just chuckled. Your other companions are quite interesting as well. I took Jin into my arms, happily having her nesting her head under my chin. Rin is my grandfather's student. She's here to broaden her horizons, so to speak. He wasn't something I had to hide much from, even if I didn't like to particularly reveal secrets if I didn't have to. Though, I trust him, revealing Jin spoke just of how much. She has some insecurities. I wanted to choose my words carefully without speaking ill of her or revealing her own secrets, so she may try and bite off more than she can chew. I will keep an eye on her, don't you worry. He nodded. And Miss Pendragon, her bodyguard. She's a knight. She's sworn her sword to Rin's service. While she is capable of magic and probably extremely talented in that regard, she doesn't seem to possess any significant desire to learn the arts. A shame. He sighed. But if someone doesn't want to learn, there's no point in forcing the issue. Also, I once again tried to choose my words carefully. Artoria is strong. I want to make it clear that her priorities are Rin's safety, but in the worst-case scenario, a dragon may not be an issue for her. The Archmage paused, giving me a contemplative look. Thank you for the information. I will not take advantage of her presence. He seemed to read between the lines there. If the college was in danger, she would probably take action, even if she had to leave Rin's immediate presence. If in a situation the Archmage guaranteed Rin's safety, Artoria would probably be more than willing to lend a hand without coercion. It was me trusting him even more here. That piece of information would allow him to manipulate someone capable of killing dragons. Otherwise, I expect them to run into trouble, get into some sticky situations. Unless there is genuine danger to their lives, I hope you let them settle it themselves. The worry word in me couldn't help itself, although I hope certain political entities keep their distance. His expression turned just a tad darker. Don't worry, I've already turned away certain political entities from further encroaching on my school, and the ones currently present are on very thin ice. Interesting, the Thalmor tried to gain a bigger foothold here, and it looks like Incano is very close to being kicked out. Good. Honestly, I feel like there's more I should ask, but you have a very powerful lady to appease, and I'm sure you are worried about your dragonborn friend. He smiled mirthfully. Yeah, I just nodded, not hiding anything. Go, go. He playfully shooed my way. I will look after your companions and paramours. I guess he realized what relationship I also have with Jin. Well, not like I was ashamed. Take care of yourself. I gave Jin a kiss on the cheek. She was happily watching our exchange in my arms. Thank you, she said quietly, but I felt like she meant it more than just for this specific instance. I told you, didn't I? You're mine, I'll take care of you. For the first time, I placed my lips against hers, and she welcomed a deeper kiss. The Archmage cleared his throat, earning a slightly blush from both me and Jin. Forgot where I was for a moment there, though he seemed more amused than anything, and the contrasting red on her blue cheeks just made her look even cuter. I gave her one last look, then nodded towards the Archmage. To his sheer surprise, I opened a portal right in front of him. His eyes widened at how easily I got around the impressive magical protections on his college. He didn't get upset, he didn't demand questions, no. Instead, he just started loudly laughing. I couldn't help but admire this man even more. With another thought, I walked through the portal. A familiar, colorful sky greeted me as I looked up. The land masses that didn't make sense as they floated in several directions all around me. I didn't dwell on them for but a moment because my attention immediately turned to a woman sitting on a throne not far away. She raised her head as soon as I stepped through. Our eyes met, and she stood up, stepping off her throne, taking slow steps down towards me. I took equal steps to meet her. No words were yet exchanged as she glided into my arms. Her head buried into the crook of my neck, my arms wrapped around her waist. I'm back, I whispered. Welcome back. The quiet words barely reaching my ears. Chapter 124. I don't know how long we stood there, time becoming insignificant in this brief moment. I just enjoyed the warmth of her touch, the feeling of her breath on my neck, and the nice smell that filled my nose. Did you miss me? I couldn't help but lightly tease her. This goddess in my arms just invoked these feelings. You were only gone a month, she grumbled. That wasn't a no. The muffled huff, as she pushed herself into me a little bit harder, was extremely cute. Yes, she finally said. I couldn't help but squeeze her just a little bit tighter. I missed you too, I whispered. It felt like an eternity before we finally separated. She was looking over me curiously. I don't know what she'd say, but she was clearly surprised by what she found. I could not sense my sword after you left. She finally spoke. I told you I would be disappearing for a bit, and I would be safe. I did not think you could escape my gaze, just some bravado I dismissed. She did not look all that happy, something borderline sadness in her eyes. I had thought the worst until it reappeared. That look she gave me, it made my heart hurt to know she thought something like that. I reached my hand up, cupping her cheek, my forehead pressed gently against hers. I'm sorry. Humph, she pouted ever so slightly. Cute. You are ridiculous. And you are ridiculously cute. I chuckled, moving to meet her lips with mine. She accepted my advance, our lips meeting for a moment. To say that not once but twice to me. You are brave. She snorted, pulling away, though the tiniest flush on her face. I reached out, taking her hands in mine. Well, I'm nothing if not bold, otherwise, how would I have gotten such an amazing woman? She dipped her head. Do not speak of that nonsense. To trick me into such a thing. Embarrassed Meridia is something I need eternally in my life. I tricked you, did I? I lightly pulled on her, my hands moved to wrap around her waist. Her body pressed up to mine. Shall I rescind my boon then? Maybe I should ask for something else. She made the cutest sound in response, seemingly distressed at the notion. Don't tease me, she whispered, giving my hand a little pinch of annoyance. I have already given my word. She looked up, meeting my eyes. You are not allowed to make me a liar. That's right. I believe you said you were my woman. I gave her a cheeky smile. So I have. She turned away with another small huff. To admit it, I might not be able to stop myself from taking liberties. My hands moved down, grasping at her waist. I wasn't going to push her on anything, but I couldn't help but tease her. Why, you have nothing but perversions on your mind. She didn't reject me, though. How you managed to earn my affections I will never understand. Perhaps a demonstration is in order? She was about to speak, but I claimed her lips. It was deeper than our previous kiss, laden with affection and longing. Her surprise quickly turned into desire as she returned the passion, enough so that it matched my own. Our lips parted. She leaned back into my chest. Say those words to me again. Words. From earlier. Ah. I rest my chin atop her head, wrapping her up tightly. I'm back. I felt her hands grasp at my clothing. Don't leave again. My sweet goddess. I couldn't help myself. I won't leave again. I cooed. She made another small noise. Good. Her tone holding a hint of sadness. It wasn't the truth, and we both knew it. But if it made her feel even a little bit better, I would say it again. Regardless, as much as I wanted to stay like this, there was clearly some stuff that needed to be aired. I guess we should talk about the important bits now. There was clearly no small part of her that wanted questions answered. I could feel her shift under my grasp, and the way she looked up at me with clear longing. You are hiding a great many secrets. I am. I gave her a small smile, this conversation seemingly a repeat of last time. Would you like to hear them? Yes. I chuckled, kissing her forehead. It's hard to pick a place to begin. I sighed, looking off into the colorful distance. I guess it started when I awakened memories from my past life. My legs gently kicked off the edge of a floating landmass, an empty void beneath my feet, yet I felt no fear in this place. A reassuring hand literally wrapped around my own, our fingers tightly linked together. Meridia was silent. I guess what I shared had shattered her worldview. Her, a being that witnessed and had a hand in the creation of this world. She who was basically born at the dawn of existence, had for the first time been left utterly confused. It took some convincing. My swords were all stabbed into the ground around us, where she inspected each and every one, the concepts of their existence completely foreign to her. I have questions. I turned towards her, an unsure look on her face. I have no secrets in front of you, Meridia. I tried my best to give her a reassuring smile. This, Odin. Her tone was even, but as the words left her mouth, the realm shook. Where can I find him? Yeah, I had told her of my time in the land of shadows. I had told her everything, leaving nothing out. All the other girls in my life, and she listened intently, not interrupting me except for the occasional clarification until I finally ended up back here. No doubt, she was somewhat aware of the little bit of divinity she put inside of me having been activated, so to speak. Perhaps she didn't have context of what happened until now, but the picture was probably apparent. He's already dead. I pull her hand up, giving it a kiss in an attempt to calm her. The area seemed to go back to some semblance of normal, Meridia clearly calming down slightly. Though, I thought you would be upset about other things. Her head snapped to me. Oh, and what should I have been upset about? Well, maybe the other women you have taken in? She looked at me. I felt a certain intensity in her gaze before pulling back. Do you wish to breed with them? I wanted to make a joke about the phrasing, but I decided against it in this circumstance. Maybe in the future. I said honestly. Humph. I think you would like them. She raised an eyebrow at me. You would have them meet with me? Do you not fear I would do something? Nope, I replied almost immediately. I trust you. She let out a snort, turning away, though her hand never left mine. I did say you could, she admitted. You were gone, far longer than you said you would be. She frowned. I said I would be back in a month. That implied you would only be back in a month's time. She sent a nasty glare my way. Tell me that you were not gone longer than that. I'm sorry. I gave her hand a little squeeze. Not much else I could do in this situation. You shall make this up to me, she said sternly. Whatever you want. Humph. She huffed. You are never allowed to hide things from me again. I demand that you reveal anything of importance and share with me your thoughts, at every opportunity available. You are to come here and reveal your intentions. So my punishment is to come here and spend time with you? I raised an eyebrow. Cease your foolishness. That is far from what I have stated. She denied, quickly changing the subject. Speak to me of these other women. If they are going to be a presence in your life, they will be known to me. 2 of them are here on Nirn right now, I stated, earning a flash of surprise from her. Are they in that college of yours? Yup. She held her free hand up, waving it gently in the air as the colors coalesced into a sort of screen that allowed viewing in the college. Didn't know you were a voyeur. As if I would use my power for something so. I just chuckled, pulling her in close for a kiss on the cheek. You can watch me any time you want. That got another small flush out of her, one which she quickly squashed down. Here, is it one of these 2? I did not recognize them. The images flashed until Artoria and Rin appeared on the screen. The black-haired girl is Rin Tosaka. She's from the same country as me, but a different world line. I explained. She would understand my terminology at this point. She's what we call a magus back home. This magecraft you mentioned. She pursed her lips. While I did tell her everything, it would take a while to fully explain the details. I don't mind explaining it all, but I think we should focus on the bigger things first. I gently focused her back at the matter on hand. I agree, she said simply. What is her relationship with you? I guess I would consider her like a sister. She is my grandfather's student, whom he considers a granddaughter. Your grandfather, the term you used to describe the person you were in your past life. She reiterated. You know, it sounds really strange when said out loud. If you were anyone else, I would have assumed you were mocking me with your story. She deadpanned. I couldn't help but chuckle at her words. If you want, he would love if you called him grandfather as well. I gave her a wink. I am older than your planet of birth. Technically, Zelretch is infinitely old, I countered. That is nonsense and you know it. Prove it. You. Hee. She just huffed again, unable to refute my words. So cute. Back on topic. I drew her attention again. That's Rin. If you see her, please take care of her. I will make sure nothing happens, she stated, almost flippantly, but from someone like her, something like her, that was worth a lot. I assume the blonde one is yours. Mine. That thought flashed inside my head before I pushed the possessive side of me back down. That's Artoria, Pendragon. She's my girlfriend. Meridia stared at her intently, enough that I was surprised Artoria didn't perk up from the other side of the dimension. She is pretty, Meridia said simply. She is. I nodded. She is a spirit. Meridia chose her words carefully. She's what is known as a heroic spirit. I wanted to clarify this right away. She is not undead in the way you would find offensive. Yes, I can tell she is a higher existence. Not a god. She paused. It is strange to consider other beings outside of what I know to be of such that can claim that title. If you want, I can take you away from here, to go see other worlds. I offered. She looked at me again. That. She looked deep in thought. I will think of this matter later. I wish to focus back on your other woman. What do you want to know? You said she is a knight? Yes, though I don't wish to speak much on her story. It's rather personal. Though being a knight is something she would never be ashamed of, so I felt fine divulging that little tidbit. I see. She seemed to accept those words. It just means you have to meet her and get to know her yourself. I beamed. It was odd, but I think that made Meridia feel nervous, and I couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the super-powerful goddess was nervous at the thought of meeting Artoria. She quick swiped her hand, moving the voyeurism. Where is the other woman? Check the library. No doubt that's where Jin would have gone. What is her description? She stopped almost immediately, seeing a blue-skinned woman appearing on the screen. I retract my words. I believe I have found her. Funnily enough, Jin on the other end stopped what she doing, turned to face us, looking inquisitively at our direction, clearly knowing something was wrong. So, how hard are you making it to detect your little voyeurism? Don't call it that. She let out an indignant huff again. Your archmage should be able to notice my eyes if he were in the vicinity. Ah, that's probably why Jin knows. She's very adept at manipulating the world. Her ability to mess with the time axis was impressive. Jin. Meridia let the word roll off her tongue. She is a strange creature, created by gods of another universe. And this is another woman you wish to bear your children. Well, yes. The thought of Jin having a swollen belly did many things to my libido. She was mine. If I wanted her to have my children, would she protest? Though there was the issue of what she was, which didn't exactly lend itself to procreation. Admittedly, I would much prefer the woman next to me to have a big belly first. She's mine, I said simply, ignoring those thoughts about Jin. Meridia deserved my undivided attention right now. Meridia didn't comment further. Honestly, I think that statement was more conclusive to her than me saying Artoria was my girlfriend. I had to remember that Meridia wasn't human. She wasn't mortal in any sense of the word. Her view of existence was vastly different than mine. To say Jin was mine was probably a very simple thing in her eyes. I have more questions, Meridia stated, and I have answers. I gave her hand another squeeze. I have nowhere to be right now except with you. A small smile grew on her face as she leaned her head on my shoulder. For her, I would have all the time in the world. Chapter 125. And what is this land of shadows? Well, that was a difficult question to answer. To put it bluntly, it's a land of the dead, where things refuse to truly die, all kinds of undead abominations wandering around, uncountable in numbers. I had been sitting here with Meridia for a while now. I hadn't even bothered to keep track of time, as we merely talked. If she had a question, I answered it to the best of my ability, throwing in some light teasing and stealing a kiss every now and then. She didn't look too pleased with my explanation. Scat-Hack stopped them from spilling out into the mortal world. She conquered the land by pure might, guarding the gates for millennia. Scat-Hack! Meridia allowed the name to pass her lips. She spent her existence slaying undead? More or less. There was more to her story, but she did stop the undead from leaking outside for over 2,000 years. It wasn't just that, though. She was very famous for having slain gods. Meridia raised an eyebrow at that. Slain gods? Yup, I excitedly explained. Gods, demons, dragon monsters. If anything walked into her domain without her permission, it met the end of her spear. Her expression was hard to read, and I couldn't even begin to guess her current thoughts. And you trained under her? Oh yes. She was a very brutal teacher. I can imagine, Meridia said dryly. It sounds like she was quite powerful for a mortal. That was in fact high praise from Meridia. She only had the barest idea of what it meant to be a god from my home. But being a god slayer is impressive nonetheless, even if they were lacking compared to herself. What about you? What you been up to when I was gone? I pretty much talked about my adventures until this point. I have been dealing with issues that come with my position, Meridia stated. I suppose I have ventured out every so often to keep watch over that dragonborn whom you call a friend, and that pitiful hovel you call a college. I heard you helped out when dragons attacked. I did nothing, she denied. Aha. I merely watched. Sure. Cease your foolishness, she huffed. She doesn't want to admit she helped them out. So cute. There's one way to quiet me. Have you not had enough? She looked at me with exasperation, but that faint pink still dusted her cheeks. Very quickly, she placed her lips on mine, then pulled away. She still had trouble initiating, though she didn't dislike our intimacy. Still, I couldn't help but tease her. Bribe accepted. You are ridiculous. She crossed her arms with another cute little huff. It was getting very hard to not push her down right here, right now. Even if she accepted that large step, I didn't want that to be our first time together. I was going to make sure it was romantic and let her experience it properly for the first time. But I digress. It was hard to stop my thoughts from wandering when with her. What about Thorum? Yes, your dragonborn friend. She pursed her lips. He has many eyes on him. I couldn't overtly reveal myself. But he has yet to contract with any other higher power. How's he been? Many of Akatosh's other children have been felled by his hand. That's good. The Archmage told me something similar. You worry for him? She asked. Of course, he is my first friend. I turned my gaze towards her. After my mom died, he was the first person I created a bond with, and you were the first person I developed feelings for. I see, she said quietly, an undiscernible expression on her face. I shall make sure no others interfere then. How much has she done already? I had a feeling she had been making moves, just so I wouldn't be upset that Thorum was harmed while I was away. The fact that she made an appearance at the college during the fight already said a lot. How'd you like to go meet Artoria? I finally stood up from my spot, brushing off my pants. Right at this moment, she seemed taken back. Why not? There is much to do, things I need to prepare. Are you nervous? I looked at her in surprise. She tensed up slightly. I am a goddess. I do not get nervous. I raised an eyebrow at the way she said that. It was amusing at what actually got a reaction out of her. I wrapped my arms around her from behind. Of course, I assured her. You are my amazing, beautiful, wonderful, powerful goddess. There is no need to state the obvious. She clearly preened under my praise, which was all the cuter. And Artoria will see everything that I do in you. I could find the humor in the fact that I was coaxing the most powerful member of my harem to meet the objectively weakest member, if we excluded Jin. But when had Meridia ever had to deal with these kinds of feelings before? Nervousness? What did that taste like? Hell, something like love was probably foreign to her as well. The way she became so unsure of herself sometimes. Yet, I knew for a fact she could easily wage war, fight and destroy her enemies, to engage in battle that could fracture the planet by accident. I wouldn't be surprised if many of the entities in this world shared similar thoughts, or rather the lack thereof. They were so divorced from mortals that even if they allowed themselves to indulge in the world, there was still a huge disconnect from what their true feelings. Well, thankfully Artoria shared a similar temperament when it comes to this kind of relationship. If it were Scat Hack, my poor Meridia would be eaten alive. Perhaps in more ways than one. Hold hands, I offered, holding it out for her. Humph. She snorted, turning away, but her hand creeped over, sliding into mine. Ready. Let's get this over with. She put on a face of nonchalance, but I could see through it. Opening a new portal, she watched intently as we exited. I knew not how much she was brining with her, but I could more or less guess she knew the limits before something went wrong. We appeared on a slightly snowy path, the courtyard of the college. Almost immediately, the space near us ruptured and a figure walked out. Wilhelm, wonderful. I need. The Archmage looked at me, then at Meridia. I confused you for someone else, excuse me. He abruptly turned around and teleported away. Well then. Well, Meridia was quick to forego that initial nervousness. She easily hid her emotions, something I attributed to her non-mortal nature. Her stride was confident, and her gaze alone scared away anything that may have wanted to approach. I had to resist the urge to get her to blush. She seemed to lead me more than I her as she lightly pulled me in certain directions. I was assuming she knew where Artoria was, as she was navigating with extreme ease. I shouldn't have been surprised when we made it to the cafeteria. The scene with Artoria having her cheeks stuffed lit Den with surprise at our entrance. It was another memory I would cherish for the remainder of my existence. Rin also looked up, sitting right next to her with a stack of books nearby and one cracked open. Perhaps I was imagining it, but Meridia's grip on my hand just got the teeniest bit tighter. The awkward silence. Thankfully, there were no other people in this room. Yo! I finally decided to speak. Hey! Rin said without much thought. I was the one to lead Meridia towards the table, sitting opposite them too. Artoria and Meridia never stopped staring at one another. After a few more moments of silence, my cute knight spoke up. I'm Artoria Pendragon. It's a pleasure to meet you. While I had yet to introduce her to Meridia, I'm sure she could take a very close guess, with my hand holding hers and everything. Meridia, my cute goddess said plainly. It is a pleasure for me as well. Again, another awkward silence filled the table. Well, this is nice. I decided to fill it this time. A table filled with people I care about. I turned towards the black-haired magus. And Rin. Fuck you, Schweinord. Her remark lacked any kind of scathing notions as I saw a small smile quirk on her face. Careful, you're going to make my girls jealous. I winked towards Meridia and Artoria, both of which shared a very similar expression. Artoria ducked her head, trying her best to even her expression. I admit, I have had thoughts on how this would go, but I find myself without the correct words. Meridia shifted her expression slightly, almost as if agreeing. I had just recently found out about Wilhelm's other paramours. I am too not sure how to handle this. Do you dislike my presence? Artoria asked. I had given him permission. Meridia pursed her lips. You are beyond adequate as far as my standards are concerned. Oh, Artoria quietly responded. Thank you for the compliment. There was another brief silence. Awkwardness filled the table again. Mayhaps we should have a conversation on how to proceed from here? I would like that very much. Meridia nodded. They both got up, moving towards the far corner, a silent agreement for them to gain some privacy. I didn't feel offended in the slightest. I knew there was some things they needed to speak between themselves. If I couldn't even have this small amount of trust in them, I had no business having a harem. Damn, I wanted to hear everything. Rin bit on a spin in her mouth before stabbing it down into a bowl. I'm sure you can coax something out of Artoria later. I rolled my eyes. Besides, they need to sort some stuff out in private. Rin grunted in response. I could barely get anything out of her form the other night. She gave me a narrowed look. Makes me think something did happen. Nah, we literally just slept together. Clothes didn't even fully come off. I admitted, though I did explore quite a bit of her body. Definitely not the last time I have that but in my hands. For a devil, you're really boring. Believe me, I had to thoroughly restrain myself. Have you seen that ass of hers? And those legs? Artoria hides them really well. I know. I keep telling her to show her legs off more, get something that makes her but look good. Rin sighed. I couldn't help but picture the scene of Rin forcing her to try on different kinds of clothes. My thoughts only broken by them glancing back at me, Artoria saying something with a clear blush on her face and Meridia looking surprised. I shook my head with a small smile. So how have you been? Good, she said plainly. After you disappeared, me and Saber got settled. I've attended a couple classes and looked through the library. Huh, how long was I gone for? Little over a day. Oh, longer than I expected. I muttered. Any branch of magic here catch your interest? I thought their alchemy and enchanting looked interesting. You mean you thought you could make a lot of money off it? I grinned. She flushed slightly. It's a practical path to study. I'm just teasing you. I replied. It is a good thing to study. I've barely touched them, admittedly. I wish I had spent a bit more in the past. But if you get good, then I can just come to you with any needs. Humph. She crossed her arms. You're not getting any discounts. Of course, I always pay for quality. I winked, much to her further embarrassment. She really wasn't used to praise. She was about to respond when suddenly our attention was pulled back to my two girls further away. A golden light filled the room, a familiar blade held in Artoria's hands. Wow, didn't think she would show that off so soon. I whistled. Excalibur was truly a beautiful weapon to behold. I never get tired of seeing it. Rin let herself slump down into her plan, arm propping her head up. What about you, Shorty? Who are you calling short? She snapped her head at me, glaring intently before calming down. And what do you mean? Talking about relationships. I clarified. Got any boy you're interested in? Or girls. Either is fine, and I'm sure Zelretch would love more grandchildren to dote on. I gave her another big grin. Anyone here get the courage to talk to you yet? Again, her cheeks flared red. It was a bit too easy to tease her sometimes. What's it to you? I have no ulterior motive. I'm just genuinely curious, and wondering if you found someone you're interested in. I don't have anyone, she grumbled, laying her head on the table. Don't get depressed. Skyrim's large, and even outside of here there are an infinite amount of worlds out there. If you really want someone, you are a beautiful and intelligent young woman. I have no doubts you could find someone if you truly wanted to. The look she gave me was a mix of embarrassment and genuine thanks. She didn't voice it, but I think she wanted to hear those words. I just propped my head up, watching my two girls interact for the first time, a feeling of contentment filling my heart.